Chapter 1729. Senior Suo, and after exchanging glances with Feng Yunsheng, Yin Zhaoge looked at Yang Jian. And my father? It seems like you two have noticed it as well? Asked Yang Jian. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng remained silent for a moment. Then Yin Zhaoge nodded, vaguely, but I can't be sure. I'm prepared to wait for my father to transcend the origin heavenly tribulation and ascend to the grand heavenly immortal realm before making a judgment. It seems like your father has noticed it as well. Yang Jian said, I believe Daoist Suo has the same feeling as well, just that he didn't mention it. Yin Zhaoge nodded silently. He already knew what Yang Jian was worried about. Perhaps it was still a little far away. However, as the saying goes, those who lack foresight would have immediate worries. Since some problems were gradually becoming apparent, it was best not to bury their heads in the ground like an ostrich. The disciples of orthodox Taoism that had been born after the Great Calamity could indeed be said to be full of talents. After going through many trials and tribulations, some would perish halfway, while others would stand out from the crowd and stand on equal footing with those famous bigwigs. Other than Yin Zhaoge, whose name had just risen once again, Suo Mingzhong and Feng Yunsheng had already ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm. Other than that, there were also Yin Di, Nie Jingshun, and Yu Yi of the new generation that had surpassed their predecessors. Due to Yu Ye's severe injuries, while her potential was still strong, she had lagged behind the others due to her lack of time. She still needed some time to fulfill her potential. Her talents were outstanding, and she cultivated the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture. As such, everyone thought highly of her. However, due to the chaos-extinguishing origin scripture, her path was clearly visible. She only had to advance step by step. The situation of the others was more or less different from her. Nie Jingshin's sword Dao was unique. Like Suo Mingzhong and Feng Yunsheng, he had ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm. However, that was due to the 9 underworld's divinity devil's empowerment, which transformed him into a sword devil. Even without this, he would have ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm. However, strictly speaking, he could no longer be considered as a talent nurtured by Taoism. Feng Yunsheng was in a similar situation. Although she belonged to the Taoist sect, she was only able to improve by leaps and bounds due to the influence of the God Fiend's empowerment before she attempted the origin heavenly tribulation. She was able to walk a path that many people would not be able to complete in their entire lives in a short period of time. It was only when she reached the pinnacle of the grand virtual realm and charged through the primordial heavenly tribulation and became a grand heavenly immortal that the influence of the 9 underworlds faded. She opened up a brand new path, but it was still connected to the 9 underworlds. Similar to Feng Yunsheng and Nie Jingshun, Suo Mingzhong and Yin Di had also opened up a path of their own, which was different from their predecessors. Behind their impressive strength was a journey that required them to constantly explore and move forward. Suo Mingzhong cultivated the primordial heavenly scripture in reverse and went one step further on this foundation to create his own heaven-severing scripture. The so-called heaven-severing book was not just a literal act of severing the heavens. To heaven interception, one must first know heaven. It was said that destruction was always easier than construction. However, if one wanted to be like Suo Mingzhong and do as he pleased, he must have a deep understanding of the existence he wanted to destroy. Only then could he create the most fundamental damage with the least amount of effort, without the slightest effort. His heaven-severing scripture turned complexity into simplicity and was actually all-encompassing. However, the final embodiment of it was the word severing. As for Yin Di, he inherited the inheritance of his parents, Yin Xintong and Di Qinglian. He combined the beginning and end, and perfectly described the process of the changes of creation. Just like the sword Buddha, Chu Su's samsara sword scripture, he borrowed the opponent's karma and tried to send the opponent into the 6 paths of reincarnation. If he succeeded, the 6 paths of reincarnation would be the real enemy that his opponent would have to face. If he was not a Tao realm bigwig, How many people could really withstand the terrifying pressure of the endless reincarnation of the creation of the world? However, Chu Su was still borrowing the opponent's strength. It was impossible for him to transform into the real 6 paths of reincarnation. His master, the previous Sword Buddha, transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation, but he only opened the door to the real reincarnation. The reason why Yandi's creation saber was so powerful was because it perfectly matched the principle of the change of epochs of the world. It was actually able to display a trace of the magnificent phenomenon of the creation of the world. It contained the 6 paths of reincarnation and all existences since the creation of the world. It also contained the grand power that led to the future and the end. Other than the Tao realm bigwigs, who else could resist it? Of course, Yandi couldn't display all of this. He couldn't add the entire creation of the world to his body. However, as his cultivation realm gradually increased, the manifestation of this aspect became more and more frequent. In the beginning, it was just a trace, but it gradually became larger and larger. Yandi continuously studied and researched this principle during his cultivation process. It gradually became clearer and pointed out his future path. However, during this process, he, as well as Yin Zhaoge and the others who often interacted with him, discovered a possible problem. Yandi's creation saber and Suo Mingzhang's heaven-severing scripture were opposing each other, as if they were mortal enemies. Currently, everyone was doing their own thing and didn't affect each other. However, as Yandi's cultivation gradually increased, his path became clearer. As he looked at the path ahead, he vaguely had a premonition. When he was charging towards the Tao realm, a conflict seemed to arise between him and Suo Mingzhang. At their level, after studying the principles of the world and receiving feedback, the so-called premonition would rarely be wrong, especially when it concerned themselves. Unfortunately, Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng, who had ascended to the grand heavenly realm, had the same premonition. Taoist brother is one of the top-notch existences beneath the Tao realm. Initially, we wanted to invite you to take a look after my father transcends the origin heavenly tribulation, said Yin Zhaoge with a bitter smile. No matter if it's your father or Taoist Suo, both of them are unique and newly created supreme martial arts. I can't give a definite answer without thoroughly comprehending them. Yang Jian said, however, since your father felt the same way, the possibility of it being true is very high. In the worst-case scenario, whoever ascends to the Tao realm first would block the other's path, causing the other to have no hope of ever entering the Tao realm. Yang Jian sighed. Although it's not the same path, it's still a first-come, first-serve outcome. Unless the first one is no longer around, only then can the later one continue on. If a Tao ancestor was no longer around, there would only be 2 possibilities. One was perishing, and the other was transcending. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng looked at each other and shook their heads with a bitter smile. Senior Suo has such a magnanimity. When he met my father for the first time, he might have noticed this, but he still didn't hesitate to teach him. Should I say, fortunately, it won't affect my father's origin heavenly tribulation. Yin Zhaoge slapped his head and smiled bitterly. Fortunately, it won't affect their respective grand heavenly immortal realm. Chapter 1730. The Tao realm is too far away. Perhaps the situation won't be as bad as it seems. While Yin Zhaoge said so, he wasn't too optimistic. Sometimes, the more one didn't wish for something to happen, the harder it would be for it to happen. Feng Yunsheng sighed and said, it's indeed too far away. The Tao state is so difficult. Even if Senior Apprentice Uncle Yan and Mr. Suo are not opposing each other in martial arts, there will definitely be a fight when the opportunity to achieve the Tao is right in front of us, let alone other competitors. Other than the few Tao realm bigwigs who were born earlier than the heavens and earth, only the future Buddha and the immeasurable heavenly Lord had been born. Currently, everyone was plotting against the 9 underworlds to fight for a chance to ascend to the Tao realm. After the ancient era ended, the Dipankara ancient Buddha had already prepared everything. However, even now, the east wind might not reach him. To anyone, this was a difficult hurdle to ascend to the heavens. Currently, Yin Zhaoge was publicly acknowledged as a peerless genius. He was even above Suo Mingzhong, Yin Di, and the others. However, including himself, he could only say that reaching the grand heavenly realm was just around the corner. Even though he was the young heavenly lord, no one dared to guarantee that he would ascend to the Tao realm. At most, it could only be said that there was hope for him to ascend to the Tao realm. After all, this didn't only depend on one's innate talent and hard work. It also depended on one's luck. Only, the conflict between Yin Di and Suo Mingzhong was even more difficult to resolve. Others could wait and bear with it. However, if one of them made the first move, the other's hope would be gone. After all, it would only be more difficult, more intense, and more cruel for the Tao ancestors to fight for the chance to transcend. No matter if it's your father or Taoist Suo, both of them are peerless geniuses. It's not impossible for them to ascend to the Tao realm. Especially under the current circumstances, I don't wish for them to fight against each other. Yang Jian said, based on my understanding of the two, they're both magnanimous people. However, they're also prideful. I hope that they can wait a little longer. Yang Jian smiled. The future is filled with endless possibilities. You're right, Taoist brother. Let's focus on the 9 underworlds first. Yin Zhaoge looked at Yang Jian. Speaking of which, are you still not confident in ascending to the Tao realm? In terms of individual strength, Yang Jian was still the number 1 grand heavenly realm expert of the Tao sex lineage. In comparison, although the great Taoist Master Xiandu was also at the peak of the Zenith Heaven realm and was prepared to climb higher, he was still inferior to Yang Jian in terms of fighting with others. To tell you the truth, I'm gradually sorting things out. Yang Jian smiled and said, but it's only to complete the foundation first. There's still a long way to go. At the very least, I definitely won't be able to make it in time for 9 Nethers round. If I don't have a heavenly opportunity, whether or not I will be as fast as your father and fellow Taoist Suo in the future is still a question. Perhaps you and your wife will also be able to surpass me. Yang Jian, on the other hand, was very calm. His 8-9 mysteries was remarkable and his strength was shocking. However, it was much more difficult for him to cross the barrier from the celestial realm to the Tao realm than others. It could be said that there were gains and losses. Let's go. After I have seen your father, my judgment might be more accurate. Yang Jian said. Yin Zhaoge nodded. This way, please, Taoist brother. Arriving at Broad Creed Mountain, the 3 met Su Fei, Xue Chuqing, and Yuan Jingfeng before heading to the back of the mountain, where Yin Di was in secluded cultivation. As Yin Zhaoge had previously known, Yin Di was not in death seclusion, completely isolated from the outside world. Therefore, when Yin Zhaoge and the others arrived, they quickly saw him. It's good that everything went smoothly. Looking at the 3, Yin Di said, Taoist Yang, you've come at the right time. I was just about to ask someone to send you a message, inviting you here as well. I came this time because of the problem between you and fellow Taoists. Yang Jian said, I was busy with Nez's matter earlier and didn't have the time to discuss it with you in detail. Hearing this, Yin Di immediately knew what Yang Jian was here for. So, Taoist brother also thinks that my guess is correct? Seeing Yang Jian nod, Yin Di said calmly, fate dictates. Let's just see who is faster. Mr. Suo is magnanimous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given me pointers when he first saw my creation saber that year. We wouldn't have ended up hurting our relationship because of this. He smiled mildly. Instead, Mr. Suo has always been obsessed with the martial Tao. After I pass the origin heavenly tribulation, he might want to spar with me. Actually, I also want to personally experience the heaven-severing scripture. From a certain perspective, Yin Di was also someone who loved the martial Tao. He had an arrogant and competitive nature. Yin Zhaoge and the others all smiled. They could fully understand Yin Di's thoughts. Perhaps Suo Mingzhong also wanted to see how Yin Di's creation saber would reach after ascending to the grand heavenly realm. In the current environment, the various lineages of Taoism pursued unity. If not, Yang Jian, Feng Yunsheng, Neza, and the others also formed their own lineages. Suo Mingzhong might even want to spar with them and experience the unique scenery. Facing Feng Yunsheng and the others, he might still be able to restrain himself. However, facing Yin Di, who was completely against him in terms of martial Dao, he might not be able to restrain himself anymore. To be honest, even if one of them isn't related to me, I'd also like to see who's stronger. Yin Zhaoge sighed and said, I believe that you and Senior Saw wouldn't harm your relationship because of something uncertain in the future. However, if the two of you would really fight, it would be hard to predict who would emerge victorious. If it was only a spar, it wouldn't be a problem. However, if the victor of the battle was to be determined, it would be hard to avoid sparring. After all, swords and spears had no eyes. This had nothing to do with the grudges between the two parties. Instead, it was the inherent risk of a spar, especially when the disparity between the two parties was so small and the victor was only a single step away. Yin Di smiled slightly and didn't say anything. However, the meaning behind his words was clear. Upon seeing this, Yin Zhaoge couldn't help but sigh again. Daoist friend mentioned that you wanted to send me a message to come here. Yang Jian asked, It seems like there's something else. Yin Di nodded. Daoist Yang Zhaoge, Yinsheng, come take a look. As he spoke, he took out a token that seemed to be made of gold and jade. With a light flick of his finger, the token hovered in mid-air and didn't fall to the ground. This is what I unintentionally obtained after leaving the Western Pure Lands and getting separated from you guys. Yin Di explained, this thing is a little weird. It seems to be related to my Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. However, I couldn't comprehend its true intent. Even after entering seclusion for a long time, my gains were still limited. Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and Yang Jian looked at each other. Their expressions turned solemn. A slit appeared on Yang Jian's forehead, revealing a third vertical eye. Divine light shone brightly as he observed the token. Within Yin Zhaoge's pupils, a jade-green radiance also appeared. Feng Yunsheng's fingertip emitted a strand of black qi, which wrapped around the token. There's nothing special about it. Yang Jian pondered and said, However, it looks a little like something from the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace before the Great Calamity. Yin Zhaoge didn't say anything. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the token. Chapter 1731. It does look like something from the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. The jade-green radiance within Yin Zhaoge's eyes formed profound runes that continuously rotated. While it seemed like he was deducing the profundities of the origin heavenly scripture, it had nothing to do with that. Just like Yang Jian, he had seen something similar when he was in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository. While the design was different, this token plate that resembled both gold and jade seemed to have originated from the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. Only just like what Yin Di and Yang Jian had said, this item didn't seem to have anything special about it. However, according to what Yin Di said, this item was related to the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. This caused him to ponder deeply. Yin Di's Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud bore the characteristics of Grand Simplicity. While it looked like a cloud and a lotus, its essence was formless. Such an existence wouldn't leave any traces even if it came into contact with other items. The Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud wouldn't leave any traces on this token plate. Conversely, this token plate wouldn't leave any traces on the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud either. If someone had to be related to the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud, it could only be Yin Di himself. However, before Yin Di was born, he had been closely associated with the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud for thousands of years. The Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud could almost be considered as his mother. That was why their relationship was so close. This token plate didn't seem special. However, it seemed to be related to Yin Di's Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. This was the most abnormal part of it, which was filled with contradictions. There's definitely a problem, but Feng Yunsheng looked at Yang Jian. Yang Jian nodded. I can't tell what's hidden within it. Yin Di's expression was calm. If the two of you can't tell, the problem would be much simpler. Yang Jian was the strongest grand heavenly immortal of the three clear lineage. In fact, he was one of the strongest existences below the Tao realm. Even Feng Yunsheng had surpassed countless predecessors after cultivating for so many years, becoming one of the elites amongst the grand heavenly immortals. With their cultivation, strength, and insight, there was only one possibility for them to be unable to see through this token plate. This item was related to a Tao ancestor. This thing has something to do with the grand simplicity splendor cloud, so it's much more convenient. Otherwise, if Brother Yang had opened his third divine eye, he might have been able to see some clues, Feng Yunsheng said. Yang Jian laughed bitterly, agreeing with her judgment. Then, which Tao ancestor is it? Yindi looked at that token plate. The Elder Lord? Although the grand simplicity splendor cloud was a natural cloud and was not created by the Lord of Tao and virtue or the Elder Lord, it was hard not to associate it with the grand pure Tao ancestor due to the concept of power within it. It's hard to say. This isn't an item of the Grand Supreme Elder. Yang Jian said, of course, the Elder Lord could have used it, but I can't be sure that it was the Elder Lord's doing. I've never heard Uncle Master Xuandu mention that the Eight Visions Palace or the Tushita Palace had kept the grand simplicity splendor cloud. From ancient times till now, I have never heard of this grand simplicity splendor cloud having a previous owner. It seemed to have always been an idle cloud until your father, Yin Xintong, obtained it. Perhaps he could be considered its first owner. Hearing the discussions of the others, Yin Zhaoge temporarily fell silent. He looked at that token, then at the seemingly boundless clump of clouds hovering above Yindi's head, blooming like a lotus. The Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud. He had obtained the peerless heavenly scripture from the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. However, what was extremely strange was that other than him, no one else seemed to have realized this. Other than him, no one else had seen the peerless heavenly scripture in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. Because of this, Yin Zhaoge had always been thinking about it. If the primordial Heavenly Lord had never passed down the peerless heavenly scripture, then who was the one who had obtained it from the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace? The person with the highest possibility would undoubtedly be the Elder Lord. Connecting this with some of Yin Zhaoge's unique traits and comparing it with the great sage equaling heavens, Sun Wukong's vague words at the foot of the Five Elements Mountain, the sequence of events seemed to have become much clearer. Of course, if it was really the Elder Lord's doing, he still couldn't guess why he would do so. The Elder Lord's thoughts were as erratic as always, hard to predict. Now, there seemed to be another clue. Is it also the Elder Lord? Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered. Many things flashed through his mind, but he didn't feel any clearer. What do you think, Zhaoge? Yang Jian looked at Yin Zhaoge and asked with a smile, your thoughts have always been active. Why are you so quiet this time? There are too few clues. It's hard to come to a conclusion. Yin Zhaoge wasn't trying to avoid it. Instead, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. He looked at Yang Jian and said, Taoist brother, why don't you confirm it with the Grand Taoist Xiandu? What he meant was that he wanted Yang Jian to make a trip to the Tushita Palace. It would be best if he could meet the Elder Lord personally and ask him to clarify his doubts. Although the Elder Lord would most likely ignore it, who knew if he would suddenly have a sudden impulse? All right, I'll make a trip. Yang Jian kept the token plate. Lend me the item for a while. No matter what happens, I'll return it after I return from the Tushita Palace. Yindi answered, of course. Yang Jian kept the token plate and looked at Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng with a smile. The two of you are about to get married. I don't have any precious treasures with me, but I still have to give you a congratulatory gift. We're already honored that you could attend the ceremony, said Feng Yunsheng. Yin Zhaoge chuckled. I've been waiting for it. Otherwise, why would I invite so many guests? Seeing how thick-skinned he was, Feng Yunsheng covered her face helplessly. Yindi shook his head and laughed. I wanted to give it to you long ago. However, I couldn't prepare anything else for your wedding. That's why I delayed it until today. Yang Jian didn't mind it at all. It was as if he was the one benefiting from it. Yin Zhaoge smiled. I'm looking forward to it even more now. Although your North Ocean clone has already inherited part of the golden body left behind by Sun Wukong, it still has the possibility of improving further. Yang Jian said, That clone is compatible with my 8-9 profound art. It's a form of fate. When Yang Jian said that he would only give a gift during the wedding, it was only a half-true, half-lie joke. In recent years, he had been continuously improving and perfecting his 8-9 profound art. After perfecting it, he could teach it to Yin Zhaoge's North Ocean clone. The 8-9 profound art was created by Yang Jian himself. It was incomparably compatible with him. If he were to teach it to others, he would have to make some adjustments to make it more suitable. Although he had vaguely expected this, hearing Yang Jian's decision now, Yin Zhaoge still answered solemnly, "Thank you, Taoist. No need to be polite. The more experts there are, the better. It's rare that your North Ocean clone has such a solid foundation and is also so compatible with the 8-9 profound art. I will naturally lend you a hand." Yang Jian said emotionally. It's often said that the master leads the way. Cultivation depends on the individual. Although I've taught you the 8-9 profound art, it's still hard to say whether your North Ocean clone can step through the origin heavenly tribulation. Chapter 1732. Taoist brother's words are extremely true. Yin Zhaoge nodded. Man proposes. I will do my best. The origin heavenly tribulation from a grand virtual immortal to a grand heavenly immortal had stumped countless geniuses since ancient times. Let's not talk about the distant traveling monk Hui in Mujia of the Western Pure Lands. The 100-eyed demon lord, who was famous in the demon race during the Middle Era and could even fight against a grand heavenly realm expert. There were too many people like this to count. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many outstanding grand virtual realm figures like Jin Jia, Liu Yu, the Sword Bodhisattva, and the others who joined the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the Immortal Court. In the past, there were Yang Jian, Neza, Traveling Monk's Son, the Purple Tenuity Emperor, and the others. Currently, Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yinsheng, Yin Di, Suo, Ming Zhang, and the others had ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm or were already close to it. From the looks of it, many of them had succeeded. However, only a small number of people were able to achieve such a feat over an extremely long period of time. For most people, one primordial heavenly tribulation was an insurmountable chasm. Excluding the heretics, most of the great heavenly immortals who were still alive were veteran experts who had made a name for themselves many years ago. The earliest of them could even be traced back to before the creation of heaven and earth. They were born in the Khanate. They were not only the sand that was washed away by the waves of fate, but also the accumulation of countless years. After entering the current era, there is actually an extremely limited number of people that were born and ascended to the golden immortal realm. As for those who had only been born after the great calamity, those who had stepped onto this path of cultivation and attained the grand heavenly physique were even rarer. Yin Zhaoge and the others rejoiced over the fact that Taoism was gradually showing signs of rejuvenation, with many talents emerging and outstanding juniors appearing unceasingly. However, everyone actually knew that among so many people, there might not be a lack of people who could step into the immortal realm with the accumulation of time. However, to achieve the 5 qis collecting in one's prominence and achieve the 3 flowers at one's prominence, the vast majority of them would never have a chance in their lifetime. Now that Broad Creed Mountain's reputation had soared, having established its position because of Yin Zhaoge and the others, accepting disciples widely and having many geniuses, it was no exception. No matter how top-notch the legacy was, how rich the resources were, or how long the accumulation of time was, it couldn't change this fact. As the saying went, the closer one got to the Tao realm, the more difficult it would be. Only the handful of elites at the very top, the geniuses among geniuses, the monstrous geniuses among monstrous geniuses, had the slightest possibility of overcoming all obstacles and walking to the end. It was more likely that they would be stopped halfway and unable to move forward. Yin Zhaoge's fellow disciples, or people he was familiar with, would definitely be amongst them. It could even be said that most of them were like that. Even Yin Zhaoge himself, the publicly acknowledged #1 talent and potential, the young heavenly lord who was almost destined to become a grand heavenly immortal, wouldn't be able to reach the grand heavenly immortal realm if he were to encounter a calamity and his foundations were to be damaged. It would become something that could only be regretted throughout the ages. When Shadow Fiend, Nine-Headed Bug, and the others fought him, they might not have had the confidence to kill him on the spot. His enemies would be satisfied if they could heavily injure him. Previously, Yin Zhaoge, Gao Qingxian, and the others had been patiently delaying Yu Ye's awakening. Instead, they had spent a huge amount of time and effort in searching for treasures like the soul-killing jade, hoping that Yu Yi would be able to recover without any repercussions. This was also the reason why Yin Zhaoge, Gao Qingxian, and the others had waited patiently. There were already very few people with potential, and any slight influence could cause them to be unable to realize their potential. This was also the reason why Yang Jian was willing to help Yin Zhaoge's North Ocean clone. Opportunities were rare. Yin Zhaoge's North Ocean clone had a good foundation and was so compatible with the 8-9 Mysteries art. If the strong worked together, it would be like adding wings to a tiger, and they would have a higher chance of breaking through the origin heavenly tribulation. Even so, whether or not he could succeed was still uncertain. Your North Ocean clone's foundation is very good. His fleshly body's blood and qi are already strong. Moreover, he has refined many types of demonic blood and comprehended the transformation Tao. Cultivating the 8-9 Mysteries art would be much easier. Yang Jian said, only a lot of fragmented martial arts still need to be sorted out. Don't be too hasty. Otherwise, without a solid foundation, the 3 flowers would be doomed. You're right, Taoist brother. After thanking Yang Jian, Yin Zhaoge's figure shook, and the North Ocean clone appeared beside him. Yin Di and his clone sat in a lotus position in Yin Di's cave manor, listening to Yang Jian's explanation of the 8-9 Mysteries art's profundities. Feng Yunsheng and Yin Di stood up and left. After Yang Jian explained the core profundities of the 8-9 Mysteries art, he passed a jade slip to Yin Zhaoge. The jade slip recorded the details of the 8-9 Mysteries art, which Yin Zhaoge could slowly study. After staying for a few days and discussing the Tao, Yang Jian bade farewell to Yin Zhaoge and the others. He left the broad Creed Mountain, the sky beyond skies, and the vermilion royal reed heaven. He brought the token plate to the Tishita Palace, hoping to meet the Elder Lord. He didn't know if he should say that it was as expected, but Yang Jian quickly returned the token. This time, he still didn't meet the Elder Lord. He still couldn't be sure if the token plate and the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud were related to the Elder Lord. The great Taoist Xian Du expressed that he didn't know anything about this. However, he couldn't help the Elder Lord. This thing, after sending Yang Jian off, Yin Zhaoge weighed the token plate in his hand and fell in a deep thought. I'll try again. I won't waste time cultivating with the Grand Simplicity Splendor Cloud, said Yin Di. Yin Zhaoge pursed his lips and returned the token plate to Yin Di. After exiting Yin Di's cave manor, Yin Zhaoge left the vermilion royal reed heaven and pondered. Outside the vermilion royal reed heaven, within the boundless void, Feng Yunsheng approached him. You're especially concerned about this matter. After all, it might involve a Tao ancestor. I don't know what his intentions are, whether he's a friend or foe, Yin Zhaoge answered. However, I don't have enough clues, so it's hard to determine. He shook his head. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. Do you want to go to the Peerless Cloud Vow to take a look? Feng Yunsheng changed the topic. Previously, Taoist Neza was busy challenging the Dipankar ancient Buddha and the reappearance of the Wuji apricot yellow flag. After you came out of seclusion, you didn't have time to go to the Peerless Cloud Vow. That's right. A smile appeared on Yin Zhaoge's face. I wonder if Han Long, can adapt there. Let's go together. Speaking of Ying Long too, Feng Yunsheng also smiled. You've given him a difficult task. He's very worried. As the chief, senior apprentice brother, Su naturally can't leave. Junior apprentice sister Sikong is involved in the Heavenly Essence Stone fragment, so it's not suitable for her to stay here alone. Yin Zhaoge spread his palms. Junior apprentice brother Xia and Jun prefer to travel outside. I can't keep them here for long. Han Long, likes peace, so the most suitable candidate is naturally him. This is actually a form of training for him. It's beneficial to his cultivation. As the two spoke, they entered the peerless cloud vow. Within this universe, stars were already shining brightly, with many worlds standing side by side. Chapter 1733. Yin Zhaoge had his own considerations when establishing the everlasting cloud vow. It was just that the Tai cultivated deity in Neza had temporarily stayed here, so his original plan was temporarily put aside. After Neza had recovered from his injuries, the two of them had left the everlasting cloud vow. Yin Zhaoge had naturally put his plan into action. All these years, Neza had been challenging the Western Pure Lands and the Dipankar ancient Buddha for close to 200 years. As for Yin Zhaoge, other than his usual cultivation, most of his thoughts were placed on the everlasting cloud vow. Because he still had other matters to attend to, he had entrusted Ing Longtu to oversee everything within the everlasting cloud vow. Ing Longtu's heart was filled with sincerity. While he might lack the ability to adapt to changes, Yin Zhaoge had left behind detailed instructions. He could be said to be the best candidate to follow the rules. Currently, there were many worlds within the everlasting cloud vow. However, most of them were lower realms similar to the 8th rank worlds, the vast ocean world, and the floating life world. Surrounded by many lower realms, it was a higher realm that resembled the sky beyond skies, the world beyond worlds, and the roving jade heavens. This world was known as the earlier heaven realm. In the future, it would be the central hub of the everlasting cloud vow until its spiritual chi decayed and it died of old age. According to Yin Zhaoge's plan, when other higher realms similar to the earlier heaven realm were established within the everlasting cloud vow, they would be named according to the later heaven's 6 scriptures. As the most unique existence, the earlier heaven realm would not have any permanent residence. Currently, this world was the everlasting cloud vow. It was empty inside, with only the controller of this place, Ing Longtu, residing within. As Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng entered this higher realm, they vaguely heard a majestic yet cold and emotionless voice. Mission issued. Teleportation begins. The spatial barrier of the earlier heaven realm fluctuated slightly. With Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng's vision, they could naturally see it clearly. As light flickered, more than 10 figures were teleported out of the earlier heaven realm and arrived within a lower realm. At the center of the earlier heaven realm, a light pillar that connected to the heavens stood silently. It did not waver, nor increase, nor decrease, resembling the world's pillar and core, existing for all eternity. The voice just now resounded from within. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng entered that pillar of light, seeing Ing Longtu currently seated in the meditative position. Senior apprentice brother Yin, senior apprentice sister Feng, you've returned. Seeing the two, Ing Longtu was instantly all smiles. Looks like you're already slowly getting used to it. You're doing very well, Yin Zhaoge smiled. Ing Longtu's face instantly turned bitter. How troublesome. Just now, that ice-cold voice that seemed to be the ruler of the world and the impartial heavenly Tao naturally came from Ing Longtu. Because of the formation here, his other characteristics were completely concealed, so his voice was completely different. No matter how Ing Longtu's tone of voice rose and fell within the pillar of light, or perhaps it was strange and amusing when it was transmitted to the people outside, it would all sound indifferent. His tone was inflexible and did not contain any emotion. However, to those martial practitioners who had not even reached the martial saint realm, or even a martial grandmaster realm, Ing Longtu, who had already ascended to the immortal realm, was indeed like a god to a certain extent. He was like the ruler of the world, like the supreme heavenly Tao, omnipotent and unreachable. With this earlier heaven world as the center, Yin Zhaoge had long since laid down a foundation that encompassed the many lower worlds and even the various foreign dimensions and rare cave manners of the entire universe. Even if Ing Longtu's cultivation base was not sufficient, sitting at the core of this formation, within this everlasting cloud oath, he was already infinitely close to being a ruler, becoming an omnipotent existence for ordinary people. How's the situation? I saw that you just sent away a batch of people. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng sat down within the pillar of light, smiling as he asked Ing Longtu. There are no problems with the rules that you set down, senior apprentice brother Yin. Ing Longtu said, there are many curious people. Ing Longtu said, there are many who are curious, but at the moment, no one has any hope of prying into the truth. After all, time is too short. In the future, when there are more and more people with higher cultivation and stronger strength, there might be a risk. Yin Zhaoge waved his hands nonchalantly. With so many clues left behind, someone will definitely be able to find out the truth. Otherwise, it would be strange. Currently, the mission rewards are still limited to tangible treasures, pills, or supreme martial arts. Ing Longtu answered, I have never dared to try the technique of empowerment, waiting for senior apprentice brother's decision. It is correct for you to be cautious. I am currently only in the initial stages of researching that technique. I have to be extremely cautious. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge's gaze pierced through the pillar of light, traversing the barrier of the earlier heaven realm as he arrived at the various lower worlds. Unlike the earlier heaven realm, which was completely empty, those lower worlds were filled with mortal humans, as well as martial practitioners of high and low cultivation bases. Some worlds had slowly multiplied and accumulated, while some had been directly migrated over from the Vermilion Royal Reed Heaven with his great divine abilities. To a certain extent, it was like he was indulging in a divinity addiction, artificially creating limitless flows, moving and migrating, shaping the various lower worlds. Yin Zhaoge had more or less adjusted the cultures and histories of the different worlds. The information that most people understood was that the heavens and the earth had experienced yet another great calamity. Many things and much of their original history had been destroyed as a result. Thus, the various worlds had begun anew once more, tenaciously growing. It was also because of this that each world had its own history, its own society, and its own environment. Correspondingly, they all had their own stories, many of which were specially arranged by Yin Zhaoge. After a considerable period of buffer development, when the various world civilizations had begun anew and their populations had steadily increased, Yin Zhaoge had begun selecting candidates from a portion of these worlds and bringing them to the earlier heaven realm. The Pillar of Light in the earlier heaven realm would issue different missions. Those who completed them would be rewarded. Conversely, those who failed would be punished as well. Every outsider who arrived in a different world was like a transmigrator, having to face the local natives as well as the various legendary story environments. Yin Zhaoge had to admit that some of this was due to his own wicked sense of humor. Still, the true reason for this lay in the empowerment technique that he and Ing Longtu had spoken of earlier. Pills, treasures, weapons, and even martial arts and secret manuals were nothing much. It was even not difficult to raise the physiques of martial practitioners of lower cultivation bases to a certain extent. Still, directly raising the cultivation bases of others through empowerment or having him, an outsider, directly stuff the comprehensions of supreme martial arts into the minds of others, making them their own, these were things that Yin Zhaoge had to carefully ponder over. Figuring this out, Yin Zhaoge would have more ways to deal with the 9 underworlds devil god empowerment or the cultivation of the external Tao. Chapter 1734. Perhaps they would look down on the strength of martial practitioners of the external Tao, despising them for not knowing the reason behind it. Still, whether it was Yin Zhaoge and the others of Taoism's direct lineage, or the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the unbreakable Vajra Buddha of Orthodox Buddhism, they had always been well aware of the strength of the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha. After all, they were 2 Tao realm experts. Yang Jian and Mahamayuri were experts who looked down on their peers and could almost look down on all living beings like the Tao ancestor. If they really faced the heavenly Lord of the immeasurable or the future Buddha, they would still be no match for them. It would be a blessing if they could escape and survive. The heavenly Lord of plentiful treasure had cultivated the Chaos Annihilation Origin Sutra. Without the immortal vanquishing 4 swords, he was able to set up an incomplete immortal vanquishing array by himself. He was even able to cleave through the dark young apricot flag's defenses. Even so, he perished because of the ancestral fiend, Great Freedom Sky Fiend. However, the fact that he was able to escape from a Mahesvara heavenly demon without being killed on the spot and dying from his injuries afterwards was enough for everyone to praise him. Conversely, this proved the gap between the Tao realm and the immortal realm from another aspect. It was a chasm that was even more distant than the gap between immortals and humans. Therefore, the ancient Dipankara Buddha, Dalord Luya, Mahamayuri, and other famous powerhouses were all working hard to reach the Tao realm. Therefore, when Yang Jian discovered the problem between Suo Ming Zhang and Yin Di, he felt that it was a pity. Therefore, the people of the Tao sect were also working hard for the next round of the 9 underworlds. However, even if the Tao sect won in the end, and someone successfully ascended to the Tao realm, the situation could only be said to be better than it was now. However, it cannot be said that they could sit back and relax and start sweeping the world. After all, there was more than one opponent. If one party was too domineering, it was very likely that the other parties would join forces to target them. When he could suppress everyone with his own strength, and when he had such an obvious advantage that he didn't have to worry about both sides suffering, that was when he would truly be able to do whatever he wanted. Many a grain of sand could form a tower, and many a little would make a mickle. Yin Zhaoge naturally had to carefully grasp every chance to strengthen his own forces as well as weaken his opponents. A dam of 1,000 li may be destroyed by an ant's nest. It was true that the heavenly lord of the immeasurable and the future Buddha were powerful, but their paths to the Tao realm weren't perfect to begin with. It wasn't impossible for others to poach them. Even as Yin Zhaoge made good use of his cultivation, he was also thinking about how to wield the shovel. This was not only for the sake of offense, but also for the sake of offense. The immeasurable heavenly lord's purification of the people of the Taoist sects was too strong. The potential threat still existed. Amongst Yin Zhaoge's acquaintances, there were Fu Ting, Meng Wan, and He Shixing who were filled with hidden worries. The future Buddha and the blessed lands of the White Lotus weren't as convenient. However, they could still illuminate Taoism's people. Yin Zhaoge naturally had to be on guard against such tyrannical methods. Given his current cultivation, even the immeasurable heavenly lord and the future Buddha would not be able to forcefully purify him unless he was willing. However, there were still a large number of people with lower cultivation realms. Other than that, if Yin Zhaoge and the others of Taoism wanted to gain anything from the grand scheme of the 9 underworlds that would soon begin, they would have to gain a greater understanding and grasp of the 9 underworlds. Of course, Yin Zhaoge had to admit that if his research really made a huge progress, he would be looking forward to seeing the scene of the Taoism core deity warriors battling against the believers imbued with faith power of the heretics. While it was a little mischievous, it also contained Yin Zhaoge's expectations. After all, to be honest, it was much easier for the low-tier heretics to ascend compared to orthodox Taoism. Other than the grand heavenly realm, the heretics had an obvious advantage in numbers. The immortal court had a total of 3,000 immortal territories. Under normal circumstances, a heavenly immortal could enjoy faith power ranging from 216 to 270. Virtual immortals could enjoy faith power ranging from 36 to 45. Profound immortals could enjoy faith power ranging from 12 to 15. True immortals could enjoy faith power ranging from 4 to 5. This meant that under normal circumstances, other than the 12 grand heavenly immortals, the immortal court had 72 grand virtual immortals, 216 tranquil profound immortals, and 720 leakless true immortals. While the numbers might be slightly off, they would generally maintain this level for a long time. If a large-scale casualty occurred, other than the grand heavenly immortals, which were hard to come by, and the grand virtual immortals, the profound immortal realm and true immortal realm could be quickly replenished. As for the martial saints below the immortal realm, or even lower realms, nothing else needed to be said. The blessed lands of the White Lotus had more resources than them. In the eyes of Taoism and Buddhism's lineages, they were just a bunch of weaklings. Occasionally, there would be some outstanding ones, but they were held back by the heretics, which was even more of a pity. However, the massive numbers and the replenishment speed were still something to be concerned about. In terms of pure improvement speed, no one could surpass the 9 Underworlds' divinity devil empowerment. The 9 Underworlds' conditions were extremely harsh, to the point that it was almost unique. Not only was it harder than the heretics, but it was also harsher than Taoism, Buddhism, and the demon race. Currently, Yin Zhaoge's research within the everlasting cloud vow was based on both the 9 Underworlds and the heretics. Currently, he only had some inklings of it. He was still far from achieving anything. However, he had sufficient patience. This was a long-term plan, which could last for thousands or even tens of thousands of years, including poaching the heretics' talents and fleecing them. It was also a long-term plan. The only thing that would affect him in the near future was his deeper research on the 9 Underworlds. Don't worry, I'll come here often. Han Long, you just have to follow the usual routine and memorize all the information I tell you to record. Yin Zhaoge smiled and patted Ing Long Tu's shoulder. It won't stump you. For Ing Long Tu, the title Han Long had already become history after he reached adulthood and ascended to the immortal realm. He was already an expert and a hero of Taoism. If others called him that, it would be equivalent to provocation. Only Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yinsheng, Su Fei, Yin Di, Yuan Zhengfeng, and a few others would call him that. Moreover, it was only in private and was rarely mentioned in public. Ing Long Tu was very happy for Yin Zhaoge and the others to call him that. Instead, he hoped that Yin Zhaoge would call him Junior Apprentice Brother Ing. Only, after hearing Yin Zhaoge's words, Ing Long Tu could only smile bitterly. Whatever you say, Senior Apprentice Brother. Still, I am indeed still not suited to my current role. Watching some outstanding youngsters face danger, while I have to remain neutral and not interfere, I just can't bear to do so. Flowers cannot grow in a greenhouse. Even if it's not here, there is no need to use this method. In the Zhuluo royal reed heaven, in any place, in any lineage, people have to undergo tempering. Jade that is not polished cannot be made into anything. Yin Zhaoge smiled, asking, Right, I saw that you just sent a batch away. Where are you sending them to this time? What is the mission? Hearing his question, Ing Long Tu's expression instantly turned strange as he stammered for a long time. They originally just finished a mission in a world. In the end, someone triggered one of the segments of the 3rd long-term serial mission that you set up, Senior Apprentice Brother. Therefore, I sent them over there. The 3rd long-term serial mission. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Feng Yinsheng helplessly covered her face by the side, searching for Old Devil Yin. Chapter 1735. Due to its short history, while Yin Zhaoge and Ing Long Tu were pulling in people from the earlier heaven realm, the overall development of the everlasting cloud oath was still in its infancy. The cultivators who survived here were still at a relatively low level in terms of their cultivation and martial arts heritage. Still, as time passed, everything would naturally become faster. Because of the existence of this pillar of light in the earlier heaven realm, it would develop faster than nature. At that time, Yin Zhaoge would naturally establish an even larger higher world like the earlier heaven realm. For example, the Yin-Yang world, the Rui realm, and the Void world were named after the Jade Clear lineage's later Heaven 6 scriptures. Correspondingly, for his own research, Yin Zhaoge had adjusted the history and culture of those lower realms, leaving them lacking and lacking. In the eyes of the people of this world, another great calamity had brought about another cultural gap and a blank slate in history. Still, as more and more experts with high cultivation bases appeared, Yin Zhaoge had left behind some clues, whether real or fake, for the people here to excavate. This would make it easier for the natives of the everlasting cloud oath to connect with the wider world of Taoism in the future. Of course, this was in the future, not something that could be seen in the near future. These clues to uncover the so-called truth of history had mostly been set up by Yin Zhaoge as a series of long-term missions. As the name suggested, the missions were made up of many segments, each of which were independent yet interconnected with each other. After completing one segment, they would stop and wait for a fortuitous encounter to trigger the next segment. In terms of difficulty, the missions were getting more and more difficult. Basically, the final few segments could only be triggered after completely leaving the lower worlds and ascending to the yin-yang world. With the current level of the natives of the everlasting cloud oath, they would not be able to come into contact with the higher level missions. Even if they did, they would not be able to complete them. A long chain mission usually ran through the whole martial arts civilization like this. It would advance along with the development of Wuji Tan's vow to the heavens. The current situation that Ing Longtu spoke of was that someone had triggered the initial segment of a series of long-term missions in a lower world while doing a basic mission. The course of events was actually very simple. Previously, when they were doing the basic mission, it was rumored that an unparalleled demon had appeared in the lower realm. His ferocious might was overwhelming, and he reigned supreme. He had crushed all the other sects in the lower realm over and over again. The treasures of the major sects were all plundered by the old monster. However, the old monster's whereabouts were suddenly unknown, along with many of the world's supreme treasures. The devil cult, which was founded by the old monster Xiantian, fell into internal strife due to the fight for the position of the cult leader. The other sects who were struggling at death's door finally got their breath back and joined forces to attack the devil cult. Those who were plucked out by the light pillars in the innate realm were divided into two groups and sent to this lower realm. One team was on the side of the devil cult, while the other team was naturally on the side of the anti-devil allied forces. As a result, the two sides fought a series of great battles. After a series of inspiring stories, the allied forces still won and attacked the devil cult's headquarters. However, the two teams of outsiders noticed one thing. The original cult leader of the devil sect did not die suddenly due to Qigong deviation, nor did he simply disappear. Instead, he opened up the gap between different worlds and went to another place, taking away all the treasures he had plundered. Thus, this chain mission was triggered. While the victor of this lower realm had been decided in the end, the two teams had both triggered the chain mission at the same time. Therefore, after they had returned to the innate realm and respectively received the rewards and punishments of the basic mission, they had been directly sent to another world by Ing Longtu. Of course, it was very hard to say whether the two teams who had just fought to the point where blood and sparks were splattered all over would continue to fight or cooperate now that they had received the same mission. While Ing Longtu was a little worried, he still sent them over in accordance with the rules that Yin Zhaoge had set down. If they could complete this segment of the mission in another lower world, they would discover that the old monster had once more swept through this world, plundering all the various precious treasures before vanishing once more. This time, they would obtain additional clues that pointed to the next segment. Still, the next segment was temporarily not something that they could come into contact with at their current level. They would have to wait for more fortuitous encounters in the future. Feng Yunsheng and Ing Longtu naturally knew what the next segment would entail. Further on, the trial takers who had grasped the previous clues and successfully triggered the next segment would discover that there was not just a single person like this great demon king. While these existences were old and young, possessing different identities, they all seemed to have the same goal as they were accomplishing the same plan together. As one segment after another was triggered and they came into contact with many similar people, the truth seemed to be right before their eyes. Yet, more and more doubts arose as well. Afterwards, when they had arrived in the higher worlds, the trial takers would discover that all of this pointed to the same person, the same mastermind behind the scenes. He had manifested thousands of clones, rampaging through the various worlds and plundering all life forms. And behind this, there seemed to be an even higher goal. This old devil seemed to be related to the disaster that had caused the current everlasting cloud vow to be broken in history. Thus, the long chain mission gradually drew to an end. Actually, this is already enough, Feng Yunsheng said helplessly. There shouldn't be a need for any more changes, right? How can that be? Yin Zhaoge said righteously. Such a story naturally has to have a twist at the end, a whitewash and a reason for doing so. Feng Yunsheng glanced at him impatiently. In the last segment of this chain mission, everyone discovered that the old devil had an unspeakable reason for doing so. He was the one who had painstakingly preserved the everlasting cloud vow to not suffer the calamity of annihilation in that great calamity. And up until now, it had also been him who had painstakingly maintained the situation and resisted the external enemies. So on and so forth. In any case, it was as lofty as it could be. Even if there was no reason, he could still make up a reason. Even if there was no story, he could still make up a story. Anyway, he wouldn't stop until he was whitewashed. If it was just like this, Feng Yunsheng certainly wouldn't mind. At most, she would feel that Yin Zhaoge was too playful and remind him to be careful not to go overboard. However, there was a problem here. That old devil was surnamed Yin. Right, it was Yin Zhaoge's own clone. Facing Feng Yunsheng's helpless gaze, Yin Zhaoge said innocently, "You can rest easy. At that time, this old devil, Yin, will sacrifice himself. Even if there are some details that can't be explained, death is the most important thing. No one will look into it too deeply. Everyone will only remember and revere him. Also, my projection at that time will not show my true appearance. Even if the cultivation bases of those within the everlasting cloud vow are high in the future, they will still not know that that old devil Yin is me when they go outside. You had best remember." Feng Yunsheng covered her face with her hand, her tone powerless. "It is really too shameful. We really can't afford to lose that person." Chapter 1736. Faced with Feng Yunsheng's grumbling, Yin Zhaoge's face was filled with grievance. "I have already been very low-key." Feng Yunsheng did not know whether to laugh or to cry. "Senior apprentice brother Yin, I am stupid and cannot think of words to praise you. Still, I know that everyone admires you very much." Ing Longtu said slowly from the side. "Still, it just feels a little weird when you praise yourself." Having grown up by Yin Zhaoge's side since young, he revered this senior apprentice brother who possessed remarkable abilities to the utmost. In his heart, Yin Zhaoge's prestige was even higher than that of Yin Di, Shirtai, and the others. Basically, if Yin Zhaoge told him to go east, he would definitely not go west. If Yin Zhaoge told him to beat a dog, he would definitely not catch a chicken. In Ing Longtu's simple and unsophisticated mind, he had never doubted Yin Zhaoge's decisions. However, faced with Yin Zhaoge's shamelessness and bad taste, while Ing Longtu was resolutely carrying out his orders and arranging for the trial takers who had triggered this long chain mission to attempt to complete it, thinking of the contents of the mission now, he still felt a little unable to look straight at it. "Sigh, you guys." Yin Zhaoge had a desolate expression on his face as he sighed. "You always suddenly become childish." Feng Yunsheng looked helplessly at him. All right. Be serious, be serious." Yin Zhaoge coughed dryly twice before saying to Ing Longtu, "Han Long, you will continue to be in charge of the earlier heaven world. Seeing that you are already gradually getting used to it, I'll be giving you more responsibilities now." A bitter look appeared on Ing Longtu's face. "Senior apprentice brother, you have come this time to establish the Yin-Yang world, the Rui realm, and the other upper worlds?" "That's right," Yin Zhaoge answered. "While it's the same upper realm as the earlier heaven realm, its function is different from the earlier heaven realm. The earlier heaven realm has always been the core hub. Like those lower realms, the newly established upper realms are also governed by the earlier heaven realm. I will handle the circulation of the formation and the establishment of the spiritual qi network. You do not have to worry." Despite Yin Zhaoge's words, Ing Longtu's expression was still bitter as he helplessly nodded in agreement. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng left the earlier heaven world together. Feng Yunsheng smiled. "Han Long is much more wrong than you are. He has no choice but to leave this trial." Yin Zhaoge said, "Some people need to calm their hearts and cultivate painstakingly. What they lack is time and effort, accumulating and settling their foundations. However, some people cannot just blindly cultivate in seclusion. They need to comprehend other things by analogy, needing to experience more things outside of the martial Tao. Only then will they instead be able to advance further." Ing Longtu was a part of the latter. The higher one's cultivation realm was, the more difficult it would be to improve. Moreover, the difference in the direction and method everyone used to advance and would also become greater and greater. In the end, it was even to the point of being completely different. Some people needed to cultivate in peace, constantly settling down, constantly questioning their inner hearts, and constantly pondering and studying. Some people were constantly sparring with others, or even in actual combat. At the moment of life and death, they captured the sparks and flashes of inspiration. Some people had been stuck for a long time and were unable to make any progress. However, a certain ultimate art that they had never come into contact with before might allow them to see the light and break through the bottleneck, and so on and so forth. Some people might need to withdraw from the ocean of martial arts for a while to cleanse their body and mind when their normal cultivation yielded little results. When they returned in the future, they would suddenly advance by leaps and bounds. The specifics of this differed from person to person, as the methods employed were different as well. For example, some people would dabble in the four arts or farm in the fields, while others would assimilate into the lives of ordinary mortals, experiencing the daily trifles of their families and the mundane world. These were all cultivation methods that ultimately led to the same goal. Actually, Yin Zhaoge's opening up of numerous worlds was also a form of improvement for his cultivation. At this moment, he was within the peerless cloud, oath as the concepts of the jade, clear lineages, heaven-opening scripture, the clear chi grand commencement divine finger, and the prime clear lineages dragon han tribulation scripture were added to his body. The three supreme martial arts that symbolize the creation of the heavens and the separation of the earth, and the beginning of all things vaguely fused as one at this moment, forming a brand new supreme martial art that was boundlessly profound. Yin Zhaoge strode amidst space. As he advanced, the space and time of the universe within the peerless cloud oath surged. Yin Zhaoge strode forward step by step. Behind him, the chaotic elements of earth, water, fire, and wind were intertwined before calming down once more. As this space and time stabilized once more, yin and yang were separated, and a new dimension was formed, forming an independent world. Clear chi rose within the world, while turbid chi sank. The world started evolving on its own, with wind and clouds, mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. As the years passed, the aura of life surged from within. Yin Zhaoge walked in a circle within the peerless cloud oath. After 6 rounds, he left behind 6 brand new worlds behind him. These worlds began to evolve on their own, either quickly or slowly, and each of them began to show signs of change. The boundaries of the worlds were still unstable. However, it could already be seen that their scale would be much larger than the lower realms that were currently scattered within the cosmos. After the dimensional barriers of these 6 worlds stabilized, Yin Zhaoge immediately made his move. He divided the lower realms into their own territories and established a connection with these 6 worlds. Each world was in charge of a region, ruling over the lower realms within that region. In the future, the martial practitioners within the various lower realms within the range of a starry sky would gradually increase in strength. Then, they would be able to step into a brand new domain, just like how a rank 8 world had headed to the world beyond worlds in the past. Meanwhile, the many worlds here continued to revolve around the earlier heaven realm. Yin Zhaoge's hand seals changed unceasingly. Within the peerless cloud oath, rays of radiance also lit up. The innumerable runes that had previously been concealed within the void all lit up. Then, they connected to form numerous runes, constructing a massive formation together. With the earlier heaven realm as its center, the various worlds within this cosmos were all contained within. Currently, the formation circulated, changing and reforming unceasingly. The brand new 6 upper worlds, as well as the newly formed starry sky domains, were all enveloped by the formation once more. The scale of the formation expanded once more. However, because it was too massive, the circulation of the formation finally showed signs of slowing down. Yin Zhaoge formed a seal with one hand, raising his other hand and pointing towards the sky. Rumbling drum sounds resounded throughout the entire peerless cloud oath. The grand heavenly immortal artifact, the heavenly ascension drum, appeared within the void of the cosmos. The drum sounds resounded unceasingly. The drum transformed into a stream of light and entered the earlier heaven realm. Then its sound gradually grew softer and softer, finally disappearing. With the heavenly ascension drum, the circulation of the massive formation instantly regained its normal state, becoming even more agile. Are we going to prepare for new immigrants next? Feng Yunxing asked. The higher worlds are different from the lower worlds. Should we increase the level of immigration? There's no need for that. The environment of the higher worlds surpasses that of the lower worlds. At the same time, their development would naturally be faster than the lower worlds. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. It's just that forming a unique history still requires some thought. Instead, those fellows from the lower worlds who triggered the serial mission so early on should be paid attention to. It's best to slow down. Hearing his words, Feng Yunsheng helplessly held her forehead once more. Chapter 1737. I can tell. You're purposely trying to piss me off. Feng Yunsheng glared at Yin Zhaoge. You've always been very calm and magnanimous. Others wouldn't be able to piss you off. Yin Zhaoge chuckled with a smug expression. Feng Yunsheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yes, you're the best. After chatting for a while, Feng Yunsheng suddenly felt a little depressed. She asked softly, You haven't made much progress with the Boundless Dark Vow. I wonder if little Wan and the others can wait until you succeed. She and Meng Wan were like sisters, and their relationship wasn't inferior to Xue Fei, Yinglong Tu, Si Kongqing, and the others. Like Fu Ting and He Shixing, Meng Wan knew about the existence of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord before she reached the 10th level of the Martial Saint Realm. If the immeasurable Heavenly Lord was willing, he wouldn't even need to touch them. With just a thought, he could illuminate the three of them. Although it didn't happen, and Yin Zhaoge and the others used the three brilliances sacred water, Tai Fist, and many other techniques to obstruct it, they still couldn't be assured. Feng Yunsheng had a resolute and open-minded personality. She wasn't worried about the 9 underworlds puzzle that might affect her. Instead, the matter of her best friend had always been a thorn in her heart. Yin Zhaoge straightened his expression and said solemnly, Currently, it's hard to be sure. However, I already have some ideas. Junior apprentice Sister Meng, fellow Taoist Fu, and fellow Taoist he might have chance. It might be hard to say for those who have been illuminated by the heretics. However, Junior apprentice Sister Meng and the others haven't been illuminated yet. After a slight pause, Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself, We have some clues about the Heavenly Essence Stone Fragment. It'll be of great help to me. Unfortunately, we don't have the Humanly Essence Stone Fragment. Otherwise, we'd progress faster and gain more. He turned his head and looked at Feng Yunsheng. Although I still need many years, and I've just started to understand it, the Immortal Court wouldn't make any big moves in such a short period of time. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord is also waiting for the 9 underworlds puzzle. Feng Yunsheng nodded. A new Dao ancestor might be born in this puzzle. Naturally, the few Dao realm bigwigs wouldn't be taken lightly. Most likely, they would participate in this puzzle. Although no one from the Immortal Court could compete for this position, there was no doubt that the final result would definitely affect the immeasurable Heavenly Lord himself. The same logic applied to the future Buddha and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Let's wait and see. Yin Zhaoge's gaze was a little deep and distant as he looked through the everlasting cloud vow and into the distance. While Yin Zhaoge was managing the everlasting cloud vow to heaven, the outside world was similarly in turmoil. Previously, when Neza stepped into the Western Pure Lands to challenge the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, Yang Jian, and the others supported him. The Buddhas of the Western Pure Lands were naturally on guard against the Tao sect's direct lineage army. The blessed lands of the White Lotus seized the opportunity when the Western Pure Lands' attention was distracted by the Taoism to initiate a war against the Immortal Court. Later on, When the matter of the yellow earth apricot flag was exposed, the Taoism, the Western Pure Lands, the demon race, and the 9 underworlds fought against each other. However, it did not affect the blessed lands of the White Lotus strategy. Without the interference of other forces, they more or less had the upper hand against the immortal court. If no one else came to disturb them, it might be the situation that the future Buddha and the blessed lands of the White Lotus were most willing to see. However, after that, the blessed lands of the White Lotus situation took a turn for the worse. Not only did the Lotus platform spreading Buddha, who went to settle his grudges with Neza perish, even the new sword Buddha, Chu Su, was killed by Yin Zhaoge. To the blessed lands of the White Lotus, this was a huge blow to their vitality. As the strongest individual among the Buddhas of the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the number 1 person under the future Buddha, even if Chu Su didn't participate in the war, he was still a formless deterrent. Without Chu Su, the Immortal Court's strongest grand heavenly realm expert, the lazy heavenly lord, Wang Guan, wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Just like the future Buddha and the immeasurable heavenly lord, Chu Su and Wang Guan were restraining each other to a certain extent. Now that Chu Su perished, the originally stable balance of strength instantly crumbled. Chu Su and Wang Guan were restraining each other. However, the Immortal Court's grand heavenly immortals were inferior to the blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddhas. Hence, the blessed lands of the White Lotus had the upper hand. Now, with Chu Su's death, Wang Guan was freed up. With just him alone, he could make up for the Immortal Court's disadvantage in terms of grand heavenly realm experts. Just this point alone changed the situation of the battle between the two sides. Besides, Neza's challenge against the Dipankara ancient Buddha had temporarily come to an end. The Western Pure Lands no longer had anything to worry about. On the other hand, the blessed lands of the White Lotus's ally had lost 9 great sages, which affected their strength and morale. As such, this war lasted for a limited amount of time. Very quickly, the blessed lands of the White Lotus retreated. The Immortal Court's top-notch experts didn't pursue them. Only the middle and lower echelons of both sides continued to clash with each other. Above the Immortal Court's 3,000 immortal territories, the heavenly palace filled with pavilions was no longer in a dilapidated state after Yin Zhaoge wreaked havoc on it. After being repaired, it looked majestic and majestic. Within the heavenly palace, a Taoist dressed in red robes sat within a palace. His face was indigo, and his hair resembled cinnabar. He had 3 eyes on his forehead, and he had 3 heads and 6 arms. He was the plague lord of the heavenly court's divine palace before the great calamity. Later on, he joined the heretics and ascended to the grand heavenly realm, the vast heavenly emperor, Lu Yu. He sat peacefully, as if he was waiting for someone. After a while, a voice resounded from outside the palace. "I've troubled Taoist brother Lu to wait for so long. Why did you suddenly think of coming to my place?" Upon hearing this voice, Lu Yu's mind couldn't help but feel drowsy, and his heart was filled with fatigue. He wasn't surprised, as the other party clearly didn't intend to target him. Very quickly, a green-clothed man walked into the palace. "My humble abode is simple. Sorry for the delay, Taoist brother Lu." The person who came was the Great Dream Heavenly Lord, also known as the Lazy Heavenly Lord or the Sleeping Heavenly Lord. He was the number 1 grand heavenly realm expert of the Immortal Court, Wang Guan. After Chu Su perished, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the number 1 heretic grand heavenly realm expert. "Taoist Wang, you're being too polite." Lu Yu stood up and greeted Wang Guan. "It seems like the White Lotus evil devils have been repelled. They took the initiative to retreat." Wang Guan replied absent-mindedly. "However, now isn't the time to fight them to the death. The demon race possesses a Buddha's Sarira, and we have to prevent Mahamayuri from betraying us." Lu Yu said, "It's fine. Chu Su is already dead. We no longer have any disadvantage against the White Lotus evil devils. In fact, we might even gain the upper hand." "Yes, Chu Su is dead." Wang Guan's voice was filled with oddness and mixed emotions. It was as if he was feeling sentimental, regretful, sorrowful, angry, and mocking. But in the end, there seemed to be nothing left, only deep exhaustion. Chapter 1738. Lu Yu looked at Wang Guan in surprise. The other party always had a lazy look, not paying attention to anything, as if he could not wake up from his slumber. Even Wang Guan's voice sounded lazy and dispirited. However, Wang Guan's current sleepy look was nowhere to be seen. The fatigue in his tone was as if he had toiled for an entire day and was extremely fatigued. He was not half awake. If the usual Wang Guan looked like he didn't have enough sleep, then at this moment, he looked like he hadn't slept for a few days straight. Ever since Lu Yu met Wang Guan, this was his second time seeing him like this. The first time was thousands of years ago, when Wang Guan learned that Yin Shiyang had joined the devil path. Although they were heretics, Lu Yu and the other bigwigs of the immortal court would still pay attention to outstanding youngsters like Wang Guan and Yin Shiyang, even if their cultivations were low. Reality had proven that the former Wang Guan had already surpassed the immortal court's immortals. Hence, Lu Yu was especially concerned about Wang Guan's current abnormal state. "Are you feeling sorry for Chu Su?" Lu Yu asked. "A little," Wang Guan answered tiredly. "And for ourselves." Lu Yu frowned when he heard this. Wang Guan and Chu Su had been fighting against each other for thousands of years. Both of them were extremely talented individuals. In terms of individual strength, they could be considered as the two great geniuses of the heretics. During the process of constant fighting, it was not impossible for feelings of admiration and sympathy to emerge. Although Lu Yu did not have such experiences, he could roughly understand it. After all, everyone's temperament was different. Compared to the other heretics, the grand heavenly immortal realm experts had much more autonomy in their thoughts. Hence, Lu Yu would not be surprised if Wang Guan felt sorry for Chu Su and was disappointed that his nemesis had perished in the hands of others. However, from the looks of it, the situation had exceeded his expectations. "Fellow Taoist Wang, watch your words," said Lu Yu slowly. Wang Guan laughed involuntarily. "The blessed lands of the White Lotus no longer has Chu Su. Whether the immortal court has me or not isn't actually important, right? Many Taoists believe that perishing together with Chu Su is the best outcome, right? That's under the premise that we cleanse the White Lotus infernal devils and the immeasurable heavenly Lord successfully transcends." Lu Yu said indifferently. "Otherwise, everything would just be a joke. How can there be a reason to separate from the family before success?" "Yes, that's right." Wang Guan nodded. "Fellow Taoists, I'm sure you're all as clear as fellow Taoists Liu about this. I've indeed made a slip of the tongue earlier, but everyone hopes to succeed in the end. No one wants to fail, right? And on the day of success, everything that should come will come." He smiled tiredly. "Brother Lu, we're different. There are many things that you already know before you make a decision. But I, on the other hand, have been muddle-headed all the way until today." Lu Yu looked at Wang Guan and fell into silence for a while before he asked, "So, what do you intend to do now? What else can we do at a time like this?" Wang Guan's voice gradually returned to its usual nonchalant, lazy, and relaxed tone. "Just do what you should be doing." Facing Lu Yu's suspicious gaze, he couldn't help but laugh again. "You don't think I'm going to avenge Chu Su, do you? I don't have the leisure to do that. I might as well go to sleep." Wang Guan staggered towards the back hall. As he walked, he waved his hand towards Lu Yu. "I'm going to take a nap. Fellow Taoist, please do as you please. Just treat yourself as if you're in your own hall. Of course, I wouldn't think that you're going to avenge Chu Su." Lu Yu watched Wang Guan's back as he left. He stood silently on the spot for a long time, but in the end, he shook his head and turned to leave the palace where Wang Guan resided. "You already knew before making a decision?" Lu Yu squinted his eyes. The horrifying might of the immortal extermination formation appeared in his mind. The faces of Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yinsheng, Yin Di, Suo Mingzhong, Yang Jian, Neza, and the others appeared in his mind. The scenes of Taoism returning to its former glory appeared in his mind. Lu Yu's expression regained its calmness. "Even if I knew, what does it have to do with me? Taking a risk is always better than wasting my time. Now, it's not the time to determine the outcome of the battle yet." Lu Yu leaped and sat on the back of his golden-eyed hunchback. Then, he transformed into a golden light and instantly left. In the depths of the 9 underworlds abyss sea, within a world, there was nothing else. Only an ancient tree stood tall. This ancient tree seemed to have died a long time ago. Its crown was bald, and its leaves had all fallen off. Only oddly shaped branches were left. However, beneath the ancient tree, there was a huge shade. From the ancient tree's shadow, vitality was strangely leaking out, as if there were countless lives being active within. Suddenly, an old man appeared beneath the withered ancient tree. He seemed ordinary and peaceful. He seemed to be incompatible with the devilish domain of the 9 underworlds, yet he seemed to be a part of it. Seeing the old man's appearance, the shadow beneath the withered tree seemed to have come alive and shook. What did the vast freedom heavenly devil say? The shadow devil's voice resounded from the withered tree's shadow. That old man was naturally the primordial heart devil, cultivating the 3 clear lineages, gathering the jade clear 9 scriptures, and having the Tai Fist and Chaos Extinguishing Origin scripture as a reference. It's indeed possible for him to reverse engineer the peerless heavenly scripture. The primordial heart devil sighed and said, "However, things might not be that simple." Oh, the withered tree's shadow shook violently. In other words, he might have obtained the peerless heavenly scripture from somewhere else, and he didn't reverse engineer it himself. The shadow devil's voice became more serious. Regardless of whether Yin Zhaoga's peerless heavenly scripture was incomplete or not, if he didn't comprehend it himself and obtained it from someone else, the source would be very suspicious. Without a doubt, the greatest possibility was the Tushita Palace's existence that didn't seem to care about worldly affairs. While he didn't seem to care about anything, the Supreme Elder Lord's presence was never weak. No one would ignore him. We can't come to a conclusion now. However, the primordial heart devil said slowly, "It's better to believe it than not." The shadow devil agreed with his point of view. The Supreme Elder Lord's actions during the Middle Era had already proved that he wasn't someone who didn't care about anything. Yin Zhaoga is about to marry Feng Yunsheng. The shadow devil pondered and said, if Yin Zhaoga is really related to the Supreme Elder Lord, the situation isn't good. Actually, it's fine. The Xuandu Great Taoist is already plotting against our 9 underworlds. He might even involve the Elder Lord. The primordial heart devil said, if Yin Zhaoga is really related to the Elder Lord, he shouldn't be targeting our 9 underworlds or the Doomsday Heavenly Devil. The primordial heart devil suddenly laughed. Moreover, even if he is, it doesn't matter. The vast freedom Heavenly Devil has other arrangements. The shadow devil's heart jolted. Chapter 1739. After hearing the primordial heart devil's words, the shadow devil pondered, and the shadow beneath the tree shook slightly. Could it be? The shadow devil said. Even if the vast freedom Heavenly Devil had other arrangements, Feng Yunsheng would still be involved. Now that we've succeeded, the rest will be much simpler, said the primordial heart devil with a smile. Indeed, the shadow devil's voice emitted a hint of laughter. Unfortunately, we can't really attend Yin Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng's wedding. If the heavens take pity on us, wouldn't we be considered as part of the bride's family? The primordial heart devil smiled. The bride doesn't think so. That's why it's such a pity. The shadow devil sighed. Back then, we were just a step away, and so many troubles were added to our plans. Fortunately, the vast freedom Heavenly Devil had other preparations. Let's not talk about Taoism anymore. The primordial heart devil's smile vanished, and his expression became calm. He looked up at the sky. Let's think of a way to retrieve the Western Pure Lands first. Within the Astro Mountains Starry Sea's grand essence heaven, Taoist Luya sat in a lotus position on the propping mulberry tree. Beside him stood a 3-legged crow. He was Taoist Luya's trusted subordinate, the Golden Crow Sage. I never expected the 9-headed bug to perish in the hands of the young Heavenly Lord, Yin Zhaoga. The Golden Crow Sage sighed. Now that I think about it, his title of young Heavenly Lord doesn't seem to live up to his name. The Golden Crow Sage wasn't referring to Yin Zhaoga as an insult. Instead, it was a form of praise. While he was a young Heavenly Lord, Many demon race great sages and Buddhas who were on par with Taoism's heavenly lords had already perished by Yin Zhaoge's hands. Who could the defeated seek justice from? In the past, the golden body of the great sage or the immortal extermination formation was the problem. Now, Yin Zhaoge relied on his own cultivation to achieve glorious results. During the battle, he even used the invisible dragon rod, chaotic origin hammer, heavenly ascension drum, and other weapons to assist him. However, as long as it was someone who had personally witnessed those battles, it would not be hard for them to see that even if Yin Zhaoge was unarmed, he would still definitely win. The purpose of using a weapon was mainly to restrain the omnipresent miraculousness of a grand heavenly realm expert, preventing him from escaping and evading. Moreover, it was also a final blow to break through the barrier of celestial energy that was difficult to injure a heavenly immortal. Yin Zhaoge had always presided over the nine-headed bug, Chu Su, Jin Jia, and the others in a head-on clash. It was said that virtual immortals could hardly harm heavenly immortals. However, how could the nine-headed bug and the other grand heavenly immortals threaten Yin Zhaoge's safety? The Golden Crow, who was also a great sage of the demon race, knew that he would have to avoid such an essence immortal. The other party simply couldn't be dealt with using common sense. He is indeed extraordinary. Tao Lord Luya was in a daze for a while before he collected his thoughts and said slowly, "However, I'm more interested in his peerless heavenly scripture." The Golden Crow great sage asked, "Old ancestor, that Yin Zhaoge's peerless heavenly scripture, boundless primal chaos, is hard to predict in the first place. It's hard to come to a definite conclusion." Tao Lord Luya said, "However, it's better to be safe than sorry. I'm inclined to believe that Yin Zhaoge already possesses the complete peerless heavenly scripture," and, after a brief pause, Tao Lord Luya continued, "Also, it's hard to say whether or not the peerless heavenly tome was given to him by the Elder Lord." Upon mentioning the Supreme Elder Lord, the Golden Crow great sage's expression turned solemn. "Now that I think about it, the great sage equaling heavens, Sun Wukong's escape from the Five Elements Mountain, happened to fall into Yin Zhaoge's hands." Tao Lord Luya's brows twitched. As expected, the Elder Lord's thoughts are hard to predict. The great sage equaling heavens, Sun Wukong, had been suppressed beneath the Five Elements Mountain ever since the Middle Era. The reason why no one brought him out was because the Tao ancestors didn't want to come into contact with the Tathagata Buddha, who had already transcended. In other words, the Tao ancestor Zhuan Ti of the past. Of course, the Tathagata Buddha wouldn't care about it. However, who could guarantee that? However, if the Supreme Elder Lord truly stood behind Yin Zhaoge, no matter what the Elder Lord was thinking, outsiders would have to pay attention to it. After all, it might be the three clear Grand Masters who had already transcended. Under such circumstances, Yin Zhaoge would be able to help Sun Wukong escape from the Five Elements Mountain. The Elder Lord has never cared about the great Taoist Yin. Would he really care about Yin Zhaoge's matters? The Golden Crow great sage's expression turned ugly. Do we have to avoid Yin Zhaoge like how we avoided the Five Elements Mountain in the past? Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly paused and smiled bitterly. However, even without the Elder Lord and the three clear Grand Masters behind him, we can't compete against him. However, as long as he doesn't ascend to the grand heavenly realm, he wouldn't be able to contend against you, old ancestor. The Golden Crow great sage looked towards Taoist Luya. However, with the peerless heavenly scripture and the Elder Lord's issue, would it affect your upcoming plans? Taoist Luya smiled. Regardless of whether he ascends to the grand heavenly realm or not, and regardless of the Elder Lord's plans, some things have to be fought for. Only, we have to pay attention to the method. With his current position, there are some opportunities that he couldn't give up. If he gave up this time, there might not be any more chances in the future. None of this will affect our dealings with him. Taoist Luya smiled and said, "Sometimes it might even be beneficial to our arrangements." The Golden Crow great sage nodded and lowered his head. "As you command, old ancestor. Invite the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits here," said Taoist Luya. The three-legged Golden Crow flapped its wings and flew away. After a while, a clump of dark clouds passed through the Astro Mountains, starry seas, vast starry skies, and landed within the grand plainest heaven. It descended from the skies and landed on the propping mulberry divine tree. After the dark clouds retracted, a tall figure appeared. He had a human body and a lion's head, as if he had 9 lion heads. Although the 18 lions' eyes were flickering with bloodlust, they didn't seem ferocious and bloodthirsty. Instead, they were calm and composed with a stern aura. He was the top-notch expert amongst the great demons, the grand saint of 9 spirits. He rarely interfered with worldly affairs and rarely ventured out. However, in terms of individual strength, he was definitely one of the top 3 in the Astro Mountain Starry Sea. Taoist brother, why did you summon me here? Asked the grand saint of 9 spirits. 3 clear lineages, young Heavenly Lord Yin Zhaoge and Doomsday, Heavenly Lord Feng Yunsheng, are about to get married. They invited me to attend the ceremony, but it's inconvenient for me to attend. I would like to ask for Taoist 9 spirits' help so that we of the Astro Mountain Starry Sea won't be disrespectful. Taoist Luya smiled and said, I wonder if you're free? The grand saint of 9 spirits remained silent for a while. Then he asked, is it as simple as attending the ceremony? If it's convenient, I would like to ask Taoist 9 spirits to deliver a letter to the host, said Taoist Luya. Letter. The 9 lion heads shook their heads. You can take a look first. As Taoist Luya spoke, he passed a bamboo slip to the grand saint of 9 spirits. After reading the information contained within, the grand saint of 9 spirits, 9 heads, and 18 eyes stared at Taoist Luya without uttering a single word. Taoist Luya's smile didn't diminish. Taoist Luya can be at ease. You want to seek revenge against the victorious fighting Buddha, His Majesty, and I have never forgotten about it. Chapter 1740. Although he had been subdued by the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord to become his mount in the past, the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits had an indifferent personality. After the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord had gone missing during the Great Calamity, he had regained his freedom and stayed in the Astro Mountain Starry Seas, never having any conflicts with the people of Taoism. In recent years, the Grand Sage of 9 Spirits had reappeared in the world. He was targeting the victorious fighting Buddha of the Western Pure Lands, who is also known as Traveling Monk Sunday. Therefore, there was no enmity between the Grand Sage of 9 Spirits and the Taoist sections. On the contrary, they were somewhat familiar with each other. Although he was Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord's mount, as a great sage of the demon clan, he was not to be belittled by ordinary people. Most people would be polite to him when they saw him. Strictly speaking, compared to Guanyin Bodhisattva, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, Golden Light Deity, Chiosho Deity, and Dingguang Joyous Buddha, the relationship between the Grand Sage of 9 Spirits and the Orthodox Taoism might be more harmonious and less awkward. With Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing's current cultivation and status, the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits would be the most suitable candidate if Taoist Luya didn't personally attend the ceremony. While the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles of strength and status were certainly sufficient, he would definitely not go to congratulate Yin Zhaoge and his wife on their wedding. If it was just to observe the ceremony, the Grand Sage of 9 Spirits would not mind making a trip. However, after reading the contents of Tao Lord Lia's letter, he was unable to calm down. The contents of the letter seemed to have nothing to do with the Grand Sage of 9 Spirits. But the Grand Sage of 9 Spirits couldn't help but pay attention to it because it was related to his plan to seek revenge on the victorious fighting Buddha. Tao Lord Luya was frank and did not hide anything. That was a show of his sincerity. Requesting the Grand Sage of 9 Spirits to deliver the letter was actually an opportunity to communicate with him and inform him of the relevant information. However, the Grand Sage of 9 Spirits had to guess how much sincerity there was in this. The Grand Sage of 9 Spirits stood quietly on the trunk of the Fusang Divine Tree and did not speak for a long time. Tao Lord Luya didn't say anything either. He just waited patiently. After a long time, the Grand Sage of 9 Spirits put away the bamboo slip and said, "All right, I'll go." "Thank you, fellow Taoist 9 Spirit." Tao Lord Luya smiled and clasped his hands. Nine spirit grand saints figure disappeared into the dark clouds again. Then, the dark clouds flew out of the grand essence heaven and disappeared into the distance in an instant. The dark clouds left the Astro Mountains' starry sea and traveled through the endless void. Soon, they arrived at the void near the Tao heavens. The Grand Sage of Nine Spirits did not hide his tracks. He revealed himself and stood calmly in the void. Soon, the figure of a young man appeared in front of him. He stood on the wind-fire wheels. He was extraordinarily handsome and arrogant. It was Neza. "Sir, it's been a long time. How have you been?" Facing the Grand Sage of Nine Spirits, Neza's arrogance was somewhat restrained. However, his eyes were still sharp as he stared at the great demon in front of him. In the past, the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits often resided in the eastern extreme, wondrous strictness palace in the eastern Xinhua world of perpetual joy. He rarely followed the Tai Nirvana heavenly lord to the heavenly court's divine palace. However, Neza naturally recognized him. The two of them could be considered as old friends. This was the first time they had met again after the great calamity. "This old man is fine. Instead, I want to congratulate you for being reborn after a calamity." The Grand Saint of Nine Spirits said, "Young Heavenly Venerable and Doomsday Heavenly Venerable are getting married. This old man is here to look for a cup of wine. I wonder if I can enter?" Neza sized up the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits and nodded. "How can we not entertain you if you're here to attend the ceremony?" "Sir, this way, please." He brought the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits and entered the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven. "You came at the right time. Tomorrow is Taoist Yin and Taoist Feng's wedding day." The place Neza brought the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits to wasn't the sky beyond skies. After Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng got married, they established a temporary world within the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven. The two of them are both legends that have surpassed their predecessors. For the two of them to marry and hold a wedding ceremony, it's a rare occasion. I'm honored to be the witness. The Grand Saint of Nine Spirits looked at the newly established world and asked, "Other than this old man, are there any other guests?" If there weren't any guests, and the guests were limited to Taoism, the wedding could be held in the sky beyond Sky's broad Creed Mountain. The Bodhisattva of Avalokitesvara is here. She's currently talking to Taoist Yin and the others. Taoist Yang Jian is here as well. Neza paused for a moment before answering. "So, it's a guest from the Western Paradise." The Grand Saint of Nine Spirits' expression remained unchanged. The two of them entered this world together and saw that there were already magnificent palaces and pavilions erected there. The palace was decorated with lanterns and decorations, and the atmosphere was filled with a joyous atmosphere. When the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits saw it, he was a little surprised. The scene in front of him was common in the mundane world. However, to an existence like the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits, it was a little unfamiliar. It wasn't that he was surprised. Rather, it was because they couldn't come into contact with such things, and no one cared about it. Throughout history, there were many bigwig experts who became Tao companions. It wasn't rare at all. Immortal realm experts often got married as well. However, a grand heavenly realms marriage was extremely rare. Most of them happened before the Middle Era, the Archaic Era, and the Ancient Era. The marriage of such high-level experts was even rarer, just like the marriage customs of the mundane world. The Grand Saint of Nine Spirits stopped in his tracks and looked at it for a while. Then he sighed, so young. He wasn't taking advantage of his seniority to mock Yin Zhaoge. On the contrary, the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits' tone was filled with praise. With Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing's current cultivation, their ages could be considered too young. Because they were young, they were like a young couple in the mundane world. They weren't like the couples of top-notch bigwig experts who mainly supported each other and walked forward together. The so-called Tao companions referred to the companions on the path of cultivation. There were many loving couples among them, but it didn't mean that they were all lovers. Only Tao companions who knew each other and loved each other at a young age would be filled with the mundane world like Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. However, this was the first time the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits saw such a young couple. How could he not be filled with emotions when they had such high cultivation? Following behind Neza, the grand saint of 9 spirits arrived in front of the hall. Yin Zhaoga's voice resounded within the hall. Old man 9 spirits has come to visit. Forgive us for not receiving you well, but we still have to thank Taoist Neza for receiving you. Neza and the grand saint of 9 spirits said that it was fine. Then, a few people walked out of the hall. They were Yin Zhaoga, the Bodhisattva of Guanyin, and Yang Jian. Taoist 9 spirits, you're here too. The Bodhisattva of Guanyin smiled and greeted the grand saint of 9 spirits. Greetings, Bodhisattva. The grand saint of 9 spirits returned the greeting with a normal expression. I'm here to ask for a cup of wine for such a grand occasion. It's indeed a grand occasion. It's rarely seen since ancient times, and it brings light to the entire universe, said the Bodhisattva of Guanyin with a smile. Neza looked at the Bodhisattva of Guanyin and remained silent. The Bodhisattva of Guanyin sighed and only nodded towards Neza as a greeting. The ceremony will be held on an auspicious day tomorrow. Bodhisattva, please come here and rest for a while. Yang Jian helped to greet the Bodhisattva of Guanyin and brought her to the guest room, leaving Yin Zhaoga to receive the grand saint of 9 spirits. Chapter 1741. The Guanyin Bodhisattva smiled and bade farewell to the grand saint of 9 spirits. The grand saint of 9 spirits nodded in return. The atmosphere between the two was harmonious. One couldn't tell that the two of them had fought against each other during the war between the Western Pure Lands and the demon race. The grand saint of 9 spirits watched as the Guanyin Bodhisattva left and understood. Just like him, the Guanyin Bodhisattva was also part of the Western Pure Lands formation. She had some connections with Taoism, and their relationship was considered harmonious. With the Guanyin Bodhisattva representing the Western Pure Lands to attend the ceremony in the Zheluo Royal Reed Heaven, the Buddhists were undoubtedly trying to ease the tension with Taoism. Due to the Great Calamity, the two sides held many grudges against each other. Not long ago, the Dipankara ancient Buddha was injured by Yang Jian, and the Taoism lineage in the Western Pure Lands fought over the Wuji apricot yellow flag. However, this didn't affect the cooperation between the two sides. Just like how the 9 underworlds helped the demon race to fight for the Buddha Saraira, and now they were helping the Western Pure Lands to search for the Wuji apricot yellow flag. With the Immortal Extermination Formation as their trump card, and the Taoism lineage that produced many experts, they had the strength to stand on equal footing with the other forces. Naturally, they had the value of being roped in by the other forces. Perhaps there would be a day where they would fight to the death. However, it wasn't now. As such, it wasn't surprising that they were using this opportunity to accumulate their own wealth. The Grand Saint of 9 Spirits knew that Taoist Liu Ye invited him to the Taoism Myriad Heavens for a similar goal. There was no need to discuss this matter openly. The Grand Saint of 9 Spirits purposely came here to attend the ceremony. His attitude couldn't be any clearer. Yin Zhaoga and the others were also aware of this. They chatted with the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits. Old man, do you have any clues regarding the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's true body? He was transformed by a Taoism Heavenly Lord. From the looks of it, there are only a few candidates. However, I can't say for sure which one it is. The Grand Saint of 9 Spirits answered. In the past, the old Heavenly Lord had some suspicions. He took the humanly essence stone fragment from me and left. Unfortunately, he didn't mention it. The old Heavenly Lord he mentioned was naturally the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord, the legendary Eastern Extremity Viridescent Splendor Emperor, one of the oldest Heavenly Lords in the history of Taoism. Although the Heavenly Lord of Tai and Nirvana had already perished and the Grand Sage of 9 Spirits had long been free, the Grand Sage of 9 Spirits' wording and tone were still very respectful when he mentioned the other party. Although he had been subdued by the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord and lost his freedom, he had been listening to the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord's sermons in the Eastern Extreme Strictness Palace and had gained a lot. In the past, it was mostly because of this that he was able to overcome the origin heavenly tribulation to attain the golden immortal realm. To a certain extent, He could also be regarded as a half-disciple of the primordial unity and salvation Heavenly Lord. The Grand Sage of Nine Spirits paused for a moment before continuing. Someone in the Western Pure Lands should know the truth about the immeasurable Heavenly Venerate. At the very least, Amitabha definitely knows. I'll make a wild guess. Renning should know too. As for Guanyin Bodhisattva, it's hard to say if she knew at that time, but she probably knows long ago. I see. Yin Zhaoga's eyes lit up as he looked at the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits. The Grand Saint of Nine Spirits nodded. He took out the bamboo slip and passed it to Yin Zhaoga. This is the letter that Taoist Luya asked me to pass to you. The old demon said, some of the matters that happened in the past might make you less perplexed after reading this letter. Oh, Yin Zhaoga received the bamboo slip and didn't immediately open it. Instead, he nodded towards the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits and said, if that's the case, thank you for sending me this letter. You're welcome. The Grand Saint of Nine Spirits said, if you have a reply, you can pass it to me. Yin Zhaoga said, of course. Both sides tacitly changed the topic and continued chatting about other things. After the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits was arranged to rest in the guest room, Yin Zhaoga sat back in his chair. He held the bamboo slip in his hand and pondered silently. After a while, Feng Yinsheng, Yang Jian, and Neza arrived in the hall. Yin Zhaoga said, let's take a look at it together. Although Feng Yinsheng, who was about to become a bride, wouldn't receive any guests before her wedding, she didn't avoid Yang Jian, Neza, and the others. She came to Yin Zhaoga's side and sat down. Yang Jian and Neza also sat opposite her. They looked at the bamboo slip in Yin Zhaoga's hands curiously. If Yin Zhaoga didn't publicize the contents of the letter, they wouldn't investigate it. However, since Yin Zhaoga was willing to publicize it, the two naturally wouldn't reject him. After reading through the information within the bamboo slip, the four of them looked at each other and remained silent. After a long while, Neza let out a long sigh and said hatefully, as expected, it's the Western Pure Lands. The Maitreya Buddha's humanly essenced stone didn't come from the Rilai Buddha or the central blessed lands of Saha. Instead, it came from the demon race. Feng Yunsheng muttered to herself, the East Sovereign created the Maitreya Buddha and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The immeasurable heavenly Lord's humanly essenced stone belongs to the Buddhism. Amitabha Buddha created the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the immortal court. Yin Zhaoga and Yang Jian didn't speak. Their gazes flickered and their hearts fluctuated. Previously, Yin Zhaoga and the others had similar speculations. Only, they couldn't verify it. Yin Zhaoga wanted to sigh when he thought about it. Due to everyone's influence and concealment, the Tao realm bigwigs weren't aware of everything. However, relatively speaking, most matters in the world were as simple as looking at their palm lines. As such, the demon race could ask the East Sovereignty for help. The Western Pure Lands could ask the Amitabha Buddha for help. The nine underworld's devilish Tao could ask the vast freedom heavenly devil for help. However, while Taoism had the supreme elder lord, it wasn't the same as not having him at all. Naturally, Taoist Luya's words weren't necessarily the truth. However, after comparing it with the other information Yin Zhaoga and the others possessed, they could make a rough guess. In the past, the central blessed lands of Saha's Buddhism was in chaos. The Maitreya Buddha was supposed to take over the Tathagata Buddha's position. In the end, he failed because of the Dipankara ancient Buddha. At this point, his hopes of ascending to the Tao realm had been severed. However, after that, the Maitreya Buddha unexpectedly used the humanly essence stone to walk on another path and successfully ascended to the Tao realm. The future Buddha was born, and the central blessed lands of Saha transformed into the blessed lands of the White Lotus. As a result, Buddhism underwent a huge change, and its orthodoxy split apart. Many years later, other than the Buddhism heretics, the Taoism heretics were also born. After the Great Calamity, Taoism's lineage and the heavenly court's divine palace both withered away. At the same time, the Buddhism heretics gained an opponent that was constantly competing with them for faith power. Immortal Court. Luya's information holds deep meaning, said Yang Jian after pondering for a while. That's right. Yin Zhaoge leaned against the chair and looked up at the ceiling of the hall. Although Taoist Luya's simple words only stated a result that we already knew, why would there be such a result? Chapter 1742. The birth of a new Tao realm bigwig would definitely affect the old Tao ancestors. When it came to transcending, it would be better if there were fewer competitors. However, the East Sovereignty and the Amitabha Buddha did the exact opposite. They gave birth to the Maitreya Buddha and the immeasurable heavenly Lord, respectively. At first glance, it seemed to be an abnormal behavior. Then, why would they do so? This became a question that Yin Zhaoge and the others had to consider. Taoist Luya's letter was simple and didn't mention any reason. However, the letter's true content might be the letter's true content. However, since this matter involved a few Tao realm bigwigs, Taoist Luya couldn't directly discuss it in the letter. It could only be understood, not explained. He believed that with the information that Yin Zhaoge, Yang Jian, and the others possessed, as well as his letter's reminder, they would be able to comprehend the true meaning within. The East Sovereign provided the humanly essenced stone fragment and guided the Maitreya Buddha, whose path was already severed, to ascend to the Tao realm and become the future Buddha once again. Because of that, he created the Buddhism heretic. Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. This seemingly abnormal behavior should have a deeper meaning behind it. During the Middle Era, the East Sovereignty unified the demons and fought against Buddhism. In the end, he lost by a single move. Buddhism flourished, and Western Buddhism spread to the East. The Tathagata Buddha successfully transcended. From the East Sovereignty's actions after that, while he lost to the Tathagata Buddha in the battle for the transcendence position, he didn't dwell on it. The birth of the future Buddha caused the central blessed lands of Saha to split apart. In the past, the Tathagata Buddha's orthodoxy underwent a change, causing internal strife within Buddhism. However, in Yin Zhaoge's opinion, taking revenge on Buddhism shouldn't be the East Sovereignty's motive. At least, it wasn't his main goal, nor was it his only goal. His opponent wasn't the Tathagata Buddha, who had already transcended, but the other Tao realm bigwigs of this world. Back then, it was the Western Pure Lands Amitabha Buddha and the 9 underworlds. As the public enemy, if the 9 underworlds were truly powerful, the East Sovereignty and the Amitabha Buddha would most likely team up against the 9 underworlds. Even now, everyone was plotting against the 9 nether. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, they more or less made it convenient for the 9 nether. However, the few Tao ancestors who had been silent had never relaxed their attention on the 9 nether, let alone back then. At that time, the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon and the 9 underworlds were very self-aware and tried to keep a low profile. The East Sovereign's competitor in this era is the Amitabha Buddha, muttered Yin Zhaoge. Although the Middle Era lost for a while and was forced to lead the demons to retreat to the Astro Mountain Starry Sea to recuperate, the East Emperor Tai quickly regrouped and began a plan for the new era, which was the current era. The future Buddha was his handiwork. The birth of the heretic path of Buddhism has hindered the footsteps of Amitabha. Yang Jian said solemnly, the existence of Maitreya Buddha will cause Amitabha Buddha to be unable to transcend. To the Eastern monarch, this is the meaning behind the birth of the future Buddha and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. As one of the strongest grand heavenly immortals in the world, Yang Jian was close to the Tao. It would have been fine if there was a layer of window paper before, but now that he had received a hint, this layer of window paper could be easily pierced. That's not all. Yang Jian stood up and paced around the hall. Yin Zhaoge frowned. As he pondered, he said, then, what about Amitabha Buddha's countermeasure? Encouraging the birth of the immeasurable heavenly Lord and competing against the future Buddha for the incense worshippers. To the Amitabha Buddha, this can only be considered as a countermeasure. What about his countermeasure against the Eastern monarch? Although Amitabha Buddha was peaceful most of the time, it didn't mean that the world's oldest Buddha wouldn't retaliate after being offended. It also didn't mean that he would only react passively. Amitabha Buddha had always acted when he needed to, and he wouldn't hesitate when he needed to take the initiative. During the Middle Era, when Buddhism flourished, Amitabha Buddha didn't appear. However, the foundation of Buddhism's flourishing was established by him and the Tao ancestor Zhuan during the ancient era's investiture of the God's War. If Amitabha Buddha doesn't retaliate, or rather, he doesn't take the initiative to attack, it might be because Yang Jian stopped and pondered, or because he doesn't need it. On the other hand, the Eastern monarch has no choice but to take the initiative to attack. Yang Jian's speech gradually became faster and smoother. During the ancient era, the Western Buddhism's second patriarch, Amitabha Buddha, or the receiving Tao ancestor, was the Western sect's great sect master. Even the Tao ancestor Zhuan had to address him as senior apprentice brother. However, during the Middle Era, the Tao ancestor Zhuan transformed into the Gautama Buddha and Buddhism flourished. In other words, the central blessed lands of Saha flourished as well. As for the Western Pure Lands and Amitabha Buddha, there weren't many rumors about them anymore. Upon hearing Yang Jian's words, Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, and Neza looked at each other. It's not that Amitabha Buddha doesn't want to fight. Instead, he doesn't need to fight. After the Tathagata Buddha transcended in the previous era, Amitabha Buddha is the Tao ancestor closest to transcending in this era. Feng Yunsheng said with uncertainty, he's half a step faster than the Eastern monarch. I'm afraid that's not all. Instead, Amitabha Buddha has already made his preparations. He doesn't need to do anything else. He only needs to wait for time. After this era ends, if nothing unexpected happens, he would definitely transcend, said Yin Zhaoge. The so-called unexpected events had already happened. They were the future Buddha and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Yin Zhaoge thought for a while and said, on the other hand, there's a possibility that the Eastern monarch didn't reveal any flaws, allowing Amitabha Buddha to take the initiative to attack. If that's the case, we might be able to deduce another possibility. Yang Jian sat back in his chair and let out a long sigh. The Eastern monarch has already made his preparations. However, he's indeed half a step slower than Amitabha Buddha. If nothing happens until the end of this era, the Amitabha Buddha would be the one who successfully transcends. The Eastern monarch wouldn't be able to surpass him. However, if Amitabha Buddha doesn't transcend in this era, the Eastern monarch wouldn't need to do anything else and would successfully take that step. Yin Zhaoge continued Yang Jian's sentence. The hall became silent for a while. Perhaps those two didn't require any special opportunity to transcend anymore. As the world's oldest existences, they had already prepared for a long time. Only, even Amitabha Buddha didn't intend to give way. Yin Zhaoge and the others looked at each other. After a while, Neza asked, was the Eastern monarch related to the Maitreya Buddha's righteous path, which forced the Maitreya Buddha to change to the heretic path? It's hard to say if the Eastern monarch had planned everything from start to finish, or if he acted according to the situation, grasped the sudden opportunity, and took advantage of Buddhism's loophole. Yang Jian said, because we don't know why the humanly essenced stone fragments obtained by the central blessed lands of Saha didn't end up in the hands of the Maitreya Buddha, who inherited the mystical mountains Tao tradition. In the end, he had to rely on the Eastern monarch's help to successfully ascend to the Tao realm. Chapter 1743. The central blessed lands of Saha obtained the humanly essenced stone shard and entered the Western Pure Lands, creating the immeasurable heavenly Lord, said Neza while gritting his teeth. It seems like that's the case. In order to restrict the Maitreya Buddha, the Amitabha Buddha and the Western Pure Lands created another heretic to compete for the Maitreya Buddha's faith power and suppress his development. Yin Zhaoge nodded. From this, we can deduce another possibility. Perhaps, the stronger the Maitreya Buddha and the stronger the Buddhism heretic, the more affected the Amitabha Buddha would be. Everyone in the hall had a solemn expression. As a Tao realm bigwig, the battle between transcending would always affect everything. The Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern sovereignty's battle had already begun when the Tathagata Buddha had just transcended at the end of the previous era. The two oldest Tao realm bigwigs fought against each other, countering each other's moves. In the past, the blessed lands of Saha's Buddhism's internal strife and the great calamity that deeply affected Taoism were merely the two Tao ancestors' most intense battles. During this process, the birth of the two heretics was facilitated and witnessed the birth of two new Tao ancestors. Yin Zhaoge had once thought about it. After the great calamity, the two heretics had been fighting against each other for many years. The Western Pure Lands and the demon race had been hiding behind the scenes and recuperating. It was only in the recent few hundred years that they finally resurfaced. Previously, the Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus were weaker compared to the Western Pure Lands and the demon race. They were like the vanguard. Of course, the heretic experts of the same realm were weaker. However, their birth was the result of the Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereignties battle. Of course, since the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha had already ascended to the Tao realm, they were confident enough to participate in this chaos. It wasn't surprising for the heretics to be filled with ambition. Only, in the eyes of those who knew the truth, it seemed a little ironic. However, Taoism's people weren't in the mood to laugh at the heretics. During the great calamity where the immeasurable Heavenly Lord was born, Taoism suffered a calamity and fell to an unprecedented depth. The Heavenly Court's divine palace was destroyed, the three clear lineage fell, and a large number of Taoism experts perished. Since then, the Tao sect had entered the darkest period in history. It was only in recent years that they had regained their vitality. The stronger the Maitreya Buddha is, the stronger the Buddhist heretics are, the greater the impact on the Amitabha Buddha. Then, Feng Yunsheng raised her brows slightly. What about the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and my Tao sect? The Grand Masters of the three clear lineages had already transcended, but Taishang Lao Jun was still alive. Buddhism is Buddhism, Taoism is Taoism. Both orthodoxies are ultimately different, Yang Jian said. Moreover, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord ascended to the Tao realm, which is slightly different from the Maitreya Buddha. Other than the humanly essence stone, it also involves the Tianyuan stone. Furthermore, Amitabha's opponent is the Eastern Emperor Tai. There's no need to complicate matters and involve the Elder Lord. If it really affected the Grand Supreme Elder, God knows if the Grand Supreme Elder would intervene immediately. Even if it was not affected, Amitabha was not sure if the Grand Supreme Elder would care about this matter. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't take the initiative to provoke them. In fact, instigating the people of Taoism to transform into the immeasurable Heavenly Lord was also a choice that they had no other choice. The path of Buddhism's heretic Tao had already been taken by the future Buddha. The 9 underworlds formed their own lineage and didn't walk the path of faith power. The demon race had been right under the Eastern Emperor Tai's nose. Therefore, if it wasn't for the fact that he had no other choice, Amitabha wouldn't have chosen from Taoism. He had already taken the risk of involving the Grand Supreme Elder Lord. Although the Grand Supreme Elder Lord was still ignoring it, and the Western Pure Lands seemed to have succeeded in taking the risk, he was still somewhat worried. After all, no one knew if the Grand Supreme Elder Lord would suddenly come looking for trouble at some point in time. Moreover, the Grand Supreme Elder Lord might really do nothing at all. Yin Zhaoge sat on the chair and pondered in silence. Within the Heavenly Court's divine palace, only I can see the peerless heavenly scripture. Yin Zhaoge pondered. My compatibility with the grand, clear lineage surpasses everyone else's. Should I include Father's grand simplicity, splendor cloud as well? As Yin Zhaoge pondered, Nez's expression turned ugly as he ground his teeth. As expected, it was the Western Pure Lands that incited the descent of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, triggering that great calamity. When the immeasurable Heavenly Lord was about to descend, it alarmed the future Buddha and obstructed him. In the end, the Heavenly Court's divine palace was destroyed, and the entire great 1,000 worlds were engulfed in the chaos of war, causing it to shatter. We'll settle these debts one by one sooner or later, Yang Jian said. However, we still have to be realistic and not let our hatred get to our heads. He looked at Neza. We're all clear of how strong Tao realm bigwigs are. There's no need to repeat it. If we want to settle our debts, we're still lacking in strength. We have to climb higher and higher before we'll have enough confidence. Neza nodded. Don't worry, Taoist brother. I understand. He was prideful, and his actions were always faster than his heart. That was why he often acted rashly. Now that he was conversing with Yin Zhaoge and the others in the hall, he quickly calmed down. First, we have to take the next step well. Yang Jian nodded towards Neza and said, now that we know some secrets from the past, we also have some guesses toward the Eastern Sovereign and the Amitabha Buddha's motives. Next up, we should consider another problem. After hearing Yang Jian's words, Yin Zhaoge, who was previously in deep thought, said, we should consider why Taoist Luya sent us this letter. And what does he want from it? No, that's not right. Yin Zhaoge raised his head and looked at Feng Yunsheng, Yang Jian, and Neza. I should ask, why did the Eastern Sovereign send us this letter? The difficulty of analyzing the two Taoist ancestors in such a deep manner was self-evident. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that the few people in the hall were sufficiently strong, just discussing about the Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereignty would have startled them. Even if Taoist Luya didn't receive the Eastern Sovereignty's permission to send such a secretive message regarding the two Taoist ancestors. Without the Eastern Sovereignty's help, the Amitabha Buddha would definitely be startled, and the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits wouldn't be able to reach the Taoism myriad heavens. Your Majesty, why did you tell us what happened back then? Yin Zhaoge sat and lightly tapped on the table beside him. No matter if it's the battle of the Tao lineage or the debt of human lives, the immortal court and the immeasurable heavenly Lord are our greatest enemies. The Western Pure Lands and the Amitabha Buddha are the masterminds. However, this doesn't mean that Taoism's successors will immediately fight against the Western Pure Lands and the immortal court. Besides, the blessed lands of the White Lotus isn't clean either. Taoism also owes them a debt of blood. Yin Zhaoge let out a long sigh. What's the purpose of sending us a message, Eastern Sovereign? Remember the mobile URL, M. Chapter 1744. The hall quietened down once more. However, they weren't thinking about it because of their doubts. The few of them looked at each other and could see that they already had an answer. Only, this answer made everyone feel a little depressed. The Nine Underworld's next round doesn't only concern the grand heavenly immortals fighting for the Tao realm's fortune, but it's also the moment where the East Sovereign and the Amitabha Buddha will fight it out. Neza subconsciously licked his lips. Yin Zhaoge leaned against the chair and looked up at the ceiling of the hall. Indeed, this round of the Nine Underworlds might end this era prematurely. Generally speaking, an epoch was 129,600 years. When the time limit was up, the era would automatically change, and the heavens and earth would change. All those that hadn't attained the golden immortal realm would transform into ash along with the change of the creation era and become the dust of the era. Even the grand virtual immortals of the five cheese unifications, who had a lifespan of 1 yuan, would reach the end of their lives prematurely and perish. Only the top-notch bigwigs above the grand virtual realm would be able to avoid the natural great tribulation of the heavens and earth that occurred once every 129,600 years. However, due to some special reasons, the era might end prematurely. Before 129,600 years were up, the current era would end, and the next era would begin. For example, when a Tao realm bigwig transcended, the heavens and earth would tremble, and the great Tao would be overturned. An era would end prematurely, and the next era would begin. The Nine Underworld's rebellion against the creation era is bound to be a huge event. It might accelerate the end of this era, said Yang Jian slowly. The East Sovereign and the Amitabha Buddha are already prepared. To prevent any accidents from happening, they might forcefully push for this moment to come. Especially the East Sovereign. Feng Yunsheng continued. As long as Maitreya Buddha is alive, Amitabha Buddha will be slower than His Majesty Dongwang. His Majesty Dongwang is fully prepared. The earlier this era ends, the better. As long as that moment arrived, and the Mithriel Buddha was still alive, he would be able to delay the Amitabha Buddha, and the East's sovereignty would obtain victory. On the other hand, if Amitabha successfully eliminated Mithriel Buddha in this round, then he would not need to compete with Eastern Emperor Tai. He would automatically win, and the one who transcended would be him, not Eastern Emperor Tai. According to what the Grand Master, the Grand Clear, and the Jade Clear ancestors said, the number of transcendents is very likely limited. Yang Jian muttered to himself. While the exact number is uncertain, it is definitely not a lot. That's right. That's why the 9 underworlds is so hateful. If they succeed, the 12 devilish gods might very well leave together, with the 6 supreme devils completing a miraculous transformation at the final moment. This is a miracle unique to the 9 underworlds. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing looked at each other and said slowly. Feng Yunxing's expression was calm, and she did not say anything. If His Majesty the East Monarch and Buddha Amitabha are going to decide the final victor in the 9 underworlds, then the immeasurable heavenly Lord and the future Buddha will definitely not stay out of it. Neza said, even if they can't win this epic, they will have to make preparations for the next epic. As for the attitude of the future Buddha and the immeasurable heavenly Lord, it was still hard to say. Especially for the immeasurable heavenly Lord, the situation was the most subtle. It was the same for the future Buddha, just that he had less room to maneuver. The 9 underworlds' attitude was something to ponder too. Of course, what they had to consider the most was that while others wanted to make use of them, they would definitely target them first at the most crucial moment, not allowing the 9 underworlds to cross their bottom line. How to cross their enemy's bottom line and reap the rewards themselves, or how to prevent losses and preserve themselves in case of failure, were the problems the 9 underworlds faced. If the East Monarch Tai and the Buddha Amitabha are going to decide the final victor, the 9 underworlds might be their hidden ally, said Yin Zhaoge softly. The other 3 nodded in agreement. After death, who cares about the heavens? In other words, after transcending, who cares about the 9 underworlds' heavens? This was not impossible. On the contrary, it was a very real problem. Of course, whether it was the East Monarch Tai or the Buddha Amitabha, even if they really wanted to transcend, they would fully support their subordinates in vying for the chance to ascend to the Tao realm this time. On one hand, it was to consolidate their own forces. On the other, it was to stay behind to take care of them after they transcended. If they could fight for it, of course they would, but that wouldn't affect the 2 Tao fathers contacting each other and fighting for more allies. If all other conditions are the same, the 9 underworlds would definitely be more willing to help Amitabha. At this moment, Feng Yunxing spoke up. Let's take a step back and say that the 9 underworlds' plan failed this time. They should try their best to protect themselves and wait for the next opportunity. In that case, Amitabha Buddha's transcendence will be more beneficial to them. Yin Zhaoge and the others simultaneously exclaimed, Faceless heavenly devil. In the previous deal, Amitabha gave up the authority of the faceless heavenly demon, allowing it to return to the 9 underworlds. However, as long as Amitabha Buddha was still alive, it would be difficult for the faceless heavenly devil to truly be born. Once Amitabha Buddha transcended, the faceless sky devil would be able to descend into the 9 underworlds, allowing the 9 underworlds to truly have another Tao realm expert, the first ancestor of the demonic path. Moreover, Amitabha's transcendence meant that Mithriel Buddha had fallen. In this world, other than the 9 underworlds' demonic path, there were 2 fewer Tao ancestors. As the public enemy, the 9 underworlds had even fewer potential enemies to face. Since this huge change would cause the epic to change in advance, the 9 underworlds might not be able to survive. Yin Zhaoge's gaze turned cold. We can't allow them to make a comeback either. Everyone is about to be dragged into this. It's hard to differentiate who's friend and who's foe. The situation is constantly changing, said Yang Jian as he pondered. He noticed Neza gritting his teeth and looking at him, then at Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing. He seemed like he wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Yang Jian smiled. Just say what you want to say. The Eastern Sovereign told us the truth of the past, and told us about his and Amitabha Buddha's current situation. I can also tell what he's planning. He just wants us to help him. Neza said, during the great calamity that year, tracing back to its source, it could actually be said to be a conflict between the two Taoist ancestors, causing our Taoism's calamity together. However, in comparison, I would rather help His Majesty the Eastern Sovereign than help the Amitabha Buddha, who personally created the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Yang Jian looked at Neza and said warmly, other than the Tao ancestors fighting for transcendence, a few grand heavenly realm Taoists will also be fighting for the opportunity to ascend to the Tao realm. Who wins and who loses will directly affect the situation of the next era. If it's mixed with the Tao ancestors' issue of transcendence, there would be many different outcomes. As such, we need to carefully consider our choice. Neza nodded and shook his head hatefully. No matter which side I help, it'll be frustrating. Perhaps, Yin Zhaoga suddenly said. We don't need any help from either side. Chapter 1745. As soon as Yin Zhaoga finished his sentence, Feng Yunsheng, Yang Jian, and Neza all looked towards him. The three of them weren't doubting Yin Zhaoga. Instead, they revealed expressions of contemplation. Our crux lies in the 9 underworlds match. The few grand heavenly immortals fighting for the Tao realm's fortune. Yin Zhaoga's gaze was dim. The Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereignty's plan was actually because of the 9 underworld changes, which caused the epic to end prematurely. He didn't continue. He had to be cautious when discussing the Tao realm bigwigs' vital points. Otherwise, it would attract their attention. However, the others already understood Yin Zhaoga's intentions. You're right, Taoist. That's exactly what I was thinking. Neza clapped his hands and smiled. By then, the variables would be huge. Yang Jian said, as expected, the crux lies in who can enter the Tao Ascension realm. Who's going first? This is a huge problem. He looked towards Yin Zhaoga. If senior apprentice Uncle Xiandu and the others decide the winner first, and we lose this match, we have to make a decision even if we're unwilling. Yin Zhaoga nodded. Just as you said, if we didn't guess wrongly, the Eastern Sovereign has the upper hand between the Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereign. Neza said, logically speaking, the Amitabha Buddha should be more anxious. However, he didn't tell us about it. Instead, the Eastern Sovereign sent a letter to remind us. The Bodhisattva of Guanyin represented the Western Pure Lands to attend the ceremony. She also had the intention of improving their relationship with the Taoism lineage. However, she didn't mention anything about the competition between the Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereignty. Just like what Yinshang said compared to us, the 9 underworlds is the most suitable ally for the Western Pure Lands. Of course, they would definitely be wary of each other. Yin Zhaoga said, on the other hand, although we in the central blessed lands of Saha are both affected by the competition between the 2 Tao ancestors, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the great calamity were all caused by the Western Pure Lands. Under the premise that there were no other choices, many people in the Tao sect probably had the same idea as Neza. They would rather help the Eastern Emperor Tai. The Amitabha Buddha and the Western Pure Lands were well aware of this. Speaking of which, I can't help but admire the ancient Dipankara Buddhism. Yin Zhaoga said, feeling annoyed and amused at the same time. Look at his gift. It's really cunning. When Yin Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng got married, the Bodhisattva Guanyin came to observe the ceremony. She also presented a bottle of tranquil sweet dew. This sweet dew was rare in this world, and it was the best at cleansing impurities. It was indeed a top-notch treasure. For example, after the green lotus flag was polluted by the 9 Abyss Sea, it could be cleansed with this sweet dew. Other than the gift from Guanyin Bodhisattva, the ancient Dipankara Buddha also had a gift for him. When they met just now, the Bodhisattva Guanyin had passed the ancient Dipankara Buddha's gift to Yin Zhaoga. Hearing that, Feng Yunsheng and Neza looked over curiously. When Yin Zhaoga was meeting with the Bodhisattva Guanyin, the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits came to visit. As such, Yin Zhaoga sat down and chatted with the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits. Previously, when he received the Bodhisattva Guanyin's gift, Feng Yunsheng and Neza hadn't seen it yet. On the other hand, Yang Jian, who accompanied Yin Zhaoge to entertain the bodhisattva, already knew about it. After hearing Yin Zhaoge's words, Yang Jian smiled and nodded, revealing a look of deep agreement. Here, take a look. Yin Zhaoge opened his sleeve, revealing a brocade handkerchief. When he opened the brocade handkerchief, there seemed to be two fat kids sitting inside. They had all four limbs and facial features. Neza was stunned when he saw it. Ginseng fruit. Although it was Feng Yunxing's first time seeing a ginseng fruit in reality, she had seen the appearance of several spiritual fruits in this world through the illustrations. Thus, she wasn't unfamiliar with its appearance. Moreover, there was a ginseng fruit tree planted by Yin Zhaoge on the broad Creed Mountain in the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven. Only that the ginseng fruit tree on the broad Creed Mountain was grafted. Its spirit chi was much weaker, and the miraculous effects of the fruit were much weaker as well. The two ginseng fruits in Yin Zhaoge's hands were the real deal. They were grown by the ginseng fruit tree in the 5-manor locale above the primordial suppressing immortal's manor. The spiritual beauty of the heavens and earth was boundlessly marvelous, surpassing the spiritual fruit tree on the broad Creed Mountain. Fresh ginseng fruits. They were just plucked not long ago. Feng Yunxing frowned as she looked at the two fruits. Ginseng fruits were miraculous and precious, not to mention that the fruits would perish upon encountering the 5 elements when plucking them. If one wasn't careful, the fruits would be wasted. Even if they were plucked, they had to be consumed as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they were left for a long time, the fruits would become stiff and their effects would be greatly reduced. Their taste would also be bad. The ginseng fruit tree of the primordial suppressing immortal is in the Western Pure Lands? Asked Feng Yunxiang with a frown. Yin Zhaoge nodded. It should be. The ancient Dipankara Buddha didn't just give us this as a gift, right? Feng Yunxing asked. Does he have other intentions? Is he trying to hint us about the primordial suppressing immortal? That's why I said that Dipankara was cunning enough. Yin Zhaoge revealed an expression that seemed like he was smiling. He gave us 2 fruits, and it seemed like he didn't say anything. However, he told us a bunch of messy things and made us guess. If they guessed correctly, it would be another gift. If they guessed wrongly, they might be tricked. Dipankara, that bastard. Neza gritted his teeth. He couldn't wait to go to the Western Pure Lands and settle the score with the ancient Dipankara Buddha. According to the rumors, the 5-manor locale had fallen during the Great Calamity. However, the information regarding the ginseng fruit tree was vague. Feng Yunxiang said, from the looks of it, the ginseng fruit tree wasn't destroyed. Instead, it was transplanted to the Western Pure Lands. However, what happened to the primordial suppressing immortal? Ever since the Great Calamity, there was no news of the primordial suppressing immortal. Based on the information Yin Zhaoge and the others possessed during the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's chaos, which is also the birth of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, more than one Taoism bigwig tried to stop it. Unfortunately, they didn't succeed in the end. The primordial suppressing immortal might have participated in it as well. However, on the other hand, he became one of the suspects for transforming into the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. There are 3 possibilities. Yin Zhaoge said, firstly, the primordial suppressing immortal is still alive. However, he's living in seclusion in the Western Pure Lands, not bothering about worldly affairs. Just like the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits and the yellow-robed monster, we have no idea of his whereabouts. Secondly, the primordial suppressing immortal had perished, and the ginseng fruit tree had fallen into the hands of either the Amitabha Buddha or the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Thirdly, the primordial suppressing immortal is the immeasurable Heavenly Lord, and the ginseng fruit tree had always been in his hands. Yin Zhaoge weighed the fruit in his hand and chuckled. This thing is really good. The ancient Buddha is truly cunning. Chapter 1746. Ginseng fruits were rich in spiritual energy and could help extend one's lifespan. While Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunxiang did not have any pressing needs for this, they still had friends and relatives. After all, there were very few people like them. Most people yearned for the ginseng fruit, but could not obtain it. The ancient Dipankar Buddha has always been like this. Yang Jian smiled and said, I wonder what gift the Grand Sage of Nine Spirits and Tao Lord Luya gave this time. Yin Zhaoga's expression turned serious as he said, So, the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits possesses the nine-colored lotus platform of the Tai Nirvana, Heavenly Lord. Today, I'm gifting this treasure to you as our wedding gift. Oh, the other three were a little surprised. This is a little unexpected. Yin Zhaoga nodded. That's right. Now that the Tai Nirvana, Heavenly Lord, has perished, his accompanying treasure has been able to return to us, allowing us to remember our ancestors. In the past, the Tai Nirvana, Heavenly Lord sat on a nine-colored lotus throne in the Seven Treasures fragrant forest. Beneath him were 9 green lions that spat flames from their mouths as they surrounded the throne. There was also a 9-color divine light circling the sky, radiating tens of thousands of zhang of radiance. Many Shinjin, strongmen, Vajra, deity kings, golden boys, and jade maidens were by his side. There were also images of him holding a water bowl, a willow branch, and a lotus flower under his feet. The 9-colored lotus throne was once one of the treasures of the primordial unity, Heavenly Lord of Salvation. Speaking of which, the great Taoist Master Xian Du also sat on the 9-colored lotus throne. However, the color of the 9-colored lotus he sat on was different from that of the Heavenly Lord of primordial unity and salvation. The Tai Nirvana, Heavenly Lord, had perished in the past, while the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits had joined the demon race during the Great Calamity, avoiding a calamity. Later on, he tried to find the whereabouts of the Tai Nirvana Lord, but he did not find anything. He only found the broken 9-colored lotus and brought it back to the Astro Mountain Starry Sea. This time, the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits had brought a gift for Yin Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng, which was this 9-colored lotus platform. Although the lotus platform was damaged and could not be of much use, it was still a relic of the Tai Nirvana, Heavenly Lord in the past. Now that it had returned to the Tao sect, it was of great significance. Yin Zhaoga pointed, light flickering as a small speck of light enlarged in mid-air, transforming into a lotus. Everyone had solemn expressions as they gazed at the damaged, 9-colored lotus platform, and they cupped their hands towards it and observed a moment of silence. After that, I'll build a Taoist temple and enshrine this lotus platform in it. Yin Zhaoga kept the 9-colored lotus throne and said, While I can't say that the atmosphere of the Eastern Extreme's wondrous austere palace has been restored, my Taoism's descendants finally have a place to admire the Tai Nirvana Heavenly Lord. That's good. Feng Yunsheng and the others nodded in agreement. Nez's expression was no longer as solemn as before. He asked Yin Zhaoga, Old Man Jiuling's gift is here. Isn't that Tao Lord Luya going to express anything? Could it be that there's only one letter? Yin Zhaoga smiled upon hearing his words. Tao Lord Luya isn't that petty. Still, with the fire and water of the Bodhisattva's sweet pouring raindrops clashing together, the water and fire would cause a calamity. This isn't a good omen. With that, he flicked his finger, and a golden red flame flashed in the air, disappearing in the blink of an eye. However, the air was still burning hot, as if one was exposed to the scorching sun. So it's a pure, earlier heavenly fire essence. Yang Jian instantly understood after seeing the flame. He smiled and said, Although there's a saying that water and fire would cause a calamity, the calamity would also become auspicious after your wedding. Only yin and yang would complement each other, and the zither and zither would be harmonious. Yin Zhaoga and Feng Yunsheng both smiled. Thank you, Taoist brother. However, this earlier heavenly fire essence still gives off a strange feeling. After smiling, Yang Jian fell into deep thought again. Taoist brother's senses are sharp. I feel the same way. Yin Zhaoga said, just like the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Tao Lord Luya's gift also has a hidden meaning. In my opinion, among these 4 gifts, Tao Lord Luya's gift is the most valuable. Yin Zhaoga's gaze flickered slightly. Feng Yunsheng and the others' hearts jolted. Is it related to the 9 underworld's devil of fire, and the fire seed devil spirit that Dalord Luya obtained from the jade illusory glazed lamp? Feng Yunsheng asked with uncertainty. That's right. Yin Zhaoga nodded. He gave us some hints. While it'll be convenient for us to take action in the 9 underworlds, it'll also be convenient for him. Previously, he made a deal with the 9 underworlds, using the Devil of Fire's safe return in exchange for the 9 underworld assistance in obtaining the Sakya Saraira. However, after turning around, Dalord Luya betrayed the 9 underworlds to Yin Zhaoga and the others without any hesitation. Not long ago, Yin Zhaoga consecutively killed the blessed lands of the White Lotus platform, spreading Dharma Buddha, Chu Su, and the Astro Mountain Starry Sea's 9-headed bug. Currently, the situation was unpredictable, and it was difficult to differentiate between friend and foe. Indeed, it's the most valuable, said Yang Jian after pondering. The tranquil dew was rare, and its effects were miraculous. However, it didn't have any other special meaning. The life fruit was the same. The meaning behind it had to be determined by Yin Zhaoga and the others for it to have any value. The 9 grades Lotus platform was mainly used for commemoration. Only this earlier heavenly fire essence was not only valuable, but it was also closely related to the 9 underworld situation. Even foreign guests have such precious treasures to offer to me. I'm really too ashamed to face anyone. Neza let out a long sigh. I should have prepared another gift. Now that I'm empty-handed, it doesn't seem right. Yin Zhaoga smiled. Why do you have to do this? As long as you don't forget about the sea calming pearl that was recorded in the account. Of course not. Neza waved his hand. I'll have to trouble you to host the ceremony tomorrow, said Yin Zhaoga to Yang Jian. It's my honor. Yang Jian smiled and said, if that's the case, I won't disturb the two of you any longer. Then, he bid farewell to Neza and left. It's great to get married. We've received so many gifts. Within the hall, Yin Zhaoga said with a blissful expression, if only we could get married every day. Looking at his greedy expression, Feng Yunsheng felt both annoyed and amused. Do you want me to be the groom every day and change my bride every night? The second half doesn't matter, but the first half still needs to be said. Yin Zhaoga looked at her and chuckled. Just add in the betrothal gifts every day. Yeah, I believe that with your shamelessness, you might really do something like getting married every day just to receive gifts. Feng Yunsheng lightly scratched her cheek with a finger and said to Yin Zhaoga, but we don't seem to have so much time to do it every day, right? Yin Zhaoga reached out to pull her and said with a smile, how joyous. Indeed. However, according to the wedding customs of the human realm, you shouldn't be able to see me now, right? Feng Yunsheng suddenly smiled and turned around to leave. See you tomorrow. Yin Zhaoga wasn't annoyed, even though he pulled empty air. He curled his lips and said, let's see you tomorrow. Chapter 1747. Feng Yunsheng's laughter vanished within the great hall as Yin Zhaoga smiled, shaking his head as he sat back in his chair. He waved his hand in the air, a bottle, a handkerchief, a lotus seat, and a lamp appearing. Tranquil sweet dew was stored within the bottle. Atop the handkerchief were 2 ginseng fruits. While the lotus seat was damaged, it still vaguely flickered with 9-colored radiance. The lamp contained the essence of that earlier heavenly fire, which resembled the ancestor of all flames, the golden fiery light leaping unceasingly. Leaning back in his chair, Yin Zhaoga gazed up at the 4 gifts in midair, his gaze slightly spaced out as a pondering look appeared on his face once more. He played with the bamboo slip that the Grand Saint of 9 Spirits had brought over. He had just gotten married, and guests were as plentiful as the clouds. Yet, they had all come for other reasons, thus conveniently becoming a meeting. With all the chaos before him, Yin Zhaoga had no choice but to carefully consider the crucial points within. Some things could be discussed with Feng Yunsheng, Yin Di, and Yang Jian, while others could only be considered by Yin Zhaoga himself. Time passed just like this unknowingly. When Yin Zhaoga regained his wits, he discovered that it was already the next day. The day has arrived already? Yin Zhaoga could not help but laugh as he shook his head. The heavens have taken pity on me. This is the first time in my 3 lifetimes that I'm getting married. He stood up, waving his palm horizontally in midair once more as the bottle, handkerchief, lotus seat, and lamp hovering in midair were kept away by him once more. At virtually the same time, the door of the great hall opened as Yin Di and Xue Chuqing appear by the doorway. While it is impossible to really be as complicated as those in the secular world, there are still many things to be busy with. Xue Chuqing looked rather emotionally at Yin Zhaoge. Make preparations early. Yindi's gaze turned much gentler, as well as he appraised Yin Zhaoge all over. Still, he did not speak as he just stood by the side and listened to his wife's incessant nagging. Rest easy, I know. Yin Zhaoge smiled as he walked forward, embracing them as they left the great hall. A great number of Broad Creed Mountain disciples were currently traversing the brightly lit palaces outside, taking care of things for them, as the atmosphere was even more lively and joyous. Su Fei arranged for someone to stay behind and deal with Broad Creed Mountain's internal affairs, while he and Xie Yuchan specifically hurried over to this new world to attend Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing's wedding. Shi Jun and his mother, Ying Yuzhen, would naturally not be absent. There was no need to mention their relationship with the Yin family. That year, it was precisely because of Yin Zhaoge, Su Fei, and the others' efforts that they were able to reunite with their mother, allowing them to escape from the clutches of the devil. Earlier, when Yin Zhaoge had gone to take a look at the everlasting cloud heaven oath, Ying Longtu, having learned of his marriage with Feng Yunsheng, immediately begged Yin Zhaoge to think of a way to exempt him from his duties for a few days, allowing him to attend the ceremony as well. Under such special circumstances, Yin Zhaoge would definitely not reject them. Speaking of which, he and Feng Yunsheng had virtually watched Ying Longtu and Shi Jun grow up. With the vicissitudes of the human world and the vicissitudes of the world, having experienced so many trials and tribulations, Yin Zhaoge still felt rather relieved that his acquaintances were still around. He had his Northern Ocean clone take over Ying Longtu's duties to keep an eye on the earlier heaven world and the everlasting cloud heaven oath. Having obtained a fake Ying Longtu's identity, he had happily rushed back to the Zhuluo royal reed heaven. These past few days, he had been busy with Yin Zhaoge's wedding, putting in much more effort than when he had been the ruler of the heavens and the earth in the earlier heaven world. Xia Guang had left seclusion in advance in order to attend Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing's wedding after receiving his disciples' notice. From Yin Di to Su Fei to Yin Zhaoge himself, all of them had criticized him, but he had paid them no heed at all. This fiery temper of Broad Creed Mountain's lineage had only been smiling cheekily at Yin Zhaoge and the others this time, not retorting or speaking at all. While Yin Zhaoge did not know whether to laugh or to cry, he also felt a sense of warmth within his heart. Of Broad Creed Mountain's disciples, besides a few who had to stay behind and were truly unable to leave their posts, most of them had hurried over here this time. The grandeur of the ceremony was comparable to that of the chief's inauguration ceremony. Realistically speaking, a great amount of manpower was really needed. Other than Broad Creed Mountain's own people, there were many guests from all over the world. If there weren't enough manpower, they wouldn't be able to receive all of them. Even Xue Chuqing's Bright Connection Valley's lineage had hurried over to help out. Within the Zhuluo royal reed heaven and the sky beyond skies, almost everyone who had the ability to traverse through the void to arrive at the wedding had arrived. Jade Capital Crag, Ingenious Flying Peaks Red Lotus Cliff, Golden Court Mountain, Green Sky Mountain's Grave Thunder Palace, Cloud Pavilion Mountain's Profound Remnant Locale, Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slope, and many others were all present. Yuzhen Bei, Fu Yinqi, Chao Jia, Lu Jinggu, and the others had personally led their teams. Cloud Pavilion Mountain's Profound Remnant Locale's lineage, Guan Yuluo, was Feng Yunxing's close friend. Naturally, she would have to attend Feng Yunxing's wedding together with Zheng Mo, who was currently in charge of the Profound Remnant Locale. As for Phoenix Ritual Mountain's Wudong Slopes lineage, they had been quietly developing for the past few hundred years and had finally recovered their vitality. However, facing Yin Zhaoge and the Broad Creed Mountain, they had long been unable to harbor any other thoughts. This time, they respectfully came to congratulate them. Disregarding Yin Zhaoge, who established the Zhuluo royal reed heaven, and Feng Yunsheng, who was in the grand heavenly realm. The Broad Creed Mountains lineage was already the undisputed ruler of the Zhuluo royal reed heaven. To the entire Taoism lineage, Yin Zhaoge and the Broad Creed Mountain were the most influential lineage. Their influence had always surpassed the sky beyond skies and the Zhuluo royal reed heaven. Yin Zhaoge's wedding was a rare event. Even the Jade Sky Peak's cold wave locale, which had been sealed off for many years and rarely interacted with the outside world, had sent their disciples to congratulate them. Hundreds of years had passed. Chen Xuanzong, Jim Mingkong, and Chu Lily were still sealed in ice. The Jade Sky Peak's cold wave locale had lost its main pillar. However, Yin Zhaoge, Yu Jinbei, and the others never forgot about this place and took care of it. Although the Jade Sky Peak's cold wave locale had been keeping a low profile, it had been developing silently. Many outstanding young descendants were constantly emerging. However, they rarely went out and rarely took action. However, other matters aside, the cold wave locale couldn't possibly ignore Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng's wedding. The current locale head personally came out and brought along generous gifts to congratulate the newlyweds. Outside of the sky beyond skies, in the Jade Spring Heaven, Tong Xinlin, Guang Tongzi, Taoist Splitting Space, and the others also brought along their disciples to congratulate them. Other than the Zhuluo royal reed heaven, those in the other Tao universe who received the news also went to the Zhuluo royal reed heaven to congratulate them. In the Crimson Radiance and the Yang Heaven, Gao Qingxian, Long Xingchuan, Yu Yi, Long Xueji, and the others in the roving Jade Heavens didn't need to be mentioned. Even the North Star Emperor's Grand Sovereign Huang Xingtian and the Cloud Sky Fairy's Thoughtless River sent their people over. The Cloud Sky Fairy was still in charge of the Immortal Extermination Formation. She couldn't come personally. However, she had ordered her disciples to bring along gifts to congratulate Yin Zhaoge and his wife. Xiao AI was in charge of the collection of gifts. Even if every treasure and gift didn't pass through her hands, she would still see them. She was so happy that her eyebrows couldn't even be seen. Thank you, Cloud Sky Fairy, for your generous gift. Xiao AI smiled happily and received the gift. Chapter 1748. The gift that Fairy Yin Xiao had given him was an array diagram. Xiao AI was no stranger to the array formation. It was the famous killing array of the Three Immortal Island in the past, the Nine Bends Yellow River Array. With the Nine Bends Yellow River formation diagram, Yin Zhaoge had once relied on it to sweep through many enemies. Xiao AI had studied under Xue Chuqing and was extraordinarily talented in the Tao formations. Yin Zhaoge had once allowed her to view the formation diagrams, benefiting greatly from it. She was a knowledgeable person. She only took a simple look at Fairy Yun Zhao's gift and noticed that there was something unusual about it. The array diagram that Fairy Yun Xiao had given him this time seemed to be much more exquisite than the 9-turn Yellow River array diagram that had been circulated previously. As one of the few array formation masters in the ancient times, Fairy Yun Xiao had clearly improved the 9-turn Yellow River array over the years and made it even more exquisite. Xiao AI was so excited that she couldn't pull her eyes away from the painting. She had received countless rare treasures today, and personally, she felt that this array diagram was better than all the previous gifts. Fortunately, she still remembered her duties and forced herself to stop thinking about it. She put away the array map as a congratulatory gift and continued to receive the next guests. However, the next visitor was a powerful figure. As lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, a thunder chariot descended upon this world. Welcome, Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. When the thunder chariot descended, Xuefei appeared beside Xiao AI. Welcome, Exalted Solar Luminary and Exalted Lunar Luminary as well. On the lightning chariot, there was an old man dressed in Taoist robes and a crown on his head. He was the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Behind him, Gao Han and Ling Qing stood on his left and right. As guests, the Grand Sage of Nine Spirits and the Bodhisattva Guanyin had to come early to avoid being misunderstood as having come to pick a fight. As for the southern extremity longevity emperor and the others who were from the same sect as the three clear lineages, it was fine for them to come on the same day. Today was precisely the day of the wedding. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinxing naturally couldn't directly come out to welcome them. Su Fei welcomed the southern extremity longevity emperor on behalf of them. "My young friend Su, you're too polite." The southern extremity longevity emperor's expression was stern, but his tone was gentle. "This is just a small gift. I wish fellow Taoist Yin and fellow Taoist Feng to grow old together." Shui Fei took it and saw that it was a ball of lightning. It was just that this lightning was different from the others. At the center of the lightning, there seemed to be a point of chaos, blurry and difficult to grasp. Primeval ancestral thunder? Shui Fei's horizons had been broadened, so he immediately recognized that it was the primeval ancestral lightning, ranked first among the 9 heavenly lightning. The lightning bolt had been refined by the southern extremity longevity emperor. Hence, it looked extremely quiet. However, the terrifying power contained within it felt like it could shatter the primordial world and split the heavens and earth. "Thank you, southern extremity longevity emperor." Shui Fei's expression remained the same. He was extremely courteous. However, in his heart, he began to ponder. The southern extremity longevity emperor's relationship with Yin Zhaoge wasn't normal at all. Yin Zhaoge's mother, Shui Chuqing, hailed from the Bright Connection Valley, which was the direct lineage of the southern extremity longevity emperor. Therefore, the southern extremity longevity emperor could actually be considered half a senior of the family to the newlyweds today. It didn't matter if people came to attend the ceremony or not. Just like the incongruous divine mother who had brought along Gao Qingxian, Yu Yi, and the other prime clear descendants, Yin Zhaoge's grandmother, Di Qinglian, was of her lineage. As such, they weren't considered as guests. Of course, Gao Qingxian and the others didn't lack any gifts. They were all meticulously prepared. However, due to the incongruous divine mother's seniority and status, she could be more casual. The gift she prepared was a scroll personally written by her. The gift was simple, but the meaning behind it was important. Logically speaking, the southern extremity longevity emperor's situation was similar to the incongruous divine mother's. However, the primordial ancestral thunder he prepared was obviously much more precious. Shui Fei couldn't help but ponder. The young heavenly lord has comprehended and reversed the peerless heavenly scripture. To our jade, clear lineage, his merits are immeasurable. I intend to help him. The southern extremity longevity emperor said. Coincidentally, he and fellow Taoist Feng are getting married. This primordial ancestral lightning is the most suitable gift. After keeping the cloud-like lightning, Shui Fei cupped his hands toward the southern extremity longevity emperor. "Thank you, Emperor." The wedding between the young Heavenly Lord and the Luo Yuan Doomsday Heavenly Lord is an extremely rare event. It's our fortune to be able to witness it. Gao Han smiled and said, "This is just a small token of my appreciation." The gift he prepared was a starfire core, which was rare and precious. On the other hand, Ling Qing prepared an extreme purple crystal, which was similarly precious. When the two's gifts were placed together, it was as if the sun and moon were shining upon each other, which was exceptionally dazzling. While their gifts were precious, they were much more ordinary compared to the southern extremity longevity emperor's primordial ancestral thunder. Shui Fei thanked the two and passed the gifts to Xiao Ai. Then, he led the southern extremity longevity emperor and the others into the hall. Within the hall, Yin Zhaoge, Yin Di, Yang Jian, Neza, the incongruous divine mother, and the others were all present. Upon seeing the southern extremity longevity emperor and the others entering, everyone stood up to welcome them. After greeting each other, they took their seats. Shui Fei sent a sound transmission to Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge's expression remained unchanged. After his gaze flickered slightly, he also sent a sound transmission to Shui Fei. "I understand. Don't worry about it, senior apprentice brother. I'll just deal with him." The group sat down and conversed. Today was a joyous day. No one talked about the situation outside. For Yin Zhaoge's wedding, everyone came to congratulate him. Coincidentally, The Taoism bigwigs were all gathered here as well. They had to discuss the upcoming developments. However, that could wait until after the wedding ceremony. There was no need to spoil the mood now. As such, the contents of their conversation were mostly about the interesting things that happened in the past. The Taoism grand, heavenly immortals present had already dominated the world since the ancient era. Throughout the endless years, there was naturally no lack of topics to talk about. Yin Zhaoge and the others of the younger generation felt that it was rather interesting. As time passed, more and more guests arrived. Coincidentally, the North Star Emperor and Suo Mingzhang arrived at the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven at the same time. Ever since the separation of the world beyond worlds in the past, the enmity between the two had long faded away. However, it was still somewhat awkward for them to meet each other again. After entering the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven and arriving at the wedding ceremony, the Broadcreed Mountains people quickly received the two Taoism heavenly lords. The congratulatory gift that Emperor Gaochen prepared was a strange species of nirvana vine that everyone knew to be extinct. The nirvana vine was filled with treasures. Its fruits could be used as medicine, and its flowers and vines could be used to refine treasures. Not only would its roots not plunder the spirit chi of the land, they could even improve the quality of the soil. It was quite rare. Suo Mingzhang's gift was much more casual. It was a small and exquisite flower crown. It was weaved with blue leaves and white flowers. It was the Tsanghua divine tree. Yin Zhaoge wouldn't look down on it. Remember the mobile website. Chapter 1749. Yin Zhaoge naturally wouldn't look down on Suo Mingzhang's gift. On the contrary, he viewed it with great importance. Xiao Junwang was Xue Chuqing's great-grandmaster. She could be regarded as a lineal elder. In a sense, Suo Mingzhang could be regarded as half a family member. His gift was just like the incongruence goddess, as long as the thought was there. As such, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's gift was even more extraordinary. Even though the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's reasons were reasonable, no matter how Dalord Luya, the Dipankar ancient Buddha, and the others guessed, Yin Zhaoge's performance to the outside world was that his cultivation of the three clear lineages was nearing completion. Using the Tai Fist and the Chaos Extinguishing Origin scripture as a reference, he had gathered all of the Jade Clear's later primordial 9 scriptures to reverse engineer the peerless heavenly scripture. It was the same for the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and the others. As for how they guessed in their hearts, it was a different matter. On this basis, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor providing the primordial ancestral thunder to Yin Zhaoge was indeed helping him. The primordial ancestral lightning, as its name implied, was the ancestor of all lightning, and it was the first lightning that originated from the primordial chaos before the heavens were split open. It also contained the true meaning of chaos and limitless, forming a school of its own and unique style. It was similar to the concepts and principles of the peerless heavenly scripture, Tai Fist, Chaos Extinguishing Origin scripture, and other supreme arts, yet different. If Yin Zhaoge really wanted to reverse engineer the peerless heavenly scripture, being able to obtain the profundities of the primordial ancestral thunder would indeed be of great help to him. Legend had it that the primordial ancestral lightning was first controlled by the primordial Lord of Heaven. Later on, the primordial Lord of Heaven passed it down to his disciple, the South Pole Immortal Old Man, who is now the South Pole Longevity Emperor. Before today, this was the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's unique ultimate art. Even the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Thunder Department Lord, the 9 heavens resounding thunder Heavenly Lord Wenzhong, did not possess it. Using this technique as a congratulatory gift to Yin Zhaoge and his wife today, it could be said to be extremely precious. Not only was it valuable and powerful, but also had extraordinary significance in reversing the peerless heavenly scripture. Although the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor's actions had broken the established conventions, his reasoning was sufficient and justified. It also highlighted the unity of the Taoists and their noble character and unquestionable integrity. However, Yin Zhaoge had his reservations about this. In other words, he had always been suspicious of the southern extremity longevity monarch. Yin Zhaoge's wariness towards the North Star Emperor, who had a clash of ideologies with him previously, had lessened slightly. The reason was none other than the fact that the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor had asked him to investigate the Five Elements Mountain. In the end, he discovered that the great sage equaling heaven was being suppressed there. From the looks of it, Yin Zhaoge might be related to the Elder Lord, which might even implicate the three clear Grand Masters who had already transcended. Naturally, he was the most suitable person to help the great sage equaling heaven's escape, so as to avoid angering the Tathagata Buddha who had also transcended. However, thinking about it now, Yin Zhaoge couldn't help but wonder how much the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor knew about this back then. Meanwhile, the primordial ancestral thunder that he had gifted Yin Zhaoge now was related to peerless infinity. Was it truly out of goodwill to help Yin Zhaoge reverse the peerless heavenly scripture, or did he have other intentions of probing him? While Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change, his thoughts fluctuated. At this moment, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor, and Suo Mingzhong were all gathered together. This was the first time since the battle for the Immortal Extermination Formation. Coupled with the presence of Guanyin Bodhisattva and the Grand Sage of Nine Spirits, the atmosphere became a little strange. However, after Suo Mingzhong and the North Star Emperor arrived, the Tai cultivated deity finally arrived. Neza went out to welcome his master. The Tai cultivated deity was full of smiles. The moment he entered the hall, he said to Yin Zhaoge and Yin Di, "Congratulations, congratulations. It's my Broad Creed Mountain's honor to have the cultivated deity here." Yin Zhaoge and his son greeted the Tai cultivated deity. The Tai cultivated deity smiled and said, "It's just a small gift to express my gratitude. I hope you don't mind it." The gift he gave was a seemingly ordinary lotus seed. Yin Zhaoge looked at it carefully and couldn't help but look at Neza. Neza was also looking at his master with a surprised expression. "In the past, when a treasured lotus bloomed, my disciple obtained a fortuitous encounter." The Tai cultivated deity smiled and said, "Initially, I wanted to cultivate the remaining lotus seed. However, I didn't succeed. However, the lotus seed itself is still somewhat useful. Now, I'm giving it to you as a small gift. Young Heavenly Lord has always been capable of doing what others can't. Did you obtain anything new? Even if you didn't, directly consuming this lotus seed would still benefit you." The Tai cultivated deity said and cupped his hands, "I'm just a poor old man. I don't have much to offer. Young Heavenly Lord, please excuse me. You're too polite, cultivated deity." Yin Zhaoge smiled and thanked the Tai cultivated deity. Regardless of the color of his heart, the Tai cultivated deity greeted everyone passionately. With just a few words, the originally stagnant scene instantly became much more lively. Whether it was the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor, the Bodhisattva of Guanyin, or the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits, the Tai cultivated deity could talk to them. Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly and stopped thinking about other things for now. With his greeting, the atmosphere became even more lively. During this period of time, Yang Jian was also quietly observing the people present. Neza beside him nudged him. "The auspicious hour is coming. Did Senior Apprentice Uncle Xuandu say whether he would come or not?" According to Senior Apprentice Uncle Xuandu, he would come to watch the ceremony. Yang Jian answered, "He should be here soon." As expected, 9 colored streaks of light quickly descended upon the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven from outer space. The person who came was the Grand Clear Lineage's Grand Taoist Xuandu, who was sitting on the 9-colored light and had a crane cover hanging down. When the Grand Taoist Xuandu entered the hall, everyone stood up and greeted him. The Guanyin Bodhisattva and the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits thought at the same time, "The figures of the 3 clear lineage are all here. Congratulations, little friend Yin." The Grand Taoist Xuandu came down from the lotus platform and congratulated Yin Zhaoge. "Senior rarely leaves the Tushita Palace. This time, I thank you for coming here." Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands and said, "I came in a hurry, so I didn't prepare any gifts. The Grand Taoist Xuandu said, "Little friend, you cultivate the three clear lineages at the same time and are tolerant. This humble Taoist came here to express my gratitude. I heard that you've already mastered the grand, clear, grand cosmos, 5 manifestations, as well as the later heaven supreme martial arts, as well as the great heavenly cycle righteous art." Yin Zhaoga nodded. "Please don't blame me for being rude. Among the grand, clear lineage's earlier heaven 5 manifestations, he obtained the Tai Fist from comprehending the grand simplicity, Splendor Cloud. Then, he exchanged it with Fu Yun Qi for the other 4 earlier Heaven Supreme martial arts. The later Heaven Supreme martial art, one of the later Heaven 5 manifestations, was obtained after capturing Chun Xianhua. As for the great heavenly cycle righteous art, he obtained it when he and Fu Yun Qi assisted the grand clear lineage's Golden Court Mountains Chao Jia to restore the 3 enclosures Emperor's Sword. Now, the Golden Court Mountain controlled the great heavenly cycle righteous art, and Yin Zhaoga and Fu Yun Qi had both obtained it. Little friend, you're a genius. You're the fortune of our Taoism. The Grand Taoist Xuandu smiled and said, "If that's the case, this humble Taoist shall give you another grand supreme alchemy scripture." Chapter 1750. Light flickered in the great Taoist Master Xiandu's eyes. It flew into the air and turned into a Tao Sutra. The scriptures overlapped and were difficult to count. After flying and interweaving, they gradually gathered into a ball. Within the ball of light, there seemed to be a pill furnace. Then, the radiance compressed toward the center and finally turned into a golden, round pill. "Thank you, Senior." Yin Zhaoga accepted the pill and cupped his hands towards the great Taoist Master Xian. The 10 supreme martial arts of the Grand Clear Direct lineage were divided into the Pre-Heaven 5 Grands and the Post-Heaven 5 Ultimates. The primordial 5 manifestations were Tai Fist, Tai Chu Divine Finger, Tai Chu Bright Emptiness Form, Tai Chu Immeasurable Form, and Tai Chu Yin Yang Palm. The later Heaven 5 Ultimates were the Heaven and Earth Profound Yellow Exquisite Qi, the Great Heavenly Cycle Art, the 9-9 Human Transformation Scripture, the Flat Crutch Art, and the Grand Alchemy Scripture that the great wizard Xiandu had just imparted to Yin Zhaoga. Everyone knew that the Taoist sex formations and Sword Tao had to be seen through, while alchemy was undoubtedly the best. The Grand Clear Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue was the ancestor of the Tao of alchemy in the world. Even those who were not part of Taoism would benefit greatly from it. The revered Pill Scripture was part of the Book of Tao, and it recorded the profound mysteries of the Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue's alchemy techniques. The various techniques were both martial arts and pill recipes. They complemented each other, pill and martial arts becoming one. Having obtained the Grand Pill Scripture, not only had Yin Zhaoga obtained a supreme martial art of the Grand Clear lineage, it had also greatly benefited his pill concoction. The Grand Sage of 9 Spirits and Guanyin Bodhisattva thought to themselves, "It's actually the Taishang Alchemy Scripture and not the 9-9 Salvation Sutra." Yang Jian, Nejia, Perfected Tai, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the other Taoism bigwigs' eyes flickered. The Grand Pure Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue had taught the world and had the merit of educating the people. As long as the martial practitioners of Immortal Tao were not of the Jade Clear or Prime Clear lineages, the rest could actually be considered a branch of the Grand Clear lineage. Even the side branches of the Jade Clear and Prime Clear lineages were often deeply influenced by the Grand Clear lineage's legacies during their development. It was hard to say who they belonged to. On the other hand, the Grand Clear lineage had much fewer members compared to the Jade Clear and Prime Clear lineages. The 10 supreme martial arts of the Grand Clear Direct lineage recorded in the Scripture of Tao and Virtue were also circulated outside. It was just that during the process of circulation, some of them were lost due to various reasons. However, there were 2 exceptions. One was the head of the post-celestial 5 ultimates, the Heaven and Earth Exquisite Yellow Qi, and the other was the Supreme Alchemy Manual. Although there were scattered pill recipes and pill refinement techniques circulating outside, the entire alchemy canon had never been circulated to outsiders. It had always been kept in the Eight Visions Palace and the Tushita Palace. In the Grand Pure One sect, only the great Taoist Master Xiandu, who lived in the Tushita Palace, learned it. Now, Yin Zhaoge was the second. This seemed to indicate that the three clear lineages had taken another step forward after seeing the light of dawn after having fallen to the bottom of the abyss. The auspicious hour is approaching. Now that all the guests have arrived, let's officially begin, Yang Jian said. He was the master of ceremonies for this ceremony. The group of people immediately followed him out of the rear hall, where guests were received, and came to the main hall where the ceremony was held. The statues of the three clear Grand Masters were enshrined within the Great Hall. The great Taoist Xiandu, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the incongruence Divine Mother were the most senior of the three clear lineage here. Guanyin Bodhisattva and the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits arrived, following closely behind them, followed by Emperor Gaochen, perfected Tai, Suo, Mingzhong, and other heavenly venerables of the Tao sections. After the group of grand heavenly immortals took their seats, it was Gao Qingxian, Yu Jinbei, and the other seniors who were closest to Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng. After that, Gao Han, Ling Qing, Tong Xinlin, Fu Yinqi, Chao Jia, and the other guests also took their seats. As the host, Broadcrete Mountain sat on the other side. Yin Zhaoge's parents were both present, and Feng Yinsheng was an orphan. Thus, her master, Fu Inshu, was her elder sister. The entire hall seemed to be boundless, able to accommodate all the guests who came to congratulate him. Yin Zhaoge stood before the statues of the three purities, accompanied by Su Fei, Ying Longtu, Xia Guang, and the others whom he was on good terms with. According to etiquette, it should have been the groom's elders accompanying the bride. However, Yin Zhaoge had instead chosen those of the same generation. However, everyone didn't mind. When a figure like him became a Tao companion, how many of them would treat it like a marriage in the secular world? If he wanted to be unique, everyone would just let him be. The meaning of this ceremony was the wedding itself. No one cared about the form of the ceremony. A heavenly voice resounded, and everyone's eyes lit up. Then, they saw 9 graceful figures appearing. Meng Wan, Guan Yuluo, and the other ladies accompanied Feng Yinsheng into the hall. Feng Yinsheng wore a bright red robe, a phoenix crown, and a red veil covering her face. She truly looked like a bride in the secular world. The few grand heavenly immortals didn't say anything else. Even the other guests felt that this scene was new and interesting. For them, who had lived for a long time, they had experienced too many things and met too many people. Everything in the secular world was foreign to them, especially when they saw Feng Yinsheng's face covered by a red veil. Some of them couldn't help but feel suspicious. Although they couldn't see her face, everyone knew that this delicate bride was a grand heavenly immortal who had already ascended to the pinnacle of the immortal realm. Moreover, her subordinates were extremely ferocious. Although there weren't many who perished, they were all famous bigwigs. In the end, all of them perished under Feng Yinsheng's saber. The grand heavenly chaos extinguishing was so strong that not only those present in the hall, but even in the entire world, there were only a few who could rival her, barring the Tao realm. Such an existence was currently acting like a commoner as a bride. The spectators couldn't help but feel weird. However, when everyone's gaze shifted to Yin Zhaoge, who was standing in front of the 3 clear statues, they felt relieved. Similar to Feng Yinsheng, Yin Zhaoge had also changed into a red, auspicious attire. The young heavenly lord, who was feared by many grand heavenly immortals in the past, was currently looking at Feng Yinsheng, whose face was covered by a red veil. His gaze was unprecedentedly gentle. The two looked at each other from afar. Although they were separated by a red veil, they seemed to have already exchanged thousands of words. Looking at the two of them, the spectators' emotions seemed to be affected as well. They felt that such a scene was only natural. Yang Jian, Suo, Mingzhong, the incongruence Divine Mother, the Tai cultivated deity, and the other grand heavenly immortals naturally knew that this was related to Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng's cultivation. Under the resonance of emotions, it would affect the real world and even affect the mental state of others. However, at this moment, Yang Jian and the others were naturally happy to spectate such a grand event. Meng Wan and the other ladies surrounded Feng Yunsheng and walked in front of the three clear statues. Everyone else dispersed and stood side by side with the bride, with the man on the left and the woman on the right. Neza, who liked to be in a crowd, snatched the job of praising the ceremony. He raised his voice and shouted, "Bow to the heavens and earth." While bowing to the heavens and earth, it was also equivalent to paying respects to the three clear Grand Masters. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng bowed together. As their immortal splendor and immortal essence intertwined, the entire world trembled. Even the Zhu Luo royal reed heaven was trembling, as if the entire world was celebrating together. Chapter 1751. Second bow to your parents. Neza shouted for the second time. Yin Di and Xue Chuqing looked at Yin Zhaoge and Neza with a smile on their faces. Fu Inshu, who was by the side, was slightly dazed. Fu Inshu had always admired Feng Yunsheng as a disciple. Feng Yunsheng had already surpassed her, which made her feel extremely gratified. To a certain extent, Feng Yunsheng was the disciple she admired the most, even surpassing Si Kongqing and the others. This wasn't because Feng Yunsheng's achievements were the highest. Instead, it was because Feng Yunsheng's experiences were much more difficult compared to Si Kongqing and the others. It was so difficult that Fu Inshu, who had always been strict with her disciples, asked herself if she was in Feng Yunsheng's position, she might not be able to walk out of it. Fu Inshu didn't dare to claim credit for Feng Yunsheng's current achievements. She only felt proud of her disciple. Now that she finally had a good home, Fu Inshu felt even more comforted. Fu Inshu had already acknowledged Yin Zhaoge's outstanding talent back in the 8th rank world. Fu Inshu had seen how he and Feng Yunsheng had been together all the way till now. She felt happy for Feng Yunsheng. Just looking at Yin Zhaoge, she couldn't help but think of something else. Fu Inshu subconsciously looked at Yin Di and Xue Chuqing beside her. Her emotions were a little complicated. However, as her gaze moved between Yin Di and Yin Zhaoge, the knot in Fu Inshu's heart gradually dissipated. The last knot in her heart had finally dissipated at the moment when the new generation had entered the wedding hall. A light smile appeared on Fu Inshu's face. Broadcrete Mountain's elders, Yuan Zhengfeng, Feng Zhuan, and the others stroked their beards and smiled. Yuan Zhengfeng looked at Fu Inshu thoughtfully, and the smile on his face became even thicker. Husband and wife bowed to each other. Neza shouted for the third time. Among the 8 women who had accompanied Feng Yunsheng in, one of them was looking at Yin Zhaoge and his wife with a longing expression. Then, she looked around the hall. If only I could have such a scene when I get married. Jun Luo pouted. As one of the Yin family's old friends in the 8th rank world, Jun Ziyuan and Jun Luo had already settled down in the sky beyond skies. For Yin Zhaoge's wedding this time, Yin Di had no choice but to invite them, as well as the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng, and his other old friends to attend the ceremony. Jun Luo was already familiar with Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng when she was young. After arriving at the sky beyond skies, the two families would often interact with each other. This time, she, along with Meng Wan, Guan Yuluo, and the others, would be Feng Yunsheng's bridesmaid. Her gaze wandered around the Great Hall for a long time before finally landing on Yin Zhaoge and Yin Zhaoge. She sighed in admiration. A match made in heaven. How wonderful! Meanwhile, on the other side, a woman was currently looking at Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng in a daze. To Yu Yi, it was very normal for her to fall into a daze like this. She would appear from time to time. The reason for her current absent-mindedness had nothing to do with Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng themselves, and had nothing to do with any of the people present at the ceremony today. However, as she looked at the newlyweds, she couldn't help but think of another figure. Yi returned to her senses and looked at Meng Wan, Fu Ting, Guan Yuluo, and the others beside her. Just now, they had accompanied Feng Yunsheng into the main hall. She looked at the opposite side, where Su Fei, Ying Long Tu, Xia Guang, and the others who had accompanied Yin Zhaoge previously stood. If you're still here, you should be standing among them, right? Yi softly muttered to herself. However, when her gaze fell upon the newlyweds, her gaze became joyful and gentle. She sighed in admiration as well. Lovers are finally together. How wonderful! Beside her, Meng Wan's face was also filled with smiles as she looked at the newlyweds. Senior apprentice sister, you've finally come to an end. Currently, she was already a female deity who had shed her mortal body. However, when she looked at the newlyweds, she couldn't help but feel emotional, and the corners of her eyes moistened. She couldn't help but recall the time when she was still in the Sacred Sun clan in the 8th rank world. At that time, she and Feng Yunsheng were still fellow apprentice sisters of the same sect. All of a sudden, Feng Yunsheng met with misfortune and fell from the peak of a mountain to the bottom of a valley. After that, she injured Xiao Shun and was forced to flee from the Sacred Sun clan. After that, Feng Yunsheng met Yin Zhaoge and recovered her extreme Yin physique. The two of them became rivals in the extreme Yin bout and had no choice but to fight against each other. After the Sacred Sun clan perished, the extreme Yin crown was finally decided in the world beyond worlds. However, Feng Yunsheng fell into the 9 underworlds because of the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shunhua. Only after the world beyond worlds separated did the two reunite. Feng Yunsheng finally settled down and no longer had to wander around. During the time when Feng Yunsheng's whereabouts were unknown, Yin Zhaoge had been waiting for her return. Now that the two of them were finally together, Meng Wan was extremely happy for Feng Yunsheng. Although she knew that the future was unpredictable, Meng Wan only felt joy when she saw Feng Yunsheng getting married. Beside her, Guan Yulua was similarly elated. Unlike Meng Wan, Guan Yulua's smile was exceptionally radiant. Meng Wan smiled and turned to look at the other side. She couldn't help but be slightly startled. Her half-sister, Fu Ting, was currently looking at the newlyweds with a slightly complicated gaze. Like everyone else, she had blessings and joy. However, there seemed to be something else. Sister, Meng Wan secretly sent a sound transmission to Fu Ting. Although they only recognized each other after they became adults, although they had different mothers, and because of their father, it was a little awkward at the beginning. However, Fu Ting had been taking care of her half-sister, Meng Wan. Thinking about how Meng Wan had left her parents and wandered alone in the 8th rank world, Fu Ting felt even more pity for her. After all these years, Meng Wan had also gotten along well with Fu Ting. She was even closer than her father, Fu Yunqi. Now that she noticed Fu Ting's abnormality, she couldn't help but feel moved. Fu Ting turned to look at Meng Wan. As if she knew what Meng Wan was thinking, she smiled and shook her head. Relax, I'm fine now. I'm just feeling a little emotional when I think about the past. Meng Wan looked at her and nodded lightly. She didn't say anything else. Fu Ting looked at the newlyweds again and smiled. The indescribable emotions within her gaze gradually faded, as if she had completely let go of something. After bowing, Yi, Meng Wan, Guan Yulua, and the others walked forward and accompanied Feng Yunsheng to the courtyard behind the hall. Yin Zhaoge stayed behind to entertain the guests. If they wanted to talk about business, there would be other times. At this moment, there was only a celebratory atmosphere. Before the great calamity, the Jade Lake's Immortality Peach Banquet and the Heavenly Court's Divine Palaces banquets were always a grand occasion. After the great calamity, Taoism had fallen, and even these banquets had become history. Today, Yin Zhaoge's wedding banquet was recreated. After entertaining the guests, Neza, Su Fei, and the others escorted Yin Zhaoge to the bridal chamber. After being troubled by Meng Wan, Jun Luo, and Guan Yulua, Yin Zhaoge finally entered the bridal chamber. His bride was waiting for him there. Yin Zhaoge slowly walked forward and lifted the red veil, revealing Feng Yunsheng's face beneath the veil. Feng Yunsheng was a little embarrassed. However, she still raised her head and looked at Yin Zhaoge, her gaze rippling. Zhaoge, she said in a daze, no matter how difficult the next round of the 9 underworlds is, I don't think it's in vain. Before she finished speaking, her vision darkened. Yin Zhaoga's face came closer and sealed her lips. The bride's body softened a little, and she leaned into the groom's embrace. After a while, their lips separated. Yin Zhaoga whispered by her ear, "Let's not talk about that now. We have more important matters to attend to." What matters? Feng Yinsheng bit her lips and said, You tell me. I'm listening." Yin Zhaoga smiled without saying a word. He sucked on her earlobe, and his teeth scraped against her skin. He felt her breathing getting faster and faster. Chapter 1752. Feng Yinsheng stood by the window, leaning into Yin Zhaoga's embrace. Yin Zhaoga had a long robe draped over his shoulders, which he then wrapped around Feng Yinsheng. He rested his chin on Feng Yinsheng's shoulder and smiled. "Young girl," who was the one who was almost snapped by young girl. Feng Yinsheng lazily narrowed her eyes and retorted. Yin Zhaoga chuckled and said softly while hugging her, "I'm not used to it anymore. Who asked me to wait for someone for hundreds of years?" "You." Feng Yunqing's body instantly turned soft as she said unwillingly, You cheated." Yin Zhaoga gently grabbed her hand and let her lean against the window frame, lifting up a bride's veil. "To me, last night was the first time in my life." Feng Yinsheng bit her lips and felt the pressure coming from behind her that was getting tighter and tighter. Delete it a bit more." Yin Zhaoga hugged Feng Yinsheng and returned to the room. "You're only bullying me now," Feng Yinsheng said lazily. "The more time passes, the more useless your methods will be." Yin Zhaoga laughed. "What methods were there just now?" "It was a certain young girl who was too useless." He chuckled. "When the time comes, you still won't be able to stand it. You can slowly learn. One day I'll beat you." Feng Yinsheng gritted her teeth hatefully. Yin Zhaoga couldn't help but laugh. "All right, I'll wait. We'll have plenty of time in the future." In the future, Feng Yunqing's gaze gradually turned gentle. However, after a while, some worry appeared between her brows. Yin Zhaoga didn't need to lower his head to feel the emotional changes of the person in his embrace. He said gently, "Relax. Now, I'm more confident about the 9 underworld's next round." Truthfully speaking, the combination of yin and yang allowed him to understand Feng Yunqing's situation more clearly. The bride's words seemed to be even more perverted than the groom's. However, hearing Yin Zhaoga's words, Feng Yunqing's face still flushed a little as she nodded lightly. "However, it also made me feel something else," Yin Zhaoga said softly. "The one I'm most concerned about is you, of course. Still, could the 9 underworlds be making use of this to create a diversion?" Hearing the second half of the sentence, Feng Yunqing's eyes suddenly cleared up. "A diversion? It's just a feeling. I keep having the feeling that this is related to the fate of the 9 underworld's demonic Tao. Since you've implicated the doomsday heavenly demon, the 9 underworld's actions shouldn't be simple," Yin Zhaoga murmured. "From the looks of it now, their moves were a little soft, falling short of my expectations." Feng Yinsheng raised her head, and he lowered it slightly. The two of them looked at each other. "It's fine if only the primordial heart devil presides over it. However, the vast freedom heavenly devil still exists in the 9 underworlds," continued Yin Zhaoga. "Yes." Feng Yinsheng nodded lightly. She laughed bitterly. "Hearing you say that, I should feel more relaxed. But why do I feel more nervous instead?" Yin Zhaoga sat down and let Feng Yinsheng lean against his embrace. Then, he said, "Because we still don't know where the 9 underworld scheme comes from. An unknown threat is always the greatest threat. However, we can't let our guard down. Still, we don't have to worry too much. In this round, the 9 underworld's pressure is greater than anyone else's." Feng Yinsheng nodded. "According to what you've always said, we should prepare ourselves first." On the wedding night, Yin Zhaoga naturally had to take care of the most important matter first. However, when it came to a new day, no matter if it was him or Feng Yinsheng, they still had other matters to attend to. This wedding ceremony was filled with guests. It was both a grand occasion and a gathering, especially the peak experts of Taoism's direct lineage. Almost all of them attended. While congratulating Yin Zhaoga and Feng Yinsheng, they also discussed the current situation and the direction of Taoism's development. Naturally, the grand saint of 9 spirits, and the Bodhisattva Guanyin couldn't participate in such a gathering. There was no need for them to stay any longer. Both of their objectives had been achieved. After staying for a few days, the demon and Buddha bid farewell and left. Yang Jian and Neza sent them off. Before the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits left, Neza handed him a letter. "Old man, please pass it to Taoist Luya." Neza sent the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits off and cupped his hands. The Grand Saint of Nine Spirits received the same bamboo slip and nodded. "I'll definitely pass it to him. Only, I wonder if the Three Clear lineage has acknowledged this letter?" "That's right," Neza said straightforwardly. "If you're interested, you can read it first." The Grand Saint of Nine Spirits shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. I'm only responsible for delivering the letter." "If that's the case, take care, old man," Neza said straightforwardly. "Not only me, but the others also hope that you can consider returning to Taoism. I'm too lazy to live in seclusion. It's the same no matter where I am. Now that I've come out, it's only to settle the score with the victorious fighting Buddha of the Western Pure Lands for what happened in the past. After fulfilling this wish, I have no other requests, nor am I in the mood to participate in other disputes." The Grand Saint of Nine Spirits replied, "The old Heavenly Lord has already become a protector of Taoism. During the Great Calamity, it was thanks to the Eastern Sovereign's protection that I managed to escape from the calamity. Now, it's my duty to serve the Eastern Sovereign to repay the favor of the past. Please forgive me." Neza said, "Old man, you're too courteous. Since you have such intentions, I won't force you. We'll meet again in the future." The Grand Saint of Nine Spirits bid farewell to Neza and returned to the Astro Mountains' starry seas. After entering the Grand Plainess Heaven, he arrived at the propping mulberry tree, where Taoist Luya was waiting. "Thank you, Taoist Nine Spirits." Taoist Luya received the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits. The old lion didn't stay for long and left after delivering the letter. Unlike the first time he delivered the letter, the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits didn't inquire about the contents of the letter. After Taoist, Luya sent the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits off. He read the message in the bamboo slip. "Old ancestor," after sending the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits off, the Golden Crow Great Sage returned and saw Taoist Luya in deep thought while holding onto the bamboo slip. Taoist Luya played with the bamboo slip and casually said, "We're just taking what we need. Only, we still have to consider the details." He kept the bamboo slip and transformed into a rainbow light. He soared into the sky and went to meet the Eastern Monarch Tai. On the other side, after Neza sent the Grand Saint of Nine Spirits off, he also returned to the Taoism heavens. The gathering of the Taoism bigwigs continued. Most of them were still focused on the upcoming changes in the Nine Underworlds. The complicated relationship could lead to various changes in the situation at any time. Everyone had no choice but to think about it carefully. When that time came, it was important to act according to the situation. However, the more prepared one was, the easier it would be to adapt to the situation. After everyone finished their discussion, they finally began to disperse. "You and your wife are both dragons and phoenixes among men. Now that you've finally gotten married, congratulations." Gao Han bade farewell to Yin Zhaoge and said emotionally, "While you and your wife originated from a lower world, your pearls have never been covered in dust. It's truly our Taoism's fortune." Chapter 1753. Hearing Gao Han's words, Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered. The other party seemed to be implying something. While it might not sound like much, Yin Zhaoge, who had always been wary of Gao Han, felt that his words were a little weird. Why did he suddenly mention the Eight Extremities world? It wasn't that the Eight Extremities world couldn't be mentioned. If it were Yu Zhenbei, Gao Qingxian, Long Xingquan, Long Xueji, and the others who were extremely close to him, witnessing Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yinsheng, and even Yin Di's growth from the Eight Extremities world to the world beyond worlds, they would naturally be filled with emotions. If it were Yuan Jingfeng, Fu Inshu, Feng Jun, or Jun Ziyuan, Zhao Shicheng, Meng Wan, and Tang Yonghao, who originated from the Eight Extremities world, they would be fine too. However, Gao words made it seem like he was speaking too deeply. Indeed, Gao had once resided in the Eight Extremities world to avoid detection. However, when Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yinsheng, and the others were active, Gao had already secretly left the 8th rank world. Let alone Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng. Even Yin Di and Yuan Zhengfeng had never truly interacted with Gao before. If Gao had to come into contact with the Broad Creed Mountain, it was when he had secretly taken away the Broad Creed Mountain's treasure, the cyclic heavenly seal fragment. Yin Zhaoge had only obtained the sacred artifact, the extreme Yang seal. Only after entering the world beyond worlds could one truly come into contact with Gao. That was Gao clone, the concealed sovereign Yang Su. As such, Yin Zhaoge couldn't help but be bothered by his sudden words. With Gao personality, Yin Zhaoge found it hard to believe that he had mentioned it unintentionally. "You're too polite, Taoist Gao." Yin Zhaoge smiled and said, "Back in the 8 Extremities world, I've always felt regretful for not being able to learn from you." Gao waved his hands. "I've embarrassed myself, young heavenly lord. At that time, I was hiding all over the place and was in a sorry state. I can't bear to look back." "What are you saying, Taoist Gao?" "The extreme Yang seal you left in the 8 Extremities world had already benefited me greatly," said Yin Zhaoge with a smile. "I'm honored to be able to assist the rise of my Taoism's heroes. However, it's just a tiny bit of help." Gao smiled as well. After the two chatted for a while, Gao bid farewell and left. Yin Zhaoge watched as his silhouette disappeared, pondering silently. With his understanding of Gao, he would definitely not hope for Yin Zhaoge to remember the favor of the extreme Yang seal. In that case, the reason why Gao had mentioned the 8 Extremities world was something that one could not help but ponder over. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhaoge regained his wits, looking in another direction. There, Xiao AI was giggling nonstop. She was flipping through a thick list of gifts in her hands, and it was as if there were countless copper coins rolling in her big black eyes. "Look at how happy you are." Yin Zhaoge could not help but laugh. Having been in charge of the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion for so many years, the accounts and figures, as well as various rare treasures that have passed through your hands every day, should already long since be hard to count. "Why do you still look like you only care about money?" Xiao AI seemed not to have heard what Yin Zhaoge had said at all. Hearing Yin Zhaoge call her, she suddenly swiveled her head, a strange light shining within her eyes as she stared fixedly at him. That gaze caused Yin Zhaoge's scalp to turn numb, as though he was a massive human-shaped golden ingot. "Young master." Xiao AI's expression was extremely solemn, and her voice was sonorous and forceful. She solemnly said, "Please marry the young mistress once a day. Great minds think alike." Yin Zhaoge spread his palms apart. "It's just a pity that the guests who sent the gifts might not be happy about it. By then, I might as well rob them openly." Xiao AI raised her head and let out a long sigh. She felt incomparably lonely and was filled with the regret of dying before achieving victory. Yin Zhaoge snapped his fingers at her. "All right, continue counting. This time, it's still quite a sumptuous amount." Just like the gifts given by Gao and Ling Qing, the Starfire Core and the extreme purple crystal might not be of much use to Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng. However, these treasures could still be used as raw materials for artifact refinement, and they played an important role. For example, the Starfire Core and the extreme purple crystal were extremely rare and hard to find. The two gifts given by Gao and Ling Qing were of excellent quality, and they were even more precious. Even if they didn't need to be used for artifact refinement, Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yinsheng could still gift them to others. For example, the extreme purple crystal was immensely beneficial to women who possessed the extreme physique. Feng Yinsheng had already ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm long ago. Currently, her martial path didn't rely on the extreme physique. However, to Meng Wan, the extreme purple crystal had countless miraculous uses. Even if she had switched to cultivating the supreme martial arts of the Grand Clear lineage, the extreme purple crystal would still be of great use to her. "Oh, right. Xiao AI, remember to pick out the Nirvana vine gifted by the North Star Emperor." As Yin Zhaoge spoke, he asked someone to invite Feng Moyang over. Senior apprentice brother Yin. After Feng Moyang arrived and saw the Nirvana vine, his eyes lit up. Ever since he became Yin Zhaoge's groomsman, he had always been thinking about this peculiar spirit flower. Yin Zhaoge didn't have the time to take care of the Nirvana vine. Naturally, he had to hand it over to Feng Moyang, who was the most proficient in cultivating plants in the entire Broad Creek Mountain. Feng Moyang didn't hesitate to accept this task, and he happily accepted it. Can you give me some of the sweet pouring raindrops gifted by the Bodhisattva of Guanyin? Feng Moyang extended his hand towards Yin Zhaoge without hesitation. I knew that you're always thinking about it. Yin Zhaoge scolded jokingly. I can't give you too much. I have other uses for it. Feng Moyang smiled and said, It's good that you have some. Not only this Nirvana vine, but the other plants also benefited from it. After the two chatted for a while, Feng Moyang left. The guests gradually dispersed, and the grand ceremony finally came to an end. Yin Zhaoge didn't return to the sky beyond skies. Instead, he stayed in this newly established world with Feng Yunsheng and lived his life happily. Of course, his daily life wasn't only filled with partying every night. He had never stopped cultivating his martial arts. He studied the newly obtained Grand Supreme Pill scripture repeatedly. As time passed, the aftermath of Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng's wedding slowly subsided. However, the ripples of this world never subsided. Between the two heretics, the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus, every few days, the minor conflicts would escalate to a full-scale war. After a long or short war, the situation would return to a peaceful state. The cycle repeated endlessly. The situation of the other factions was relatively peaceful. This was also because everyone was accumulating their strength and making preparations. While Yin Zhaoge was cultivating in seclusion, news continuously came from the outside world. No one knew what kind of price the 9 underworlds had paid. However, the Earth Devil finally returned to the 9 underworlds from the Western Pure Lands after his rebirth. From then on, regardless of their forms, complete or incomplete, other than the Water Devil, the 12 devilish gods had temporarily returned to their positions. As such, the entire world started waiting for the Water Devil's rebirth. Year after year, they waited for the arrival of the final moment. Chapter 1754. Although the primordial heavenly devil was suppressed by the jade-clear primordial heavenly lord, the seal was located within the 9 underworlds. The 9 underworlds, which were like the 2 extremes of the world, were formed by the creation heavenly devil's corpse after he perished. In the past, the 9 underworlds exchanged the immortal exterminating sword from the Teshita Palace. Previously, when everyone was fighting for the immortal extermination formation, the vast freedom heavenly devil made a move and helped the Amitabha Buddha to temporarily stop the Eastern sovereignty. He made a deal with the Western Pure Lands in exchange for the faceless heavenly devil's authority to return to the 9 underworlds. The vast freedom heavenly devil had always been in this world. Due to Feng Yunsheng, the doomsday heavenly devil that had yet to truly descend into the world had a few more obstacles. However, fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. This might also cause the doomsday heavenly devil to descend earlier. Other than the 6 ancestral devils, among the 6 extinct devils, the primordial heart devil and the wood devil had always existed. The devil of aged metal relied on Nie Jingxun to reincarnate, while the devil of fire returned to the 9 underworlds thanks to Dalord Luya. After the earth devil was reincarnated in the Western Pure Lands, he was also welcomed back by the 9 underworlds. Of the 12 devilish gods, only the water devil had yet to return. The 9 underworlds patiently waited for the last of the 12 devilish gods. It was the same for the other forces. As everyone waited together, time flowed like water, not forgetting the day and night. In the blink of an eye, 800 years passed in the blink of an eye. Yin Zhaoge traveled back and forth between the Zhu Luo Royal Reed Heaven and the everlasting Clouds Vow. While immersing himself in his cultivation, he also took care of the changes and developments within the everlasting Clouds Vow. The higher one's cultivation, the longer one's lifespan. However, it would be harder to continue advancing, and the time required would increase. 800 years passed in the blink of an eye for a grand virtual immortal. For those who had already attained duo flowers converge crown and were at the peak of the virtual immortal realm, thousands or even tens of thousands of years were nothing to them. Many would even be stuck here for their entire lives, unable to ascend to the grand heavenly realm. Although Yin Zhaoge had also been stuck at the duo flowers converge crown stage for 800 years, he was not in a rush. Following his own thoughts, he methodically sorted through all that he had learned and seen, slowly accumulating and stabilizing his body. For a virtual immortal with duo flowers converge crown, even if he didn't cultivate the essence of essence, and his lifespan was less than a yuan, Yin Zhaoge's current age was still too young. If he broke through the origin heavenly tribulation now, he would immediately become the youngest grand heavenly immortal in history. If you don't cultivate in the three purities at the same time, wouldn't you already be able to take that step? Feng Yunsheng asked Yin Zhaoge as she sat in the meditative position within the secluded room. Yin Zhaoge smiled. More or less. In the past, he had used the peerless heavenly scripture as his foundation and borrowed its convenience to help him cultivate other ultimate arts, saving him some time. However, now that he was about to ascend to the grand heavenly realm, which was the highest realm in the immortal realm, it was also the final step before the Tao realm. He was almost close to the Tao, and some aspects had already merged with the Tao. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge needed to balance and stabilize his body. Disregarding his primary and secondary cultivation, he had to fuse them together. He wanted to ascend the origin heavenly tribulation with the unprecedented simultaneous cultivation of the three clear lineages. This also required him to spend even more time to figure out the various profound principles and take a step further in creating his own interpretation. Without the experience of others to refer to, he could only rely on himself to polish everything. The higher your cultivation, the more I feel that your talent and perception is so high that it's terrifying. Feng Yunsheng was also meditating as she said, I feel that even senior apprentice sister you, who possesses the heaven-containing purified soul, isn't as high as you. Yin Zhaoge coughed lightly and pretended to be calm. He raised his head slightly. Although he didn't say a word, his entire body was emitting the meaning of continue praising, don't stop. Seeing his lazy look, Feng Yunsheng stopped talking and purposely ignored him. Cough, cough. Yin Zhaoge curled his lips disinterestedly. After coughing twice, he changed the topic. Let's not talk about me anymore. Instead, Father's current situation is a little abnormal. Feng Yunsheng frowned slightly. You're saying that he's slow? With her current cultivation and eyesight, she knew what Yin Zhaoge was referring to. Almost 1,000 years have passed since Father attained duo flowers at converge crown. Yin Zhaoge nodded. To others, it's nothing. However, to Father, it's abnormal. Yindi's cultivation was different from ordinary people. His saber of creation had determined that he would advance diligently and overcome all obstacles. Aside from his powerful combat strength, the speed at which he improved his cultivation was far faster than ordinary people. It was so fast that many people found it hard to believe. Still, there were always pros and cons to everything. Yindi's swift and violent rise in power, due to the creation saber, was something that he could only advance forward bravely. To Yindi, suppressing his cultivation base would only bring him more harm than benefit. Just like how Suo Mingzhong had the ability to cross the origin heavenly tribulation in the past, he had purposely stayed in the virtual immortal realm. Or perhaps the prime clear lineage's sheath, edge, and nurture sword, as well as Yin Zhaoge's self-adjustment and accumulation, weren't suitable for Yindi. If he did things like Yin Zhaoge and Suo Mingzhong, he would only be unable to advance any further. He wouldn't be able to improve for the rest of his life. What's worse was that he couldn't stop voluntarily. If he was stuck at a bottleneck for too long, Yindi's blade might become blunt, and he wouldn't be able to improve anymore. He wouldn't be like others who had the possibility of advancing after hesitating for many years. If Yindi paused for just a little too long, there would no longer be any hope left. If he could succeed, he would succeed very quickly. If he couldn't, he wouldn't be able to do it again. He would be like an arrow at the end of its flight, unable to pierce through the fabric of the virtual immortal realm. There wouldn't be a second chance to exert his strength. Yin Zhaoge had been stuck at the virtual immortal peak stage for 1,000 years. It wasn't a short period of time, which made Yin Zhaoge a little worried. Of course, other than worry, there were more doubts. With Yin Di's talent, the creation saber's miraculousness, and the Taoism's abundant environment, while the origin heavenly tribulation had stumped countless people, it shouldn't be able to stop Yin Di. Just like how Yin Zhaoge was hailed as the young heavenly lord, and everyone believed that he would ascend to the grand heavenly realm, the Yin family's father and son would ascend to the heavenly lord realm. This was also a publicly acknowledged fact. Is it because of the conflict with Senior Sua's heaven-severing scripture, or is it affecting his mental state? Feng Yunsheng frowned. Based on the past, it shouldn't be. Could it be because of that strange token? There's nothing special about the token. I can't see anything wrong with it. Yin Zhaoge stroked his chin. I'm thinking, could it be related to the grand simplicity splendor cloud? Feng Yunsheng nodded slowly, and a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. Grand simplicity splendor cloud. As the two were conversing, Yin Zhaoge's expression changed slightly. After a while, he said, Junior apprentice brother Xia, come in. Xia Guang entered the secluded room. Senior apprentice brother Yin, senior apprentice sister Feng. Master asked me to deliver something to you. Chapter 1755. Xia Guang's master was none other than Yin Di, who shared the same master as Yin Zhaoge. He pointed his finger, and a dim speck of light flew out. The speck of light landed in midair and unfolded, turning into a cloud that looked like a blooming lotus flower, the edges of which were blurry. Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng both nodded. Grand simplicity, splendor cloud. After observing for a while, both of them had a feeling. This existence that resembled a clump of chaos, resembling a lotus whilst also a clump of clouds, was actually no longer able to find any traces of Yin Di at all. The connection between the two had been completely severed. This grand simplicity splendor cloud was born along with Yin Di, as if it was his second mother's womb. Ever since it reunited with Yin Di, it had been closely connected. As Yin Di's cultivation increased, this grand simplicity splendor cloud became more miraculous. The connection between them had been severed, which was quite an inconceivable thing. Even if they encountered Mahamayuri's 5-color divine light, the grand simplicity splendor cloud wouldn't be taken away. At most, he would be swept away along with the cloud. Even Mahamayuri couldn't take away the grand simplicity splendor cloud and sever the connection between it and Yin Di. In the current situation, apart from Tao realm bigwigs who could sever the connection between the two sides, only Yin Di himself could do it. He had completely abandoned the grand simplicity splendor cloud. Then, he had Xia Guang bring the grand simplicity splendor cloud to Yin Zhaoge for him to deal with. Yin Di, on the other hand, didn't care about the grand simplicity splendor cloud anymore, as if they were no longer connected. Where's my father now? Yin Zhaoge asked Xia Guang. Xia Guang answered, Master asked me to bring the item to you, senior apprentice brother, while he left the sky beyond skies and the vermilion royal reed heaven. Before he left, he went to meet Master's wife and asked me to tell you not to look for him. As expected, Feng Yunsheng sighed softly. Yin Zhaoge extended his hand and kept the grand simplicity splendor cloud. Father will be back soon. The next time he returned, it might be when Yin Di ascended to the grand heavenly realm. Previously, he was worried that Yin Di had stayed in the virtual immortal peak realm for too long. After thinking about it, he had some guesses. Ever since he obtained the grand simplicity splendor cloud, Yin Di relied on it to protect himself. Even those with higher cultivation than him couldn't break through the grand simplicity splendor cloud's defenses. Therefore, in battle, Yin Di would often only attack and not defend, displaying the great offensive power of his creation saber to the point of perfection. With the existence of the grand simplicity splendor cloud, unless his opponent's cultivation base was much higher than his, surpassing a certain limit, or if they cultivated in a supreme martial art like the heaven-opening scripture and were able to counter the grand simplicity splendor cloud, Yin would already be undefeatable even before they clashed. While this would allow him to sweep through all before him in actual combat, it would actually be of no benefit to Yindi's cultivation. Yin other than the Yindi's cloud, he could only D the Tion other than the origin. It didn't show up in the past, but now that it was the last stage of the origin heavenly tribulation, it finally had an effect. D Tion wasn't only knew. Then the Tions would Yenel heaven would Yin to the god. D didn't want. He had Yin Yin Yang would Yang other than the D the Yin Yang after the day after the heaven. After past. Through. Instead, he would bid farewell to the grand simplicity splendor cloud. Regardless of whether Yin Zhaoge would return it in the future, Yindi's mentality was that he wouldn't retrieve the grand simplicity splendor cloud after becoming a grand heavenly immortal. With this, Yindi went all out as well, heading into the infinite space of extra-dimensional space alone. The risks involved were obvious. Either he would never return, or Taoism would gain another grand heavenly immortal if he returned. Yeah, I believe that day isn't far away. Feng Yunxing smiled and said, perhaps he'll return in the blink of an eye. Yin Zhaoge and Xia Guang smiled. Father has his own determination and courage. Of course, we won't drag him down. Yin Zhaoge said, however, the world isn't peaceful now. Everyone's tensed up. Feng Yunxing nodded. Indeed. Right, is Taoist Neza still blocking the Western Pure Lands entrance? Yin Zhaoge asked Xia Guang. Ever since Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunxing's wedding, Neza became idle again. Previously, during his battle against the Dipankara ancient Buddha, he was secretly influenced by the primordial heart devil. He wasn't convinced and wanted to challenge the Dipankara ancient Buddha again. Neza kept his promise and went to the Western Pure Lands to challenge the Dipankara ancient Buddha for the second time. The Dipankara ancient Buddha claimed that he was injured by Yang Jian and needed to recuperate, ignoring Neza's challenge. His recuperation lasted for 800 years. The three altars' great divinities are still challenging the Western Pure Lands entrance. The Dipankara ancient Buddha still hasn't accepted the challenge, answered Xia Guang. Others might not know about the Dipankara ancient Buddha's injuries, but Yang Jian definitely knew. As such, the Dipankara ancient Buddha was still refusing to accept the challenge. How would Neza be willing to accept it? In the past, the scene of him blocking the Buddha's Pure Lands entrance and cursing at them happened again. However, with the Dipankara ancient Buddha's shamelessness, he didn't receive any benefits like when he fought for the Wuji apricot yellow flag. He completely ignored Neza's curses. To him, the most important matter was the 9 Underworlds' upcoming match. Speaking of which, it's been 800 years. Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself. Just as Feng Yunxing was about to say something, her expression suddenly changed. Yin Zhaoge's heart was connected to hers, and he immediately understood. 9 Underworlds? I can't say for sure, but I feel that. Feng Yunxing's expression turned serious. She took a deep breath and said word by word, I feel that the moment is coming. Yin Zhaoge's gaze turned deep. With Feng Yunxing's current cultivation and strength, her premonitions that were related to her body were usually extremely accurate. With her relationship with the 9 Underworlds, her premonitions would be more accurate than others. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge also felt that someone was rushing towards his cave manor. It was sure June, little June, come in. Yin Zhaoge's heart moved, and he raised his voice. He nodded towards Feng Yunxing. Seems like your feeling is correct. Senior Apprentice Uncle Yin, Senior Apprentice Uncle Feng, Senior Apprentice Uncle Xia. Shi Jun entered the room and greeted Yin Zhaoge and the others. Then he said anxiously, Senior Apprentice Uncle, there's an urgent report. It seems like a new embodiment of the Water Devil has appeared. It's finally here. Yin Zhaoge stood up. Not too early, not too late. Everything's happening at the same time. Still, it's fine. Everyone's busy here, and they don't have the time to care about Father. This is a good thing for him. He looked at Shi Jun and smiled. Since it's an external report, it means that the Water Devil's embodiment isn't within our Taoism. Don't panic. Tell me slowly, Where's the problem? Chapter 1756. Of all of Broad Creed Mountain, other than Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yunsheng, Su Fei, and the other peak experts, the one who was most concerned about the matter of the nine underworlds was undoubtedly Shi Jun. He had never forgotten the experience of almost becoming a reincarnated body of a great devil with his mother, Ying Yuzhen. Even though he was no longer the Earth Devil, Shi Jun still couldn't calm his emotions. Goei Shui Demon's reincarnation form is indeed not one of us. He's not under the jurisdiction of our Dao sect. Shi Jun gradually calmed down after being influenced by Yin Zhaoge's emotions. Then he said in detail, according to the Grand Unity Spiritual Master's information, this should be the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The blessed lands of the White Lotus? Yin Zhaoge nodded, saying to Xia Guang, inform Daoist Neza so that he can make preparations. Xia Guang answered, yes, senior apprentice brother. Yin Zhaoge then said to Shi Jun, inform your master and ask him not to be in a hurry to leave. When the time comes, my Northern Ocean clone and Pan Pan will set off alongside him. I will obey Martial Uncle's orders. Shi Jun bowed and left. Let's go take a look together. After instructing Feng Yunsheng, Yin Zhaoge turned his head and smiled. All right. Feng Yunsheng's expression remained the same. She immediately left the Vermilion Sovereign Reed Heaven with Yin Zhaoge and headed towards the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Shifting through space, so close, yet worlds apart, Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng soon saw a blessed land of Buddhism. Within the blessed land, numerous white lotuses bloomed and numerous green lamps lit up. However, a great battle was taking place here. The flames of war scorched a corner of the blessed lands of the White Lotus. It was like a pond filled with blooming white lotuses. Thick black ink dripped into a corner of the pond and couldn't be dissolved, dyeing the white lotuses black. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. Oh, already so explosive from the start. Unlike how he did everything he could to exchange for the third Fire Devil and the Earth Devil, this time, the nine underworlds directly snatched them away. The Tai cultivated deity's figure appeared beside Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng. There were shadows in the void, and the figures of the other Taoist heavenly lords were also faintly discernible. They were paying attention to this side, as if they could descend at any time. However, no one had any intention of intervening. They just watched from the sidelines. It's not that the blessed lands of the White Lotus are easy to bully. Yin Zhaoge smiled. This is the last one. The nine underworlds no longer have anything to fear. If it were any other family, they would probably just forcibly snatch it away. Anyway, everyone would have to indulge them this time. It wasn't just the Taoism heavenly lords. As the void trembled, the peak experts of the other factions were also paying attention to the blessed lands of the White Lotus. However, like in Zhaoge and the others, no one had any intention of making a move. At most, the demon race, which had always been allies with the blessed lands of the White Lotus, would have to send a great sage to give an explanation. One of the black-dyed white lotuses shattered. Then, a tornado and a dark figure rushed out from the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The faint yellow tornado was in front, sweeping everything in its path. Shadow was helping to take care of it from the side. Needless to say, the Shadow was naturally one of the 6 great extinct devils of the 9 underworlds, the Shadow Devil. During the battle 800 years ago, he was injured by Yin Zhaoge. After many years of recuperation, he finally recovered. This time, he took action again, escorting the newborn water devil from the blessed lands of the White Lotus back to the 9 underworlds. As for the sandstorm-like existence beside him, Yin Zhaoge felt the heavy and ferocious intent emanating from within. Yin Zhaoge understood. Unlike sister-in-law Yuzhen's reincarnation into a stone devil, the new Earth Devil is the Sand Devil. Following closely behind the sandstorm was a familiar face, the yellow-robed great sage, Kuei Woodwolf. Although everyone silently allowed the new water devil to return to the 9 underworlds, no matter how many arrangements they had made, the Astro Mountain Starry Sea, which was the blessed lands of the White Lotus ally, couldn't allow the Sand Devil to do whatever he wanted in the blessed lands of the White Lotus. After the Sword Buddha, Chu Su perished. The blessed lands of the White Lotus heretic Buddhas were still inferior to the 9 underworld's top-notch great devils. With the advantage in numbers and the home field advantage, they might be able to put up a fight. However, 2 of the 9 underworld's 6 extinct devils, the Wood Devil and the Earth Devil, took action together. The devils didn't intend to invade too deeply or destroy the blessed lands of the White Lotus. They only needed to receive the newly reincarnated Water Devil, which would render the blessed lands of the White Lotus exhausted. Under such circumstances, the demon race had to lend a helping hand. Just like how the victorious fighting Buddha was stopped by the Bull Demon King when he arrived at the blessed lands of the White Lotus in the past, the demon race sent the yellow-robed Great Sage to assist the blessed lands of the White Lotus Buddhas in dealing with the invading enemies. However, the 9 underworlds had already sent reinforcements outside the blessed lands of the White Lotus. The Primordial Heart Devil personally brought up the rear for the other great devils. Even if the yellow-robed Great Sage and the others wanted to intercept them, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Above the void, at a higher level, a White Lotus appeared. Only, before he made his move, a jet-black ancient mirror appeared, facing the White Lotus from afar. From Yin Zhaoga's and the others' perspective, the White Lotus and Black Mirror seemed to be hovering above the void. However, they seemed untouchable and could only be viewed from afar. The White Lotus was naturally the blessed lands of the White Lotus's master, the Maitreya Buddha. Although he had a tacit understanding with the Eastern Monarch Tai and Tao Lord Luya, allowing the 9 underworld's 12 metropolis heavenly devils to return to their positions, the blessed lands of the White Lotus's master couldn't help but feel embarrassed. The 9 underworlds gave him enough face. The Vast Freedom Heavenly Devil personally came out to help the Primordial Heart Devil, the Shadow Devil, and the Sand Devil in restraining the Maitreya Buddha. 9 Nether, this is actually kind of declaration. Yin Zhaoga thought, if they can't truly establish the 12 metropolis Heavenly Devil formation, the 9 underworlds might really choose to help the Amitabha Buddha against the Maitreya Buddha and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. As the 2 Tao realm bigwigs fought against each other, the Shadow Devil and the Sand Devil successfully shook off their pursuers and instantly returned to the 9 underworld's devilish domain. Together with them was the new Water Devil. After obstructing the Maitreya Buddha for a while, the Vast Freedom Heavenly Devil also left and returned to the 9 underworlds. However, this wasn't the end. On the contrary, as if a bell had rung, the various experts who were spectating by the side started to move. Let's go as well. Yin Zhaoga smiled and said to Feng Yunsheng and the Tai cultivated deity. The vast and boundless 9 underworlds connected with the void of the universe. The land of tranquil streams formed by the void's corrosion trembled at this moment. It wasn't just 1 or 2 portions of a land of tranquil streams that underwent changes. Instead, the entire land of tranquil streams was trembling. One after another, top-notch bigwigs descended. The world's top-notch experts gathered here. Rays of Buddha radiance, demonic chi, and immortal splendor appeared, forcefully purifying the vast tranquil streams that had existed since ancient times. The void that was affected by the 9 underworld's devilish domain's corrosion returned to its original state. The most eye-catching thing was that several boundless consciousnesses seemed to be shrouding the 9 underworlds. The intense pressure that came from it squeezed the 9 underworld's devilish domain. Chapter 1757. Above the 9 underworlds, a seemingly unreachable place, a green lotus, a white lotus, a jade gate, and an ancient bell appeared one after another. The Amitabha Buddha, the Maitreya Buddha, the immeasurable heavenly lord, and the eastern sovereign Tai, the 4 bigwigs of the Tao realm, all descended to the 9 underworlds. The 9 underworlds, which was already under heavy pressure, started to fluctuate even more under their shroud. Not only was the land of tranquil stream degenerating, but even the 9 underworlds itself started to fluctuate. Only in the depths of the 9 underworlds, there was an ocean. The seawater was pitch black and still as smooth as a mirror. No waves could be seen, just like a solidified land. Below the calm black ocean, space folded and changed, making it hard to know its depth. As if going downwards, there were layers and layers of profound worlds. The deeper one went, the more profound and ancient it was. It was like an untouchable place, facing the 4 Tao ancestors above the 9 underworlds. There were 12 pillars scattered in an irregular arrangement, with different heights and thicknesses. There didn't seem to be any order to them. The 12 pillars were originally empty, but now, images were faintly discernible. In the middle, there was a black ancient mirror. It was silent, reflecting the scene outside the 9 underworlds. Although everything that happened outside was still vivid in their minds, the 12 devilish gods on the 12 pillars in the depths of the 9 underworlds seemed to ignore it. The shadows on the top of the pillars all released dark red lights, which were as red as blood. These blood lights all fell below the 12 pillars, as if they were in the bottomless darkness. However, very quickly, the dense blood lights shone from below. Like blood filling a blood pool, it slowly rose and finally overflowed. The blood lights also devoured the 12 pillars one by one. Then, in the depths of the 9 underworlds, the blood lights surged up, forming a talisman with 12 strokes. It seemed simple, but it contained boundless profundities. The radiance of the surging blood sea shone upwards, passing through the abyss, the surface of the Black Sea, and the 9 underworlds. The people gathered outside the devilish domain felt uncomfortable when they were shown by the bloodlights. Even the grand heavenly immortal exalts felt frustrated and anxious when they were shown by the bloodlights. As expected, we can't underestimate them. Yin Zhaoge stabilized his state of mind while paying attention to Feng Yunsheng beside him. Compared to the others, Feng Yunsheng was much more at ease. However, this had nothing to do with her strength. Instead, it was because her connection with the 9 nether had not been severed. Unlike the others, Feng Yunsheng was in a good mood. She felt that the bloody light was attracting her, and she couldn't help but want to throw herself into it. Of course, this was also an abnormal state. Feng Yunsheng kept her mind clear and suppressed the strange palpitation. Meeting Yin Zhaoge's gaze, she lightly shook her head, indicating that she was currently fine. For so many years, whether it was by herself or with the help of Yin Zhaoge, Yang Jian, and the others, she had always sought to further restrain the remnant influence of the 9 underworlds, and her gains were considerable. That's good. Seeing that Feng Yunsheng was fine, Yin Zhaoge nodded and said, "It's still not time for us to make a move. Let's wait patiently." He raised his head and looked at the 9 underworlds, looking at the green lotus, the white lotus, the jade gate, and the ancient bell that were suspended there. Amiba was the first to make a move. A relic appeared on top of the green lotus flower. The relic released a seemingly unremarkable light. However, when the light passed through the 9 underworlds and entered the deep abyss, it directly penetrated through the blood sea and shone on the 12 pillars. The light accurately located the black ancient mirror and shone on its surface. A pure white mirror light immediately condensed on the ancient mirror and blocked the relic's light, preventing it from shining on the mirror itself. Being in the 9 underworlds and being reinforced by the 12 lines of the blood sea, the pure white mirror light completely blocked the relic's light, causing it to be unable to advance at all. The blood sea continued surging and was about to overflow towards the 9 underworld abyss. However, at the same time, the ancient bronze bell trembled slightly, and a bell sound resounded. Formless ripples shook the entire 9 underworlds. The roiling black fog seemed to have solidified, and the flickering red lightning seemed to have calmed down. The originally tranquil Black Sea's seawater began to roil, and the surging blood-colored light slowed down. The Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereign Tai, who were fighting against each other, joined hands at this moment. With the Eastern Sovereign Tai suppressing the changes in the 9 underworld's devilish domain, the Amitabha Buddha's technique instantly improved. The relic's light advanced again, causing the vast freedom heavenly devil to be unable to be distracted and had to deal with it with all his might. Unknowingly, the great freedom heavenly demon and the blood sea were separated. Although it wasn't to the point where they had to fight on their own, the relationship between the two sides wasn't as close as before. Affected by this, the rise of a sea of blood slowed down even more. It was a cycle. The weaker the rise of the blood sea was, the easier it would be for Eastern Emperor Tai to suppress it. As a result, the battle between Amitabha and Mahesvara was closer to a one-on-one battle. This world's most ancient Buddha displayed his true abilities in a calm manner. Without the slightest bit of worldly aura, he suppressed the great freedom heavenly demon. Perhaps the 9 underworlds might become the Western Pure Land's helper against the blessed lands of the White Lotus. But before that, it would not affect Amitabha at all. The 9 underworlds would not give up on the 12 devilish celestial formation for even a moment, and it would become the primary target of the various forces. Be it Buddha Amitabha or the East Emperor Tai, they would be more willing to use this opportunity to create a new Tao ancestor that truly belonged to their faction. She was a much more reliable helper than 9 Nether. Only when the 9 underworlds gave up on the 12 devilish celestial formation would Amitabha consider other options. To the 9 underworlds, completing the 12 devilish celestial formation would completely change the current world. Unless absolutely necessary, how could they retreat so easily? After all, the 12 devilish celestial formation is still in an incomplete state. It's hard for them to unleash their full strength after setting up the formation. Xiandu, great Taoist, appeared beside Yin Zhaoge and the others. He was also looking at the 9 underworlds. There, the White Lotus and the Jade Door were still motionless. They were restraining each other, but they were also guarding against other unexpected situations. It might be the 9 underworlds or the orthodox Taoism. Our current greatest reliance is naturally the immortal extermination formation. Yin Zhaoge stared at the 9 underworlds. However, if we were to act rashly, it's hard to say if they wouldn't join forces against us and break the formation. Xiandu, great Taoist's expression remained the same, and he nodded slightly. If they wanted to take advantage of the situation, they couldn't be too hasty. However, if they were to act too late, they would only be watching as the other party succeeded. Although it sounded simple, it was harder than ascending to the heavens to grasp the situation. The 9 underworlds was affected by the East Emperor Tai and was constantly trembling. However, to many people, this was the chance for them to take action. However, the group of Taoism bigwigs remained silent, just like how they did when the 9 underworlds snatched the people away from the blessed lands of the White Lotus. They calmly watched as the Dipankara ancient Buddha and Taoist Luya appeared together. They led the group of experts and slaughtered their way into the 9 underworlds. Chapter 1758. Within the void, Nez's silhouette appeared. He gritted his teeth and glared at the 9 underworlds. Not long ago, the Dipankara ancient Buddha used the excuse of recuperating from his injuries and refused to come out from the Western Pure Lands. Now, he led the Buddhas of the Blessed Lands and entered the 9 underworlds. A perfect Buddha light lit up behind his head. Within the Buddha light, 3 ancient lamps appeared. As the lamp lights flickered, they illuminated the devilish domain of the 9 underworlds and dispelled the black chi. Among them, the gray lamp lights swayed slightly. As if it had produced an endless suction force, it sucked in the devils wandering in the 9 underworlds. The 9 underworlds' evil devils entered the gray lamp lights and instantly disappeared, leaving only light smoke. On the other side, Tao Lord Luya, who wore a fishtail crown and a red robe, also entered the devilish domain of the 9 underworlds. His current posture was different from before. Faint flames flickered around his body. However, it was different from the golden, early heavenly fire. Instead, it was dark green, which was dark and ominous. Under the envelopment of the devilish flames, Tao Lord Luya seemed to be burning a path in the 9 underworlds. Wherever he walked, the surging devilish chi would fuse with the dark green flames, causing Tao Lord Luya to seem like an abyss that devoured everything around him. The 9 underworld's devils avoided it. However, they were engulfed by the dark green, devilish flames and were devoured. Breaking devils is transcending devils. Transcending devils is also breaking devils. The Tai cultivated deity stared at the 9 underworlds. Dipankara wants to illuminate the devils of the 9 underworlds, achieve great virtue, and ascend to the Tao realm. That's right. Now we can basically see some clues. Yin Zhaoga nodded. Tao Lord Luya walked a different path. He became a demon during the Archaic era, attained the Tao during the Ancient era, and became a Buddha during the Medieval era. However, the 12 devilish gods were too powerful. Thus, he had no choice but to break through the devilish tribulation and get rid of this final obstacle. Then, he would directly ascend to the Tao realm. The Tai cultivated deity sighed and said, "The 9 underworlds' Lord's destruction goes against the creation of living beings. However, today, all living beings want to perish the 9 underworlds instead. The other devils are actually unimportant. The key is that in the abyss of the 9 underworlds, all the devils have withered together. Only then can they be considered to have been illuminated," said Yin Zhaoga as he looked at the 9 underworlds. As expected, although the ancient Dipankara Buddha and Tao Lord Luya were dealing with the devils along the way, they didn't pay much attention to the devils of the 9 underworlds. Instead, they walked all the way to the abyssal sea in the center of the domain of devils. The 9 underworld's devils, whose cultivation bases were below average, but whose numbers were incalculable, were left to the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus. To the 2 heretic sects, converting demons and converting them would also allow them to obtain the power of faith and incense. The 9 underworlds faced the great 1,000 worlds from afar. Although the number of evil devils wasn't as many as the living beings, it was still uncountable. The immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus had enlightened them, and the benefits they received were immeasurable. However, whether he could succeed or not depended on the outcome of the battle in the 9 underworld demonic sea. Although their starting points are different, the ultimate goals of the Dipankara Buddha and Tao Lord Luya are basically similar. Yin Zhaoga squinted his eyes. However, the problem is, while their goals are the same, it doesn't mean that everyone would benefit if their goals were achieved. Instead, the one who completed everything would benefit from it and take that step forward. The Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereignty worked together to suppress the vast freedom heavenly devil and the 9 underworlds, creating conditions for those beneath them. However, as for how to deal with them, both sides would have to compete. The Dipankara Buddha and Tao Lord Luya descended above the abyss of the 9 underworld's demonic sea. Behind them, the Bodhisattva of Guanyin, the Bodhisattva of great strength, the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles, Yuan Hong, the Bull Demon King, and other experts stood by their sides, facing off against each other. Beneath them, the pitch-black ocean wasn't calm anymore. As the bells ringing resounded, the ocean's surface constantly rumbled. Through the black ocean's seawater, blood-colored radiances continuously flickered within the abyss. Currently, the abyss seemed to be divided into 2 layers. The upper layer was black, while the lower layer was blood-colored. The blood sea wanted to surge upwards, but was suppressed by the Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereignty. Other than the 12 devilish gods, the other 9 underworld's Grand Heavenly Devil Lord and Great Void Devil Lord were nowhere to be seen. They quietly hid within the abyss and didn't reveal themselves. The Primordial Heart Devil, Shadow Devil, Sand Devil, and other top-notch Grand Heavenly Realm experts of the 9 underworlds were busy setting up formations. Without them, it would be difficult for the 9 underworlds to fight against the Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and other top-notch bigwigs. As such, they decided to temporarily hide and retract their defenses, focusing their strength on the 12 devilish gods' grand formation. However, after being suppressed by the Amitabha Buddha and the Eastern Sovereignty, the blood sea beneath the abyss was instantly restrained. The Dipankara Buddha, Tao Lord Luya, and the others immediately descended into the abyss. "My Buddha is merciful," Within the perfect Buddha light behind the Dipankara Buddha's head, the gray light suddenly grew brighter. The flame flew out from the Buddha light and formed a swastika character within the pitch-black abyss, which then landed on the blood sea. Dalord Luya's entire body shone brightly as well. Dark green, devilish flames rose, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into a dark green, blazing sun, illuminating the blood sea. Devils perished and were reborn without end. Given the abilities of the Dipankara Buddha and Dalord Luya, they might have a way to completely annihilate the other great devils or suppress them so that they could not be reborn. However, this definitely did not include the 6 extinct devils. Even if they could kill the primordial heart devil, shadow devil, and the other devils, the other party would only be waiting for the next opportunity to be reborn. However, it was different now. The 9 Nether would be at its strongest when the 12 heavenly god-fiend formation was erected. However, there were 2 sides to every coin. Before that, it was the chance for the Dipankara Buddha and Dalord Luya. However, there was only one chance. The Dipankara Buddha and Dalord Luya still had to fight out. Dalord, sorry for the offense. The Dipankara Buddha put his palms together towards Dalord Luya. Then the 18 sea calming pearls flew up. 5-colored light flickered, dazzling one's eyes and suppressing one's soul. Almost at the same time, Dalord Luya also took out a gourd. The mouth of the gourd emitted a beam of light that was more than 30 feet tall. An object appeared in the light. It was 5 inches long, had eyebrows, eyes, and a pair of wings. 2 beams of white light shone from its eyes, and its target was Dipankara Buddha. It was none other than the immortal slaying flying saber. As expected, it's his transformation. Yang Jian's figure appeared beside Yin Zhaoge and the others. He smiled and looked at Dalord Luya within the 9 underworlds. Yin Zhaoge, Feng Yinsheng, Neza, and the others turned their heads to look at him. Yang Jian waved his hand. My gourd dried up, so I thought that Luya had refined another immortal slaying flying saber. However, even with Luya's capabilities, it would still take him a long time to refine it. Within the 9 underworlds, Dipankara Buddha didn't dare to underestimate the immortal slaying flying saber when he saw the immortal slaying flying saber. However, even so, he couldn't avoid the 2 beams of white light released by the immortal slaying flying saber. Within the perfect Buddha light behind his head, the gray lamp was previously forming a talisman to suppress the blood sea. However, it could only stop for now. Within the gray lamp, illusory figures flew out one after another. These illusory figures disrupted the 2 beams of white light, allowing Dipankara Buddha to dodge the immortal slaying flying saber in time. Facing the 18 sea calming pearl's continuous attacks, Dalord Luya was forced to extinguish the dark green devilish flame suppression towards the blood sea. Chapter 1759. Dalord Luya transformed into a streak of light that was unfathomably ethereal. However, there were simply too many oceanic calming pearls. A total of 18 came crashing down one after another, causing Dalord Luya to only be able to dodge a portion of them. In the end, there were still many pearls that smashed into the illusory rainbow light. Under the shroud of the extremely heavy sea calming pearl, time and space collapsed and disintegrated together. Even a rainbow light could not escape. However, Dalord Luya made use of the rainbow transformation to dispel the suppressing effect of the 5-colored light on the sea calming pearl. As such, it was much easier for him to deal with it. The moment the sea calming pearl broke through the rainbow light, Dalord Luya manifested the image of Vairocana. At the same time that the golden body's defense was raised to the extreme, a perfect great sun Buddha's light shrouded his whole body. After withstanding the attacks of a few sea calming pearls, Dalord Luya immediately transformed into a rainbow and flew away, avoiding the attacks of the remaining sea calming pearls. On the other side, the ancient Dipankara Buddha used the shadows that flew out of the gray light to confuse and disrupt the immortal slaying flying saber. Every time the white light emitted by the immortal slaying flying saber swept past a shadow, the shadow would turn into smoke and evaporate. Using these shields, the ancient Dipankara Buddha prevented himself from being targeted by the immortal slaying flying saber. The two powerhouses displayed their respective techniques, exchanging blows in the 9 underworld's demon sea, engaging in a great battle. The experts from the Buddhist sects and demon clans who had come with them also stepped forward to help. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles flapped its wings and instantly arrived above the Dipankara ancient Buddha's head. Its claw descended and clawed at the ancient Buddha's head. But at the same time, there was the Vajra unbreakable Buddha chanting. Clear golden light circulated. It seemed thin, but it was actually extremely sturdy. The pure land of the Vajra Buddha kingdom gathered and condensed into a single point, turning into a Vajra Buddha Sarira. However, it did not protect the Vajra indestructible Buddha. Instead, it landed on the head of the ancient Dipankara Buddha, blocking the claw of the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles for him. As the rock's figure flashed, it seemed to stay in place, but it was as if a second rock had appeared behind the indestructible Vajra Buddha. The indestructible Vajra Buddha remained calm. He and the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles were the top figures of the Western Pure Lands and the Astro Mountain Starry Seas. They had fought many times in the past and understood each other well. With a single thought from a Buddha, the Vajra Buddha Sarira broke away from the Dipankara ancient Buddha and enveloped the Sarira's owner, once again blocking the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles attack. The rock of 10,000 cloudy miles seemed to be everywhere, even in the face of grand heavenly realm experts. However, although the indestructible Vajra Buddha himself could not keep up with the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles speed within a certain range of space, the Vajra Buddha Sarira that he manifested could keep up with the rock of 10,000 cloudy miles speed advantage to the greatest extent, making it difficult for the rock to act recklessly. The bull demon king went up against the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. He used the law of heaven and earth to transform into a huge white bull and charge forward. The Samantabhadra Bodhisattva summoned his tripartite golden lotus. As the tripartite golden lotus revolved in midair, the three profundities of Taoism's jade, clear lineages time, space, and yin and yang were born, merging together with the orthodox Buddhism's samsara, vacuum, and impermanence, producing boundless profundities. Big White Ox raised his head and swung his horns upwards. He faced the three golden lotuses head-on, without any fear. Shosho Immortal, Kuei Wood Wolf, Golden Crow Great Sage, and other demon race great sages were also fighting against the Mahastamaprapta Bodhisattva, Narayan Buddha, and other Buddhism bigwigs. However, while the two sides were fighting, there were still people paying attention to the 9 underworlds' movements below in case the 9 underworlds' devils launched a counterattack. The Buddhism bigwigs, led by Guanyin Bodhisattva, never participated in the battle. They were paying attention to the blood sea within the abyss. On the demon race's side, Yuan Hong and the other great demons also didn't participate in the battle. The two sides were in a stalemate. The Dipankara ancient Buddha and Taoist Luya couldn't touch the blood sea below. After dodging another sea calming pearl, Taoist Luya shook his head. "Please lend me a hand, Taoist Kong." Although his voice wasn't loud, it spread far and wide. Everyone within the 9 underworlds could hear it clearly. Yin Zhaoga and the others' gazes turned cold. Then, 5 colored radiances suddenly appeared within the void, illuminating the creation. Within the tranquil Buddha light, crimson flames blazed fiercely, green radiances flourished, yellow soil was heavy, platinum was sharp, and black waters flowed endlessly. The 5 radiances were inseparable and circulated endlessly. Within the 5 colored radiances, a Buddha with 24 heads and 18 arms sat. It was none other than Mahamayuri, Kong Xian. Only, unlike in the past, the Dipankara ancient Buddha and the other Buddhist bandies weren't happy at all when they saw Mahamayuri, who was also chanting Sanskrit. This was because the number 1 expert in the Western Pure Lands under Amitabha Buddha had appeared, and he was standing on the demon race's side. "Buddha is merciful. Forgive me for being impudent today." Mahamayuri's expression was calm. After appearing, he respectfully bowed towards the green lotus manifested by Amitabha Buddha. This matter concerns my chance of achieving the Tao. I'll definitely apologize to the Buddha in the future. Then, Mahamayuri descended into the 9 underworlds and entered the abyss of the 9 underworlds' demonic sea. The Dipankara ancient Buddha looked at Mahamayuri and sighed. Taoist, you're finally here? In the past, everyone fought for the Buddha's Sarira, but it ended up in the hands of the demon race. Tao Lord Luya used this Buddha's Sarira to exchange for Mahamayuri's retaliation against the Western Pure Lands. The strongest Buddha of the Western Pure Lands had now become a formidable foe that they had no choice but to face. Everyone, please make way. It's best if we don't damage the harmony between us. Mahamayuri's expression was calm as he spoke to the Dipankara ancient Buddha. Under the circulation of the 5 colored radiances, everything that stood in its way was swept away. Even the Dipankara ancient Buddha, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Masthamaprapta Bodhisattva, Unbreakable Vajrabuddha, and other bigwigs of the Buddhist race could only avoid it. They didn't dare to face its sharpness directly. In the past, after losing the Green Lotus flag, the Western Pure Lands worked together with the 9 underworlds to search for the yellow Earth Apricot flag in order to prevent the current situation. However, things didn't turn out as they wished. They lost the Green Lotus flag and the yellow Earth Apricot flag. The bitter fruit that they had sown many years ago had come true today. Mahamayuri's retaliation instantly caused the Western Pure Lands to fall into a disadvantageous position, and they were exhausted from dealing with it. There were no changes to the Green Lotus above the 9 underworlds. The Sarira on the Green Lotus emitted radiance as it continued to wrestle with the great freedom heavenly devil at the bottom of the 9 underworld sea. However, the white jade door started trembling at this moment. A powerful will landed on Mahamayuri, the immeasurable heavenly lord. This matter involved the birth of a new Tao ancestor. Even the immeasurable heavenly lord couldn't stay out of it. Although the immortal court didn't have the strength to seize the fruits of victory and allow the birth of a new Tao ancestor, the immeasurable heavenly lord naturally hoped that this new Tao ancestor would be his ally and not the future Buddha's helper. However, as soon as he moved, the future Buddha, Maitreya, who had been staring at him, immediately moved as well. As the white lotus bloomed, it blocked the jade door. Hence, Mahamayuri was able to continue rampaging. With Mahamayuri's help, Tao Lord Luya once again formed dark green devil flames that landed on the Blood Sea. Chapter 1760. With Mahamayuri's help in obstructing the Western Pure Lands Buddhas, Tao Lord Luya could focus on refining the Blood Sea with his own techniques and resolve his devilish tribulation. Facing Mahamayuri's 5-color divine radiance, not only did the Dipankara ancient Buddha not dare to approach Tao Lord Luya, he couldn't even use the sea calming pearl to attack Tao Lord Luya. Otherwise, Mahamayuri's 5-color divine radiance would destroy the sea calming pearl. Just as Tao Lord Luya was about to succeed, the blood sea beneath him underwent a transformation. The waves of bloody light that had been stagnant suddenly grew stronger. Among the 12 pillars supporting the blood sea, the illusory silhouette of the Doomsday, Heavenly Devil's pillar, gradually solidified, and a real human silhouette appeared. The 12 devilish heavenly formation, which was previously suppressed by the Eastern Sovereign Tai, seemed to have started operating again. The Western Pure Lands Buddhas and the Astro Mountains Starry Seas demons' attention was instantly attracted by the Blood Sea. Even Mahamayuri lowered his head to look. Previously, the 9 underworlds seemed to be suppressed to the point that it couldn't move. It was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. It could only wait for the demon race and Buddhism's victory to be decided. However, at this moment, everyone realized that it wasn't a helpless lamb. Instead, it was a poisonous snake waiting for its chance. Outside of the 9 underworlds, a groan resounded beside Yin Zhaoge. When he turned around, he saw Feng Yinsheng frowning, and her face was pale. Within her pupils, blue-black radiances flickered uncontrollably. It was evident that her devilish intent was surging as if she was about to transform into a devil. She even uncontrollably took a step forward, intending to join the 9 underworlds. Feng Yunsheng clenched her teeth and forcefully stopped herself from moving forward. However, as a grand heavenly immortal, she staggered and almost fell down. Ever since she ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm and created the Lua Yuan chaos extinguishing, this was the first time she encountered such a situation. Without saying a word, Yin Zhaoge appeared behind Feng Yunsheng and pressed his palm on her back. Yang Jian, the Xuandu, great Taoist master, Neza, the Tai cultivated deity, and the other Taoism heavenly lords turned their heads to look at Yin Zhaoge and his wife. Feng Yunsheng sat in a lotus position within the void and closed her eyes. The image of the chaotic abyss appeared above her head. At the same time, black smoke surged out of her body and was devoured by the chaotic abyss above her. As Yin Zhaoge helped her, he gazed towards the 9 underworlds. He looked at the depths of the 9 underworlds' deep sea and the 12 pillars at the bottom of the blood sea. Light and shadows flickered on the 12 pillars. On the pillars that represented the primordial heart devil, the devil of aged metal, the wood devil, the water devil, the fire devil, and the earth devil, the primordial heart devil. On the pillar that symbolized the primordial heavenly devil, the light and shadow also solidified. On the 3 pillars that symbolized the creation heavenly demon, Taishang demon, and faceless heavenly demon, the light and shadow were still illusory. On the pillar that symbolized the Mahesvara devil, the black mirror was resisting the light of Amitabha Sarira. On the pillar that symbolized the doomsday heavenly demon, the light and shadow were originally illusory, but at this moment it seemed to have gained a core, and it also became real. Everyone focused their gazes and saw that the figure on the pillar was a woman who exuded a cold and stern aura. She had short hair that reached her ears. She couldn't be considered beautiful, and her facial features were tough and strong. A person who should have become history reappeared here. Yin Zhaoge wasn't unfamiliar with this person. She was the one who brought Feng Yunsheng this tribulation, as well as a fortuitous encounter. The former Taoism direct lineage disciple, one of the world beyond world's new Kunlun 9 luminaries, the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shenhua. Currently, Jian Shenhua was the same as Feng Yunsheng. Her face was pale, and her eyes were tightly shut. Her entire body was filled with strange devilish patterns, with radiances circulating on top of them. On the surface of Feng Yunsheng's body, similar devilish patterns were also faintly discernible. 2 identical black sabers appeared inside and outside of the 9 underworlds respectively. They floated in front of Feng Yunsheng and Jian Shenhua, with devilish radiances constantly flowing on the sabers' blades. As expected, the 9 underworlds still had some tricks up their sleeves. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. No wonder I always felt that they didn't put enough effort into dealing with the doomsday heavenly devil, instead appearing fearless. So they were already prepared. The Tai spiritual master frowned. I remember that this woman should have already perished. Due to Taoist Feng, she wasn't able to reincarnate. Yinsheng won against her. However, she didn't lose completely. The 9 underworlds helped her in secret. Yin Zhaoge said, the vast freedom heavenly devil probably personally helped to conceal it. That's how she managed to keep it a secret until now. After a careful look, Yang Ku said, she can't be considered reincarnated now. She doesn't even have her own body. She can't be considered a living being. Instead, she's in a state where she's neither dead nor alive. The 9 underworlds protected her in order to scheme against Taoist Feng. Using Jian Shenhua's soul, the 9 underworlds re-established their connection with Feng Yunsheng, wanting to lure her into the 9 underworlds and become a part of the 12 devilish god grand formation. At the end of the day, she had defeated Jian Shenhua and taken away a portion of the doomsday heavenly devil's authority. The 9 underworlds intended to guide the doomsday heavenly devil to descend into the world prematurely was still Feng Yunsheng. However, even if Feng Yunsheng didn't join the 9 underworlds, The devils could still use Jian Xunhua's existence to continuously extract the doomsday, heavenly devil's authority from Feng Yunsheng, nourishing and strengthening the doomsday heavenly devil. With the establishment of the 12 devilish god grand formation, the doomsday heavenly devil would descend into the world prematurely. In the void outside the 9 underworlds, thunder rumbled and starlight flickered. The southern extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor also appeared, standing within the Taoism's camp. Their gazes moved between Feng Yunsheng and Jian Xunhua. In the end, they both let out a sigh. Yin Zhaoge's expression was solemn. He didn't panic. As he pressed one hand on Feng Yunsheng's back, his other hand formed a hand seal, which continuously changed. The black light patterns on the surface of Feng Yunsheng's body were faintly discernible. They flickered between brightness and darkness. It wasn't as complete as Jian Xunhua's. As time passed, the black light patterns on the surface of Feng Yunsheng's body started fading. The 9 underworlds' interference towards her was continuously weakening, and it was gradually disappearing. After all, Feng Yunsheng did not fall into the 9 underworlds, and the Mahasvara heavenly demon was currently wrestling with Amitabha, so he could not afford to be distracted. Inside the 12 citadel heavenly fiend god grand formation, the primordial heart devil sighed upon seeing this. The 3 clear lineage has indeed taken precautions against us. It's already very good to have the same effect as before, Shadow Fiend said. The blood sea formed by the demonic path Great Array became fierce again. The blood light that filled the sky surged up from the depths of the sea again. The murderous aura of nirvanic extermination rose into the sky, and the entire 9 underworlds started to shake again. Even when Buddha Amitabha and the Eastern Monarch Tai worked together to suppress it, it did not seem to be stable. Above the 9 underworlds, the Green Lotus and the Ancient Bell faced off against each other when they saw this. They descended together into the demon domain, their true bodies descending upon the 9 underworlds. NT, remember the mobile URL?